All right, ladies and germs, let me post the link for the people on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, get into the morning boxing talks. All right, I'm gonna wait for the list to populate, and we're gonna talk about the Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin trilogy, the Bull Birds, and everybody who claims to take issue with this fight and these two fighters, even though we know that underneath it all, what they really want is to see those two fighters fight someone else. That the same people poo-pooing over Gennady Golovkin as an opponent option for Canelo Alvarez are the same people would be celebrating that same Gennady Golovkin fighting a Charlo or an Andre or a Benavidez. They wish that they could get that guy in the ring. So it's not exactly Gennady being a bad opponent they take issue with. What it really is you're mad the big fish are doing big fish things. I was goody off the ropes, was goody. Michael was goody. Batshit was goody. Israel, Timmy was good. You know what I mean? Because it's like the people that seem most against Canelo versus Golovkin III, which for me is like, I would have, and I've said this many times, I would have been okay with Canelo versus Charlo. I would have been okay with Canelo versus Andre. I would have been okay with Canelo versus Benavidez. I would have been okay with Canelo versus Dimitri. I'm okay with Canelo versus Golovkin. Why? All you guys have thin resumes. All of you. You're all indistinguishable from each other. For me, the revisionist version of history that I see that is very prevalent is that now Dimitri Bivol is being viewed as a cherry pick gone wrong when many of us already thought, this is a fight that Dimitri stands a very good chance of winning, that it's a more difficult fight than a Charlo fight. It's a more difficult fight than an Andre fight. And he's not as straightforward as David Benavidez. With David Benavidez, you know exactly what he's going to do, and it kind of plays into Canelo Alvarez's strengths as a fighter. Whereas a guy like Dimitri, well, he does the opposite. He doesn't make himself available to you. He is defensively responsible. He does fight on the balls of his feet. He does use his jab. He does alternate what kind of jab he's throwing, whether or not he's going to commit to his shots. He said that in the post-fight press conference. So it's like, it's not a cherry pick gone wrong. You just underestimated that fighter. And if the argument is that, Canelo only chose him because he thought he could win, boo fucking who? That's how every fighter chooses a fight. They're not fighting in fights they're training to lose. They're not fighting in fights where they're expecting to lose or trying to lose. They're fighting in fights where they more or less think they can win. So that doesn't necessarily make it a cherry because Canelo Alvarez chose a guy that he thought he could beat. Whatever guy he chooses is a guy that he thought he could beat. In a nutshell, a lot of people underestimated a fighter that they don't watch because, he's a foreign fighter, he's an away fighter, and you're already not familiar with him on that premise. So when he actually shows that he can fight and he's formidable and he can box, it takes you by surprise. But the rest of us have been saying, this is a fight. Some of it, like Eson picked Dimitri to win because he knew, this is a fight that Canelo can lose. Shout out to Eson. Hey, Chris, what's good? Rafa, que lo que? It's common sense, man. It's common sense. And now, like I said, I see that the Bull Birds are out. They don't like the Golovkin fight, but these are the same guys that like that Errol Spence versus Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao was further removed from the sport than Gennady Golovkin is today. Manny Pacquiao was not a champion. He had not fought in 2 years, but when news broke that Errol was going to be fighting him, these guys were celebrating. Crossover fight, passing of the torch fight, all that extra stuff. They were celebrating that when Manny was older and was, in fact, more removed from the sport of boxing than Gennady Golovkin is here today. Gennady has fought in the last 12 months. Manny hadn't fought in the last 2 years ahead of what was supposed to be the Errol Spence Jr. fight. So it's kind of crazy, you know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. There's a lot of talk about this weekend's fight with Gervonta Davis versus Rolly Romero, and I think it behooves Gervonta to take the fight out of the judge's hands. I think it behooves him to do that. because, and I said it in the video I uploaded, they're real big on unbeaten records there, and they do seem to hold grudges. There does seem to be an ongoing rift between Gervonta Davis and Floyd Mayweather Jr. This being the final fight of your existing contract, you don't want to leave it in the judge's hands, you know? I was goody him up. Appreciate that. Imagine calling a dangerous fighter a cherry pick. It's funny because those same fans never mentioned Charlo Benavidez can beat Bivol. And even now that Bivol has established himself as a somebody, a guy to beat, you don't see them advocating for Charlo versus Bivol or Benavidez versus Bivol or Andre versus Bivol or any of the guys that they like. Like if Canelo is such a bad fighter and he got exposed by Dimitri, then ideally you should want to see at least one or two of those guys mix it up with him because he just beat Canelo. No, you're still harping about Gennady and Canelo. If Gennady was just a hype job, as they used to say, built by HBO, then why would Jamal need to prove himself against him? He's just a hype job. That's what y'all been saying, right? That the dude's no good. He's a hype job. He's not a good fighter. He has no resume. He's just a hype job. So then why would this fighter need to prove himself against a hype job? If PBC has all the good fighters, right, shouldn't they be making fights amongst themselves? How does Canelo Alvarez fighting Gennady Golovkin stop the PBC from making fights in-house, making fights internally? They have fighters at 160. They have fighters at 168. But you're still waiting for fighters that fight on other platforms when, according to y'all, that's why y'all didn't want to fight Terrence Crawford, because he was on the wrong platform. He wasn't on your platform. Well, those guys ain't on your platform. So they ain't on your platform. Exactly, Wayne. Exactly. I've been beating the drum about Jermall Charlo fighting Demetrius Andrade for approximately, 3 to 4 years. And it's like that accentuates what I've been talking about, that you have a sparsely active fighter that's been fighting once a year for the last 2, going on 3 years, and fighting opponents that people really don't want him to see. And his causality is going to have an effect. But at least with a Demetrius Andrade fight, I think, you would get more attention than what you're getting for Zuliecki, than what you got for Montiel. It's a common sense argument.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, wish goody.
What's happening? What's happening?
Yeah. We seeing the Boo Birds is out. Obviously, they're not happy with the fight. And what I'm going to say is the real reason they're not happy, the real reason is because they know it's a bigger fight than any fight that will be happening at or around that time. It might be. I don't know. Around that time, it might be. I don't know. Who mic is that? If you got a
Mine was muted.
Yeah,
y'all
up mics, man. Sort your shit. What was I gonna say? The only fight I could think that's on the level of Canelo versus Golovkin III is probably Joshua versus Usyk II. That's probably the only fight that is like on that level that's happening, in the near future. Other than that, the real reason they mad at this guy for fighting Gennady again is because they know they can't compete. They know that. That fight will do more on an obscure platform, what they like to call an obscure platform, than any of that Showtime shit. They know that. You know that. You could put Charlo in there with Benavidez. It still won't do the numbers that Golovkin versus Canelo will do. It won't.
Jules, we had them, my little space out title yesterday had them a little annoyed. Like, I'm like, bro, no one's saying that Spence and Crawford is not a good fight. But I'm more intrigued with Triple G Canelo 3 because of the competition and the level of equalness that both fights had. I want to see Crawford Spence so I could see Spence get knocked the fuck out.
Ron said it better than anybody else could. At the end of the day, that was a statement. The title of the space, it was a statement that, yes, this fight sells more than this fight. And I saw that it's like, they trying, like it was cats in there trying to make it about something else. Bro, it ain't about nothing else. It's the truth. one fight generates more money by far than the other fight. So when you tell people, oh, nobody want to see that, nobody interested in that, you're the one that's wrong, because more people are interested in that than they're interested in this. How do I know? This is going to sell more.
And then the straw man arguments of like, well, you put Spence and Crawford together too, Black American. I'm like, bro, that's fine and all. But the people that are going to promote that haven't proven to you that they could successfully promote a million pay-per-view buy. Hell, even a 500,000 pay-per-view buy.
They haven't. They haven't. Like, look, for what it's worth, right? Of course, I want to see Crawford versus Spence. But the way I look at it is, if you put on Crawford versus Spence, am I intrigued enough by that fight that I'm going to buy it? Yes. Now, if you put on Canelo versus Golovkin, am I intrigued enough that I'm going to buy it? Yes. So to me, that's all it's about. It's about dollars. It's about, would you buy the fight or would you pay to go to the fight? As simple as that. Like, as far as trying to say, oh, this fight is better. No, dog. At the end of the day, money talks. And as far as I could tell, if you put on Crawford and Spence, they got my money. If you put on Golovkin versus Canelo, they got my money. It's as simple as that. All that in between shit, I don't know what that's about. A lot of times I feel like that's the coddle egos or something like that. That, oh, this fight ain't going to sell more, but it's better. Bro, I'm not here to do that, all right? I know one fight is going to sell a lot and one fight is not.
I mean, it's Jules, you hit the nails on it. It's like, what makes me, like, what brings it to mind for me, like, you could just swap out Canelo for Charlo, right? Put him in there with Triple G. And you add, oh, yeah, you asked, like, one of these PBC nut huggers, like, oh, yeah, the fight's great now. Yeah, I'm about to ask him, are you going to buy it?
I mean, but that's the other thing, bro. But that's the other thing, that a lot of these guys, they have these debates and they're not in good faith, because a lot of times you're talking to guys that don't pay for fights. So it's like, I don't even need to have this discussion unless you pay for fights. If you pay for fights, then we could talk, because we're giving a product review. But if all you're going to do is steal every fucking thing, then we don't have nothing to talk about. It don't matter if you think this fight is better or that fight is better.
Amen.
Coming at it from the same place.
And Jules, you said it best to that guy yesterday. Like, what I was trying to say is, like, you're like, dude, why would you even say Floyd would promote this fight when Floyd's a hater?
Am I lying, though? The day of his own fighter's press conference, was he not somewhere else in another part of the world promoting his own fight? It's like, if you don't want to look at the facts, if you just want to stick to your feelings, okay, your feelings, they are your own. So you don't need to tell people that. I'm sticking to the facts. What I know is Gervonta Davis has had beef with Floyd for a long time. Gervonta Davis is on the brink of leaving that promotional outfit. So how can we use Floyd as an example of a promoter that could put this fight over the top when he can't put his own fighter over the top? He can't put his own fighter over the top. He cannot prioritize his own fighter. But you think he going to prioritize Crawford and Spence? He don't promote them. He don't have a stake in that.
How much money is he going to try to get them for? Or how much purses is he going to take from them putting the fight on?
It's simple. It's simple. Yeah, Crawford versus, like, I could tell you right now, with the right people behind the event, Crawford versus Spence could do $1 million with the right people. But we're hypothesizing. We're essentially fantasizing, really, because it's like, it's certain things you have to do to get it out to a mainstream audience to capture their attention. And there are pitfalls in there that, look, Crawford is an excellent fighter, but when you put a mic in front of him, he don't really got a lot of personality. That's one pitfall. That's true of Spence also. Like, outside of the way they fight, he's some boring ass dudes. Like, a little, like, yeah, they kind of boring. Like, their personality doesn't shine through as much as you need to for a super fight. That's one.
It wouldn't sell. It wouldn't sell.
I mean, I think, you know what I think? I think it could do, and I said this yesterday on the space, I think domestically, you know, based on the metrics, it could probably do between 4 and 5. 5 is generous, though, but I think it could do between 4 and 5. If Spence is good for 250,000 on a regular basis, 225 to 250, and Crawford just did 130 on the ESPN platform, you have that and you put it together and tack on another maybe 75,000 or 100,000 of casual boxing fans that only buy big fights, because there's always them. The casual fans that they only buy the big ones. The regular shit, they don't watch it. They only buy the big shit. And what you're looking at is approximately 450 to 500,000. No more than that, though. It don't do $1 million. The
Are any of
ingredients
these
is not there
promoters
to do $1
promoting
million.
like they used to be when they were young? 15, 20 city press tours?
I mean, it's a lot of things. Like, look, fighters used to do the rounds, the morning shows, the talk shows, in a way that they don't really do that anymore. So they don't really get out to a mainstream audience as much as they used to. That's a part of why hitting $1 million pay-per-view buys is difficult. You know what I mean? Like you don't really see, for example, there's a video, I'm sure most of y'all have seen it. Floyd Mayweather, Brian Kenny. Many conversations on a major platform, you know, in reference to the sport of boxing. But you regularly saw fighters on major platforms. You know, like you saw Mike Tyson cursing out the dude on Channel 9. Everybody seen that. You saw Floyd arguing with Brian Kenny. You saw Lennox Lewis and Hakeem Rockmore get it on a major platform. Whereas now, it's far and few the amount of boxers in America that you see regularly making appearances on a major platform. And there's also
Jules, but
piracy.
does it cost them anything though? If they have to go on a platform, do they have to pay to be on the platform?
No, but you need a manager, a good manager that's going to make those things happen. Because
Hey, I
that's.
got a question for the panel whenever you guys are ready.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I haven't been on here for a while, actually. I just want to get some views from other fans because I've been running it through my head. Off topic, going into the heavyweight division, do you see a situation if Tyson Fury doesn't retire, like he decides to continue fighting, do you see a situation where he wipes the whole division and doesn't get beaten?
I mean, it's difficult because, look, this is not a knock on Tyson Fury, but he's never shown that he's the guy that's going to stick around and take on all comers. You know what I mean? You got a lot of guys coming through right now that they are perceived threats. You know, you got Joe Joyce floating around, Hrgovic floating around, Jalilov floating around. So it's a question of, do I feel Tyson Fury, if he were to become undisputed, right? Would he hang around and defend his belts against all those other guys? And the reason I don't feel that way is, look, the guy announced his retirement. Even if he does end up coming back, it still doesn't give me the impression that he's going to stick around and have like a Larry Holmes kind of run of title defenses. No, he's always in and out of the sport. Always.
It's quite disappointing, as a matter of fact, because I agree with you. The guy, I mean, I definitely agree with you. There's so many other young heavyweights coming through the division at the moment that, given 1 or 2 years when Fury's 35, 36, could cause some problems for him and really open up the division. But at this point of time, I have the belief that he won't retire, and he'll probably try and get the big fight against the winner of Usyk AJ. I can see a potential path to that, but I think he's got too many tools in his arsenal for any of the heavyweights at the moment. He's got way too many tools.
Like if we talk about the guys, let's talk about the guys that are on the cusp of fighting for titles, right? So we're talking about Daniel Dubois, you know, if he beats Trevor Bryan. We're talking about Joe Joyce by way of the WBO. If the question is, does Fury have enough to beat those guys? I think most of us would agree that, yeah, he has enough for them, but what about a Jalilov? What
Or
about
a Jared
guy like
Anderson?
Or a Jared Anderson? What about a Hrgovic, who's a big guy and he's an
Sanchez? Sanchez?
And this is what I mean, that when you think about all these unbeaten guys that are coming through, that they're trying to make their way to a title fight, does Fury have it for all of them? He probably has it for Joe Joyce. He probably has it for Daniel Dubois. But what about the guys behind them that are coming through? Does he have it for them? He'll be in his mid-30s. He's always been in and out of the sport, always. And it's like, if the question is, what, is he going to stick around and have a long reign and a long run as a champion? I say no, because look how old he is now, and he hasn't had that kind of run. He's an unbeaten fighter, but he hasn't had that kind of run. So I don't get the sense he's about to do that.
He don't strike me as a fighting champion that wants to have a run like the Butch Lewis. And I kind of push back. The only advantage he has over Usyk is his size. We're not going to sit here and say he's more nuanced in his IQ as another gold medalist when Usyk hasn't even lost either.
I disagree.
He's not more athletic than Usyk.
I would say he's not as athletic as Usyk, but I don't think he would use athleticism against Usyk. With Usyk,
Correct.
I feel that he would try to impose his size on him because he's not going to outlittle the little man. You know what I mean? Like the way he beats the big men is by fighting like a little man. Against the little man, he'd fight like a big man. The question is, would that be enough?
And also, he's never fought no one with that much skill. Like you allude to, Jules. It's easy to look this slick and this powerful and this great against non-skilled opposition and against unelite opposition.
Correct. I agree. I also, I definitely agree with what you're saying. It's a lot more. It's a very tough fight against Usyk in regards to how would he approach that fight. I mean, if you go back and watch, I know it was years ago, but if you go back and watch the Steve Cunningham fight, Fury tried to box a slicker guy that was a bit smaller, and he realized that he wasn't going to be able to outbox him, and then he got dropped, and then he turned into the big guy. So
Exactly.
that's how I
attested-
see that going.
He attested to that on the Joe Rogan podcast, that he was struggling with Cunningham. You know, he realized that like, he can't out, but he said that the little guys give him problems and they're slick. And it's like, okay, well, we look at Usyk in retrospect with a Cunningham. And it's like, yeah, we can say Usyk is a cut above a Cunningham. So if Cunningham gave you problems and Cunningham actually dropped you, what would Usyk do?
I agree with you. What could Usyk do? But that was many years ago, and I think Fury's developed over that time in regards to his ring IQ and ability to change it up in fights. That's where I rate him above all the heavyweights. If something's not working, he has the ability to make it awkward for the other fighter and change the fight. You know what I mean? If Usyk starts to outbox him, which I can see a situation where Usyk does outbox Fury for a lot of the rounds. But my question for Usyk would be, when Fury gets hold of you, what are you going to do?
Well, I think about the tactics that he would use, and I'm not even saying this is why I want to see the fight, but we probably don't get it. But let's just see if we get it. The main thing is that Fury's approach, I feel, for Usyk would be predictable. You know, you're going to big man him. You know, you're going to try to impose your size, step into your punches, lean on him, toss him around a little bit. And I feel like, you know what, Usyk is ready for that. He can deal with that. He's got better feet than Fury. You know, Fury has better feet than the heavyweights. But can I say that I think he has better feet than Usyk? Nah, not really. And he's a southpaw. So you won't have that advantage over him either.
Let's look at it like this, though.
Here's the thing. Usyk knows that there's only one way for Fury to beat him, and that's his size. Fury's not going to peer away and Balishnikov dance and move with footwork with Usyk. He'll get tired, and Usyk will make him look silly with the footwork.
We saw the Otto Wallin fight. Otto Wallin is not a characteristically aggressive fighter. I know that because I've seen him. I saw at least two of his fights before he fought Fury. And he's not a characteristic pressure guy. But him being a southpaw and putting the squeeze on Fury, like trying to lay into him, that caused Fury a lot of problems. I'm like, well, is Otto Wallin as good a boxer as Usyk? No, I wouldn't say that. So I'm like,
I think this is a situation where I've seen a lot of these. I mean, I just find it hard to see some of the things you guys are saying, because I've been in chats like this before where a lot of fight fans are completely ruling out one way Fury can win, and you're ruling out that he can't outbox Usyk. Now, I would not be surprised if he goes in there and dominates Usyk on the cards. Like, that's what I'm saying. He has the ability to do it.
Let me make my argument. See, this is my argument. I'm not ruling that out. I'm saying I want to see the fight because I don't know. That's why I want to see the fight. Maybe he can. I don't know. It means nothing if they don't fight. And the feeling, at least amongst the fans, who knows what the fuck Fury's thinking, because his head's a bag of cats. We don't know. It is like we don't know. Maybe he would fight Usyk and
Very true.
Yo, I got a question.
Good.
Yeah, like, how does everybody in here actually feel about Usyk versus Joshua too? Because I'm a big AJ fan, but I genuinely like. I don't like. I'm not 100%.
He's finished.
Look, he could be. Look, this is the main thing, right? No. This is the main thing. I'm a boxing fan first, right? So if AJ's finished, AJ's finished. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My whole thing is I want to see the fight. That's my thing. That look, I just want to see the fight. I don't know if AJ's finished. Being honest, I don't know. The sport has a way of surprising you when you don't expect it. There were people that were surprised that Canelo lost to Bivol, right? There were people that were surprised. Some weren't. There were people that were surprised that Joshua lost to Ruiz. I can't lie, I was shocked, but I didn't rule it out. And if you see the videos I did leading up to that fight, I said, look, AJ can't let this guy get inside. If he gets inside, he's going to be in trouble. I literally said it on all the videos leading up to it. I actually said Ruiz is a better opponent than Miller. Miller's Ruiz. That's
the issue I have with the Fury Brigade is, let's be honest, he's only fought one elite fighter in his entire career, and that's Klitschko. One elite guy. Usyk's title run, Usyk's competition and the level of opposition he's fought and the type of styles he's had to see, he's faced better competition and shown more abilities to adjust against higher elite boxing IQs. You can't tell me that Fury beating Klitschko and a guy in Wilder that never wanted to fight nobody is Hall of Fame worthy. You just can't.
I feel
he's
that
definitely Hall of Fame. That's non-negotiable in my opinion.
Let me say this. I feel stylistically, as in a professional career, let alone an amateur one where the guy won gold. So that kind of tells you that he's seen a lot as an amateur. But fuck the Amis, let's just stick to the pros. He has seen more base styles than Fury has. He has pressure guy in Gassiev, a strong boxer puncher in Briedis, who I think has more ring savvy than your average heavyweight, than some elite heavyweights. Like, if I have to compare the ring savvy of a Briedis to a Wilder, it's not even a contest, bro. It really isn't. The variety of punches. Wilder is limited to the jab and the straight. That's his money punches. Really just the straight. Whereas Briedis, he throws different types of jabs, up jabs, regular jabs, different type of hooks, and he's a dirty motherfucker. He fight dirty. I look at a guy like that and I say, you know what? This is a better boxer than most of the boxers that Fury has come up against. Is he better than Klitschko? Well, I don't know if I can say that, but he did used to spar Klitschko, didn't he? So I feel like
it was scolding him too.
And I've heard the things, and I try not to go off of sparring stories, but just looking at the level of opposition. Okay, you fought Vladimir, awesome boxer, no doubt about it. But we all know Vlad was a safety first fighter. If he can't touch you with the jab, he's not gonna bring over the right. And Fury lifted the title from Vladimir. You know what I mean? That you disarmed him, you did, but
which he didn't defend at all. He didn't defend. He only has two defenses so far in his whole career.
You look at Miguel Canelo's resume, that's a Hall of Fame resume. You look at Tyson Fury's run, that's not a fucking Hall of Fame resume.
Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the Americans, they might try to put him in there. They might, because of Vlad and because of, they might try to, but just if it's my off opinion, anecdotally, no, I don't really see a Hall of Fame resume there.
I see a Hall of Fame, but an all-time great, he has to go on and beat AJ, Usyk, and then the next set of heavyweights. And I'm a Fury fan. But he has to stay fighting, and he has to take an L eventually as well, which I can see happening. But I believe he has to be AJ, Usyk, some of these up-and-coming blokes.
You know the fun fact is, Tyson Fury, if he doesn't fight Joshua, he's not going to fight Usyk. We know that for 100%. I'm certain. If Anthony Joshua loses again to Usyk, there is no way he's coming out of retirement to face Alexander Usyk. He is not going to face the Joe Joyce. He's not going to face...
So, Wab, this is why I give Fury the benefit of the doubt, because here are the facts. He still has the WBC title. He still has it. So you have to at least make the inference that he's evaluating things. Otherwise, he would have just vacated it outright. He would have
100%.
He would have told the WBC, "No, I'm done for real.
Hey,
Here's the
Jules,
belt, and
I
I'm
would
done."
love it if he proves me wrong. I would love it, no problem.
But
But
see,
from
that's
where I'm,
why you don't see me. But that's why you don't see me jumping to conclusions. I don't know what he's gonna do. I'm gonna
He
not
just
say nothing.
He continues to prove people wrong. It's just amazing. But you'll see how it all turns out.
I'm taking the wait and see approach. But the feeling that I see expressed from Bob Arum, from Eddie Hearn, from the fans is similar to my own, and I said it weeks ago. If it's Joshua, I firmly believe he will come back. It's a more winnable fight, or at least he views it as a more winnable fight. With Usyk, not as winnable, not as much money. He can fight Francis Ngannou and make more money than he can taking a chance on this.
Exactly. Jules, you think they're going to want to pay him another 30, 40 million to fight Usyk like they lost with White?
Exactly.
fuck no.
I thought Dillian White was gonna like put it on Fury because of that aggressive, never give up, swing for the fences attitude that Dillian White has. But I don't know what coming in Southpaw was. I don't know what his coach was thinking, but I mean, it was just an easy fight for Fury. He just picked him off and got him out of there. But I did not expect that.
I got a question for you, Joshua. As a native Australian, should we bank on Jay Opetaia upsetting Maris Briedis? Is that how you have it?
No, I would say I would bank on it. Yeah, that's how I have it. Yeah,
he's a southpaw. He's quick. He's definitely younger than Maris Briedis. He's just not as experienced, and he's coming off an injury. Should we expect the red belt to change hands?
I hope so.
Is it? Well, I could see it going either way, to be honest.
I don't know that Maris Briedis has his
injury is it's going to be, yeah.
Look, this is the thing. Maris Briedis had the option, and we all know this, for months now. You had the option of circumventing the mandatory with a unification match in Lawrence Okolie. Lawrence is obviously greener as a champion than Maris Briedis is, but we all know what Maris Briedis has been doing the last couple of months. He's been focusing on Jake Paul, buying hamburgers, telling bad jokes, cutting bad records, and just being a buffoon. That kind of tell me that, like, yo, do you not want to, like, fight no more? Because it kind of felt like you trying to cash out.
He can start a rap career. I mean, like that's a second calling for him.
Yeah, Latvia.
He dressed up as Mario. That should tell you everything.
It should, shouldn't it? Like, that's how I felt like, bro.
Like, I don't take this guy seriously anymore.
That's what I mean.
Fellas, the look on Lawrence's face, like, with like just when he was
so disgusted. He was
like,
so
bro, it's like he's like, what is this dude like? This guy for real? See, this dude's a champion. Like,
this
really?
is not real life. That's what he was thinking.
Now I'm gonna go to Joshua. I'm sure, Joshua, you're aware of the situation with Bill and Devin, and it looks like the Australian government, they're not gonna budge, because right now what they're doing is working out to where Bill can be in the corner and electronically. That's what they said. They're working out the electronics for him to do some corner work from abroad. Do you feel like they're perhaps being a little bit too strict with Bill? That, we know why Bill's trying to enter into the country. He's not here on leisure. He would be there on business. Do you think they're right to ban him, or do you think they're doing too much?
The Australian government are a bunch of piece of shit. So that to be quite honest with you, I couldn't give a shit what the government do. I've had enough of them. Fuck them all.
Well, everybody feels the same about their governments, man.
I was just thinking that, Swab. I'm like, if I asked myself this question, you know what I'd say? Fuck the government.
They do the opposite to what the fans want.
We're doing the same thing to Peter Fury that they're doing to Haney. Fury can't get a visa to come over here either.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But
Devin Haney is not beating Kambosos in Australia. That is not happening.
I mean,
suicide mission.
Look, I know, but I could still respect the effort that he's making, because that's where I'm at with it. Like, I'm not going to make any bones about it. I would like to see him win, because it makes the other American kids look bad. They're like, see, y'all would never do this. You would never go to Australia, fight in front of 50,000 Australians, give up all home field advantage, be the B-side fighter, take short money. You would never box under these circumstances, but I just did and I won. So that's kind of how I look at it. But like you, I know that the deck is stacked against him because, yeah, bro, like, look, Devin's not.
I'll be going. I'll be going, mate. That's for sure. And I'll be getting on the piss and giving that cunt everything that he deserves.
Joe and everyone on the panel, I got, you know what I mean? You know, this Devin Haney situation. Say he loses 50%. Yeah. Say he loses both the fights. That's just gonna prove a point to like these new generation that like we are not gonna go into another territory because look, Devin Haney when he tried it and he fucked off his career. So why should we go and take that chance
That's
when
the
we
other
know
side,
there's no
bro.
chance to win? So imagine that happens. That's gonna fuck everything up as well. Then we're never gonna see any good fights because
Now,
everybody wants to be the A side when they're not.
everybody, we
this
got
whole,
sport.
I just want to see everyone fight each other. I'm fuck with the A and B side. Just fight each other.
But you know that as much as we say that and as much as we harp about that, we know that it's not actually going to change. That the politics and the red tape are always going to be there. They are. There's always going to be A sides. There's always going to be B sides. Before, it used to be limited to the big fighters. That there's a big A side, an obvious A side. Whereas now we're seeing this at all levels, at all weights, with men and women. A's and B sides. It's widespread
You
now.
blame, yeah.
And
You blame. There's only one.
As long as the sanctioned bodies conduct business the way they do, nothing's going to change.
Yeah,
I think you blame the promoters. They're the only
No,
people you
can't
blame.
It's all of them. It's an infrastructure wide situation. It's an industry situation.
Broadcasting.
Let me get Sporting Icons in on this. Sporting, I haven't had the chance to ask you about Devin Haney versus George Kambosos. Do you like Devin's chances?
No, I don't. I think, if he was in like a neutral territory and neutral judges, yeah, of course, he can beat him on points, but he's in Australia. You know how it goes there. We know how it goes in England with English judges and that as well. So I'm not saying anything bad about Australia. It happens in America. So no,
exactly.
Devin Haney, I don't think has the power to put Kambosos down and keep him down.
Do you feel like George Kambosos is being underestimated as a boxer in this situation? Because George is talking some fly shit. He's saying he's going to shock Devin. He's going to knock him out. Do you feel like he's being underestimated by the people in America, perhaps some of the people in the UK?
Oh, of course. And most people who underestimate him are because they've only probably ever seen him fight Teofimo Lopez. They haven't seen him fight before.
That's so true.
This guy, listen, he can box, and this motherfucker will keep on coming at you. He ain't gonna stop. You're gonna have to put him down, put him out.
I've noticed that Australian judges, they're a lot like the judges you see in California. They like aggressive fighters. They like the aggression, which is why Shannon O'Connell, she beat Sugar Neeks. Even though both of them were being a little bit ineffective, they gave it to the aggressive fighter, the fighter that's pushing the envelope and pushing the issue. So what I see with George and Devin is, listen, George doesn't necessarily have to land photo finish punches to win a round. So long as he's busier, he can win the round.
Yep.
It's the look of it.
Sporting, did you speak to Dillian White tonight?
Tonight?
No, I'm just saying. I said, the way who goes on about it, Eddie Hearn, he always says, I spoke to Joshua last night. So did he speak to Dillian White last night?
I spoke to him in probably about a week.
What's happening with the pay-per-view numbers? I saw Frank Warren's interview on IFL, and they were speaking about it, and then there was a cut between it.
So BT Sport, just like Sky Sports, don't release numbers until about 2 years later. What I am surprised, though, is that the numbers in ESPN, absolutely nothing. Why is that? In America, you guys are pretty prolific for releasing numbers. If they're not releasing numbers, that tells me something sucks.
Yeah,
I agree with Sporting because, look, and I know that they're going to call me a Joshua fanboy. They hate when I bring this up, but it's the truth. After Joshua versus Klitschko, you had numbers pouring in from Germany. You had 2 premium cable networks in America that in the middle of the afternoon, they did better buys in the middle of the afternoon than they do for a primetime boxing match. I think Showtime got 800,000, and it was HBO got 8. Showtime had 6. You had title fights like Lara versus Hurd that only did about 4. Whereas Joshua versus Klitschko, that shit was getting damn near 1 million, or at least over 500,000, right? You had the numbers in Germany. I believe it was like 10 million people in Germany, and it didn't take a week and a day or a year and a day for those numbers to come out. They were big, and people were in a hurry to brag about it. Whereas with Wilder and White, I don't hear nothing, bro. I don't hear shit.
This is the point, you see. I hear a lot of people, and I'm sure you get it, Jules, is that I'm seeing like a lot of people celebrating and looking forward to Anthony Joshua potentially getting knocked out and retired, and they're celebrating the fact that Canelo just lost, and maybe that's the end of him. Imagine if Canelo and Joshua end around. Imagine the numbers that will fucking drop in boxing.
It'll be terrible.
A huge light 100%. On boxing, like him or don't like him. They're a huge light on boxing. They get people watching boxing.
But look, Sporting. The landlord is back. He just threatened a couple of kids at a college to punch him in their face. He just threatened. The landlord is back.
I'm fucking rating for that.
Oh, I love that.
I'm fucking rating for that. You know these fucking keyboard warriors chatting shit over the computer, or just shouting. But I gotta rate them. They got balls for screaming at him in real life. But when shit, you know what I mean? When he came face to face, he go, "I'll break your fucking glass straw."
Where were the balls at then? Where'd it go?
Yeah, I mean, it's just
that
like
kind of shit is needed. That kind of shit is needed. I mean, hey, listen, I've been pulled up by boxers before. I've been pulled up by Dillian White, Richard Rackport for saying shit. Sometimes people need pulling up, myself included. You know?
No, but also with Anthony Joshua, you got a guy, right? This is why I like that he did it specifically. You got a guy that he nice to the people. He's normally a nice dude, like in the public. Like, he's gracious with his fans. He's gracious with his supporters. So for you to go out your way to be disrespectful, to violate this dude, that's normally a good dude. I'm glad it was him that checked you. Like, yo, dude, like, why do you think you could talk to this 254-pound man, 6'6"? Why do you think you could talk like that? I know why. Because he's nice to people. You found out real fucking fast. He ain't that nice.
AJ Wilder does massive numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Femi came back.
Of course, bro, but it ain't. Look, Wilder is in a very weird place right now.
He's not coming back. He's not coming back.
Yo, he had a picture. You know, they showed a picture of Wilder. He had a motorcycle, and he had like a rhinestone type of like a sheer, like a shiny jacket. Like he looked like a backup dancer in Rhythm Nation. Y'all remember Rhythm Nation? Rhythm Nation. I'm like, yo, like.
No. I saw that photo on Twitter, and somebody's like, "What? Tyson Fury really fucked this guy up, didn't he?"
You know, and look, if he's gonna do other things, great. I wish him all the best.
Didn't he reign as the WBC champion for like 6 years?
Well, I would say 5, honestly, because he won the title. He won the title in 2015, and it was in February of 2020 that he lost it. So it's about 5. But
fucking hell, then Fury walked in and fucking gate crashed the party and smashed his face right in.
He's never been the same since.
Fury, I say this, you know, and I believe that's why so many people are trying to call Bivol a cherry pick gone wrong. To me, Fury was a cherry pick gone wrong. Why do I say that? He was literally on the comeback trail when you picked him. He was. He fought Cephas Afuri, glorified sparring session. Francesco Pianetta, not a world level guy.
Cab driver.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, I'm trying to be nice, but, you know, I'll say he wasn't a world level guy. And I always felt, look, Wilder picked the dude because at that time, Fury wasn't known as a puncher. His whole career up until February of 2020, he was not known as a puncher. He was known as a boxer. Guy was going to box you. And remember, the last elite guy that we saw Fury fight was Klitschko in a stinker. And I always felt that's why Wilder picked him, man. He's picking a guy who can't punch as an alternative to Anthony Joshua. Because that's what it was. You were both unbeaten at the time.
I don't know. I think Wilder knocks out every other heavyweight, in my opinion, but
it's hard for me to say that because he couldn't knock Stavern out the first time out.
Take it easy.
He couldn't. He went 12 with Stavern in the first fight. And that always stuck out to me that look, I don't know that you knock everybody out. You didn't knock him out the first time. You didn't knock Fury out. We know that motherfucking shit. You tried.
Where did Stavern get his belt from?
What about if Anthony Joshua lands on Wilder? Do you think Wilder can take it?
Dead. Funeral.
Nope.
No,
I don't think he did.
he got hurt by
Molina
Chris
did.
Ariola, I think. Oh no, Eric Molina.
Eric Molina rocked him. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Molina. Yeah.
I mean,
I
Harold.
actually think the next punch that Deontay Wilder takes, he may not ever fucking walk again, because that guy
Honestly,
got some serious punishment from Fury in that 2 fights.
Those were
Wait,
two
fuck that, you know?
back-to-back. Those were two back-to-back systematic beatings. It would have been better if Fury walks out there in the first round, takes him out right then and there. He would have sustained less punishment. But you got the shit beat out of you for all of the second fight and all of the third fight. And
The
that's
third
what
fight, he got brutally knocked out in the third fight as well. So
when you look at the beatings, he's coming off of 2 of those, bro. 2 of those. It's like, does somebody come back from that? I don't normally see people come back from that.
If he does come back for that, he's got a lot of pride.
Look how he's
He has a
dressing.
lot of pride.
Like you said, just look how he's dressing and riding motorcycles.
Well, he was dressing like that before he got his ass whooped, so
Yeah, I mean, well,
He was always a funny dude to me, man. All the way he dressed, the way he twerked, and all that bullshit. He's
yeah,
a
like
sweet one.
he was already like he like I remember one fight he had like a skirt or something. It looked like you ever played God of War. Kratos, he got like a skirt. He has like some shit like that. I'm like, yo, I don't know what's up with Tuscaloosa, Alabama. If that's how they do it, that's how they do it, boy. Don't do it that way on me.
According to sporting icons, you wanted to get pregnant or something. So.
Yeah.
Oh no, he did say that. He said if the technology is ever developed to where a man can carry a child.
How does Fury, like that third fight when Fury got hit with the straight right and his whole body shook? I was thinking to myself, I watched a few other Wilder fights. How the fuck does he get up from them?
I think it's because he's durable enough to get up from them. Honestly,
No, but he's been pulverized by the hardest puncher in the modern era, and his whole body shriveled.
I think you're giving him too much credit. I honestly believe we're talking about.
Fury fan.
We're talking. No, it's not. It's not that. It's that you look at the way people, go down when Wilder hits him, right? And yeah, it looks violent, looks terrible. But then when you do a little bit more digging, it's like, well, you wasn't all that anyway. Look. In other words, if I showed you Derek Chisora versus Artur Spilka, I don't give you no context. I just show you what Derek Chisora did to Artur Spilka. You can be like, yo. Then I show you what he did to Carlos Takam, that he smoked him. It's going to give you that impression. But the difference between Chisora and Wilder, that both came up at the same time in the same era, is Chisora fought people. He fought nothing but people that need to be fought, like Vitali, like Fury, years before Wilder did it. You know what I mean? Whereas Wilder, the bulk of your knockouts over guys is like, yo, how are these fighters even ranked? How they even who sanctioned this?
What would happen if Anthony Joshua or Dillian White or Tyson Fury all fought the same opponents that Wilder knocked out? You think they could knock him out?
Exactly. And that's the existential question. You telling me Anthony Joshua can't knock out the Spilka that Wilder fought? We saw Chisora knock him out. Dillian White. He can't knock out Artur Spilka.
look what Adam Kanaki did to him.
Chris Ariola. The Chris Ariola that Wilder, he labored with him a little bit. You telling me AJ? No, he can't deal with that Ariola, bro. He cannot deal with that Ariola. Look, he can punch, but I'm just like, it does get blown out of proportion. He can punch, but it gets taken out of context. He came up.
What do you think of Joseph Parker and Joe Joyce not fighting next because Andy Lee wife having a baby soon?
I'm disappointed. That was the one BT and Queensbury Promotions fight. I don't know. I mean, it could be that way, that Andy's decorating it for Joseph. That, look, we don't want that fight. I'm going to tell you what.
Joe Joyce is coming. That guy's a hard man to beat.
Well, Andy Lee already came, and that's the story. He came, and she's good. So, what I'm saying is, I could believe it. I could believe Andy. I could believe like yeah, bro, he was in there, he's busting her ass, and here we are. But I could also believe that, like, look, they talking it up, fam. Like, really, Joseph, and I have Joseph getting stopped. For those that don't know, I have him getting stopped for the first time in his career.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Him or Hergovic stop Joseph, bro. Joseph is the guy that let Derek Chisora, after battering him, walk into his corner, sit there in the pocket.
Like four times.
Like 4 times. He
I
don't
think
got
the
the killer.
helps Joe Joyce. It's because with Joe Joyce coming off of wrist injury and that, I think Joe Joyce should take a fight first before he takes Parker.
Well, that's what they're saying he's going to do. They're saying he's going to fight, and then they'll try to reschedule it. I saw it yesterday that he is going to fight.
Who do you guys think he fights? Who you
I mean, if it's me, I get him a Geet Caballel, a guy who can't punch. I get him a Geet Caballel. There ain't that many services.
Andy Ruiz.
Otto Verleen. Now,
Andy's
fighting he's fighting Ortiz.
Dillian White after a break.
You know damn good and well Dillian is not going to take that fight coming off a knockout.
He's taking every other fight. He takes every other fight. He's not scared.
He takes that fight coming off a knockout on Queensbury. For Queensbury.
Who knows at the moment?
He's the can man.
I don't look.
Listen,
I think
if Kaz Takam can hurt Joe Joyce, a lot of people can.
Can I say this? If I'm Dillian White, I don't even go back to Matchroom. I go to Sky. Like, you got heavyweights that need beating on, and I know y'all giving people a lot of money. Give me a deal. I'm Dillian fucking White.
Steve Robinson alone, man. You leave Steve Robinson alone. We keep him out the ring of Dillian White. They got guys over there. I'm just saying that. Like, I heard, at least I think Eddie said it. I think it was Eddie that said it. That Sky is giving people a lot of money. Hey, Dillian, get your money, yo. Get your bag, because
Derek Chisora will probably step in for Joe Joyce, knowing their situation.
Well, I mean, I heard Derek is supposed to be fighting Adam Kovnowski, supposedly, but we'll see if Adam takes the deal. We talked about that. That look, Adam might, even though I think he should, he might not take the deal, bro. He should. I think they could do good. I think that fight does okay. 2 guys coming off of losses. They're both action fighters. They need to get back in the winner's bracket. It does good business in the UK. It'll do good business in Poland in terms of viewership. It'll do good business. But I don't know if he's going to take it. He's a Heyman guy.
Has he left Heyman yet? I'm just wondering why they're allowing him.
We don't know. We were talking about that the other day here, that let's say he were to turn down the Derek Chisora fight, what would PBC offer him as an alternative to that?
Wilder come back.
That would be the only money fight, a Wilder fight. All the other fights, you don't turn down Chisora for Frankie fucking Sanchez. That's stupid.
Suicide.
How about
suicide? So if you don't turn down Chisora for Frankie Sanchez, okay, what else do you got? We can't say he's going to fight Andy or Luis Ortiz because they're fighting each other. So that's 3 guys out the picture. Really 4. Wilder, Sanchez, Ruiz, Ortiz. Okay, what else do you have?
Charles Martin.
He's already beat you.
He already beat him 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah, he did. I forgot.
Jarrell Miller.
Yeah. Jarrell's going to Triller.
Millennius Trilogy.
Alan the Savage Babbage.
Bro, y'all can say what y'all want about Alan. It ain't never a dull moment when he fight. I know that. Give me Alan over Frankie Sanchez 8 out of 7 days a week, bro.
I pay to see that man fight every
Luis Ortiz?
No, because at least Luis Ortiz was a little bit exciting. Frankie Sanchez, he's like a big Rigo. The big Rigo. It's like, dog, I can't sit through this, bro.
You think he's 28 years old?
Yeah, if I'm 20. If he's 28, I'm 20. He look older than me. I'm old enough to be his father. No, I'm not, but I'm older than him by. I'm supposed to be older than him by 10, 11 years. I don't see it. I don't see it.
So when are we expecting to see this? When are we expected to see the AJ Usyk fight? I fucking got no idea.
July, bro. July 23rd. That's what they're saying. But
you know where? Like, they got a location yet?
I heard it's Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
So I think that fighters should refuse to fight in Saudi Arabia, turn down all that money. What do you think of all these fans going in on AJ for fighting Usyk in Saudi?
Well, I mean, they didn't say nothing about Fury going over there to do a WWE thing. Did a WWE thing over there in Saudi Arabia. Nobody said boo. So It's kind of like, look, man, they doing what they got to do because they know it's money over there, and money fucking talks, bro. Like, I can't get mad at that. If they told me that, hey, you want to fight this dude for all these millions, hell yeah, why not? You gonna get on that paper. But
it doesn't help. It doesn't help AJ, in my opinion, but
I don't think it makes a difference, to be honest. The only thing I could see is, maybe the war in Ukraine could have, I don't know, maybe it affected Usyk, maybe it didn't. Maybe it only emboldened him to beat him even more decisively, to wave the Ukrainian flag, victory. I don't know. But I'm a boxing fan. I want to see the fight.
I think
I
it
just
will.
want to see the fight.
I think it will, but I want to see it too.
You never know. Boxing has a way. Boxing has a way of when you least expect it, it surprises you.
I just want to see whether AJ. I just want to see whether AJ comes in and puts it on Usyk. Because what's the game plan in this? I can't see an avenue where he wins.
Well, he said.
he
said the game plan that this time is to go for the knockout.
Look, that is the only game plan, and it's not a painfully difficult game plan to implement, but it comes with risks, because if you go in there looking for a knockout, you might get knocked out. That's how that's always been. That's how it's always going to be. You go in there looking for a knockout, you might get yourself knocked out, to where you blow your load, you let off a couple of combinations, you punch yourself out, you start getting hit.
And AJ's chin is almost non-existent. So
I don't know. We got a debate, Bruin. We got a debate, Bruin. Does AJ have a chin?
He's taking bombs from Povetkin. He's taking bombs from Vladimir Klitschko. He's taking bombs from Carlos Takam in one time. He's taking big hits and keeps on coming forward. He gets rocked by one punch against Ramirez Jr., who's lightning fast, and suddenly he's chinny.
What is your retort? What is
Dillian White got him. He looked a bit chinny.
No, he got rocked. It's heavyweight division. You know what I mean? These are 200.
It is a heavyweight division, but he seems very vulnerable when he gets chin.
I hear chinny, I think of Amir Khan. AJ has good ability to take punishment.
Can I say this, Joshua? Look, didn't Dillian White cold knock out Derek Chisora? But did he do that though?
Yes, he did.
That's the same Dillian White that did that. That he can punch. Like, if he land, he can punch. He hit AJ with a hard shot, but AJ.
I don't know. I just see vulnerability. If he connects with Usyk, one of those, he's a fucking hard puncher, AJ. If he connects on Usyk, I believe he finishes Usyk. Because obviously Usyk's never been touched by a proper heavyweight.
That's
because he's too slick.
It's only Usyk to say stay still for AJ to hit him.
Yeah.
The body shots were working, and then he stopped doing them.
He needs to jab at his, like I said, and I'm going to sound repetitive. I'm going to sound like a broken record. You can't jab at his head. You have to jab at his chest, because his torso is what doesn't move, but his head is going to move. His torso is not going to move. And you're not really jabbing him to land hard with the jab. You're just trying to probe him so you know where to put the right. And I didn't see him do that. I saw him fencing and feinting, but I didn't see that. Look, man, just commit. Step into the fucking jab at his chest, bring over the right. If the right don't land, left hook the motherfucker as hard as you can. He's a little motherfucker. AJ's
got to be willing. He's got to be willing to cut the ring off. Sorry, brother. He's got to be willing to cut Usyk's footwork and ring craft off. If he's not willing to do that, he is going to get absolutely destroyed.
It's not even that. It's like Jules said in the video. He has to realize I have energy reserves for 6 rounds. If I don't get him out of here in 6, I'm going to get knocked out, but oh well. That's it.
Just do it that time, yo. I said put AJ in a meat locker for the next 4 weeks. Only give him water and grapes and like a little pork chop. No TV. Just put a double end bag in there. Adjust the room temperature to an uncomfortable 55 degrees. When he come out of that shit, he gonna be a fucking animal, yo.
Now that one more thing,
fucking
and play Justin Bieber's baby for the longest time. That'll piss him off.
Yeah. Play him, baby shark, baby shark, for 4 weeks for the whole game.
Why do people always say that Usyk's a small guy? This dude, 6'3", man, is a huge
No,
guy.
because he's not. No, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, sport. Not that because he's not a little guy. He's 6'3" and he's over 200 chase. So not
He's Derek Chisora's height.
He's little compared. He looks littler or smaller than AJ. Smaller, definitely, than Fury.
Oh, of course, but he's just a big guy, though. I mean, he's still a big guy. He still punches hard. I know his record.
He's a Capricorn like me. So I know that he's insane because he's a Capricorn like me and Drew. I know he's out of his mind. I know that. I can see that, but
you know how it's going to work. If you know how it's going to work, if Anthony Joshua beats him, well, it's just a cruiserweight. He should have done that first time.
Of course, because that's the way.
Fury does it. Oh, Fury's the greatest of all time. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, if the saving grace is that if AJ avenges the loss, I think it's a lot more likely that Fury returns, and we have that to look forward to.
Yeah,
that he'll come back and they'll do the big fight. The question is, do you guys really feel in your heart of hearts, if AJ avenges the loss, will you have renewed confidence in him to beat the likes of the Gypsy King, the Tyson Fury?
Of course.
I'll be rooting for him.
That's a very tough fight. That's a very tough fight for Fury, I reckon, because AJ brings a different look compared to what Fury has looked at in his previous opponents. AJ is about exactly the same size as Fury. People mistake Fury's not 6'9". He's about 6'7", 6'8". If you really actually are honest about it, I think AJ causes a lot of problems because obviously Fury's not as fast on his feet as he used to be. The old Fury, before he came back against Wilder, the first fight, the old Fury would completely outbox AJ. But this Fury, where he's willing to stamp his feet and trade, I think AJ could knock him out.
This is exciting. This is juicy.
Now I have a question, Jules. I got a question for you, Jules. Being that we're close to 2.5, 3 months from the Canelo Triple G fight, how much more promotion do you?
Shit, Fury got him. Fury got him.
He's not finished.
He was talking to
pay-per-view fight for DAZN.
You're back. Yo, you went in and out. Say it again, bro.
Okay.
Say it again.
I said, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I said, being that we're 3 months away from Canelo Triple G almost, how much more promotion do you think you're going to see for this fight from DAZN, being that this is the flagship pay-per-view they really wanted from jump?
I mean, I think we're going to see morning shows. I think we're going to see at least one appearance, a few appearances actually on a morning show. What they've been doing that's very clever is they'll advertise the pay-per-view on smart TVs even when you're not in the app. Like literally, if I turn on my Roku, the one I got in the bedroom, the pay-per-view with Bivol, it was right there. Like, so they're doing it in a way where you're gonna bump into the fight. So I think the promotion is gonna be top notch, bro. Honest to God, I think it's gonna be top notch because the promotion for Saunders was good. The promotion for Bivol was, I ain't gonna lie, it was. It felt like they just look. Here's a fight. It's on pay-per-view, but the promotion for Saunders, it was good. It was good.
Is there a bigger fight stateside than Canelo Triple G?
No.
Numbers?
None.
No.
Now you just heard all the
people like to answer that question with spiritually and ethereally. whereas me, I'm a numbers guy. And when we say bigger, the context that I think is numbers. Is there a fight that will draw more? No, there isn't. There isn't.
And I'm going to go out and even say this even further. This is going to do better business than Fury and White did.
Possibly. We don't know what Fury and White did. That's the problem.
When we don't know, Jules, we know.
What I will say is that this fight will be very commercially successful for DAZN, not just in North America, but in the other territories. Because if you kind of think about it, you know, it's a subscription-based app, which means you have to pay to view, even if it's just $5, even if it's just $20, even if it's just $30, whatever, right, in these different territories. And that's going to coax those boxing fans like, you know what? I probably don't want the zone all the time, but I want it for this fight. So I feel not just the North American pay-per-view buys, I think they're going to make a nice chunk of change abroad in the European market. And not just with the Brits, with the Germans and all of the Italy and all that shit, because they got boxing markets in those markets. So it's going to be real nice, man. I'm going to get Eddie Hearn on here and I'm going to ask him uncomfortable questions.
I'll get him on here. Drop him. Drop him. I'm going to be on there for that because I need to drop Eddie my resume because I am a dual citizen now, so I can be the liaison in Mexico. I can, I want to earn with Hearn.
Let me read the super chat. Canelo moved up to fight Triple G, Kovalev, Bivol. Charlo moved up to fight Korobov. Benavidez can move up to fight Zerto, and then Canelo for the #1 Mexican. Bro, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of the year because this is the thing. Buatsi is not ready for Bivol. They got to know that. No, he's not ready for him.
No, absolutely not.
He's not. And what are you gonna do? You're just gonna feed him to Bivol? And Zerto's supposed to be ahead in the queue anyway. He's supposed to be the WBA mandatory. So I really don't know what's gonna happen with that. Like, are we gonna get Bivol? I like Bivol versus Ramirez. That's a good fucking fight.
I do too, but you like you pointed to it, Jules. Between DAZN, Matcher, and Oz and Golden Boy, DAZN's gonna want that fight. But who's gonna quarterback the promotion?
Yeah, like the zone is going to show it regardless, but what I'm wondering is Golden Boy going to make things difficult to where, oh, right, well, we want to do the fight. Dimitri's not going to fight for peanuts. He just beat Canelo Alvarez. That's what the fuck he just did. So
but the Dimitri's guaranteed purse demands went up by 150%.
Yeah, you have to. He fucking beat Canelo Alvarez. He's now a bigger name than Zerto. Like,
I like
and I'm the champion.
He's bigger than all the PBC guys at 68 now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, of course he gonna want some money. It's just, I don't know. At the same time, we saw that Eddie, he sent Alicia over the Top Rank. I'm very upset about that.
I'm very surprised. That's shocking to me. I'm surprised he did that.
Most people are speculating that this is a bartering play, that he sent Alicia to Top Rank so the Top Rank would send him Jose Ramirez. That's what I'm saying.
That's what
Eddie
has the
like
fiduciary duty to get the fight they want, and I'm sure Alicia said, "Fuck it, I want to beat that bitch's ass because I want to." Everybody on the relay wants me to beat her ass.
I've spoken to Alicia on more than one occasion, and that's literally what she says. I want to beat that bitch's ass, ESPN or anywhere. This is literally what she's telling. This is what she's told me many, like, I don't care if I got to go to ESPN. I'll beat that bitch's ass. So, I mean, here we are.
Then he's like, okay, go get her.
And this is like I said, this is her first. This is her first real fight in the States that could launch her crossover. She goes on ESPN, whoops that bitch's ass, and knocks her out. Watch everything that comes from that.
I just don't want to see her get robbed, bro. I might cry like when Roy lost. I had a tear in my eye. You know what I mean? I would get sad if she.
Are you gonna get sad or mad? Because you got mad when Chocolatito got robbed last year.
I did get mad, but at least he was cool. Like, I knew that. Like yeah, you gonna get mad if he get robbed. I'm gonna get sad. Like, y'all really gonna rob the homie? Don't fucking rob the homie. Knock her out. Knock her out. That's the fuck, yo. That's the fuck.
Hey Jules, was you upset when Shannon Courtney lost?
I ain't gonna lie. Matter of fact, let me say this. I felt bad for Shannon because I did a live stream for that fight, right? And the first thing I noticed is that she was coming out with a leg brace. I know a lot of people give Shannon a lot of shit, right? I'm not trying to be Captain Save Abroad or whatever. But being real, she deserved better than that. She's a better boxer than that. And she ain't lose like, oh, she sucks and she got exposed. No, she is better than that. On one good leg, she hurt Jamie, and that was on one good leg. And goddamn it, on two, she could win her belt back.
Yeah, what's going on with that rematch, by the way?
Well, Shannon wants to do an 8-rounder first because she had to have the leg operated on. Okay. So she wants to do an 8-rounder first, and then she wants to cap off the year with Jamie Mitchell rematch. And then next year, she trying to fight everybody's favorite Australian, Ebony Bridges. I love Bridges, by the way. I love Bridges. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I love Ebony Bridges. Motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Can't tell me shit.
I wouldn't mind Ebony and Davey running it, doing the fight.
You mentioned that there's some kind of deal between Top Rank and Matchroom to get Jose Ramirez to fight Conor Benn. I don't like that fight for Conor Benn.
I don't like that fight.
I hate that fight.
Sporting. I don't like that fight for Conor Benn. I don't know why Eddie is pushing so hard for that. To me, instead of getting Jose, let him fight David Avanesian. He can win that fight. He can knock out David Avanesian. I don't see him knocking out Jose Ramirez.
Now I have to ask you guys, do you guys don't like it because of that reason, but do you want to see it?
Well, bro, to answer your question, if you told me, yo, later on today, Conor Benn fighting Jose, you think I'm not going to watch that shit?
You're going to fucking go live for that shit.
I'm going to fucking go live for that shit. Of course I'm going to watch that shit. So, yes, I like the fight. It's his chances that I don't like. Like, nah, bro.
I like, but also, Jules, if let's say Conor does want it, I like the gumption that young man's showing.
I like it too. I like
you've
it
been
too.
saying, Jules, you want these young fighters to say, fuck it. If I take
but I like it too, but it's kind of like when people give Joshua Buatsi shit, that annoys me. They're like, yo, dog, like it's mad dudes that don't get moved the way you want him to be moved. Why you want to rush him? You know what I mean? That dude is not going to be a cruiserweight. That dude is probably going to be a career light heavyweight. So if you're going to spend most, if not all of your career at light heavyweight, you don't need the Bivol fight right now. You don't. You're not ready for that shit. You need to fight a couple guys, get you some Chilembas, get you some Felix Valera, see if Sullivan Barrera didn't get these guys, yo. Before you focus on Bivol, get these guys, bro, because that's what they did. They went through, they didn't just all of a sudden, I'm going to just be fighting for titles. Nah, they had their time to grow. He deserves his time to grow.
You think Conor Benn beats Josh Taylor?
Possibly. Well, let me say this. Look, Josh Taylor's a fellow Capricorn, and he's from Scotland. And because he's a Capricorn, I'm inclined to treat him better than other people because I'm biased and because I ain't shit and I'm a hypocrite. So, because I'm biased and I'm a hypocrite, I'm going to say that I feel like people are reading too much into the Jack Catterall fight. There were things about Josh's game that he normally does that he didn't do in that fight. I also believe he was coming off an injury and it was a hard cut. That doesn't mean he did. That doesn't mean that Jack didn't win the fight. That means that I think he can still box better than what he showed us that night. That's what I mean.
Well, I'm going to ask a question.
Now, to add to that, Jules, what is the upside for Conor Benn beating Jose Ramirez in spectacular fashion?
Well, it's my understanding that if Conor Benn were to beat Jose Ramirez, he would turn into the Mexican Captain America. He'd be Captain Mexico. And his Spanish would get better. Obviously, his cooking would get better. And it's very important. And I don't think he's being honest with you. If they make that fight, I don't think he wins that fight.
And then, okay, go with me here. He wins that fight. He's got the better win than any of Ortiz, Boots, Ennis, and everybody's gonna have to come see him.
I mean, I think that. I kind of think that because look, some of Virgil's wins, when they're good wins, by the way, I've always liked Virgil's resume as a prospect. But one of your best wins is Mighty Mo Hooker. Who knocked out Mighty Mo Hooker? Jose Ramirez. So I think one of the more solid wins that Virgil has as a welterweight is Igis Kavaliauskas, obviously. But, Igis was coming off the loss to Crawford. So it's kind of like, Conor's win over Jose would be better than that. Yeah, it would.
I prefer Adrian Broner for Conor Benn, to be honest.
Yeah, but Adrian's not going over there, bro. Adrian is not going to go over there.
He said that now, is he?
He said he went back. He said in some Conor Benn ain't got no money, and that was like 3-4 weeks ago. So that let me know already that like he's not going over there, bro. Not going over
None of them guys going over there. Eddie would pay Thurman, Broner, Danny Garcia.
Bro,
really
they
good
want
money to go over there, and they won't.
Yeah, but what they want is ridiculous money. Like, bro, ain't nobody finna give you $10 million. You fucking Keith Thurman, not fucking. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is a Conor Benn fight, not a Canelo Alvarez fight. You want Canelo money to fight Conor Benn. You crazy.
They want double probably what Eddie offered them.
Let me read the super chat. Steel Mill says AJ needs to study Linares versus Loma and watch how Linares threw the left hook with no intent to land it, but to force Loma to keep his hands at home so he can't capitalize off those angles he likes. Yeah, he need to watch Linares on how to land the straight right on the southpaw because he fucking landed that shit. Sat Loma right on his back pocket. Here is the question. When is Loma coming back?
The war's over.
Is he coming back?
Did you guys see that Ukrainian boxer who died?
Yep. Three of them. Three boxers. Well, two boxers and one kickboxer.
That shit's sad, man. I
One
hope
left behind a wife and 2 daughters, man. That's fucked up.
if Loma dies, bro, my heart's gonna break. Bro.
Yo, bro, that's fucking I don't even want to think about that, bro.
Don't say
I
that,
don't even
man.
want to think about that because that'd be really fucked up, bro.
I really would.
Whatever happened to that Daniel Yulusinov? Wouldn't him versus Conor Benn be an interesting fight?
Yeah, but Matchroom cut him, bro. They cut him.
Is that what happened?
Well, they can't promote. I know that they cut him. That I know. But I think they just didn't know how to promote him. Like, he's good. You know, he's a serviceable fighter right now, standout amateur. But I think they felt like they just didn't know what to do with him. I don't know where he is right now.
I don't think he's fought since then. The last fight was the Dongo fight.
He has too many S's in his name. Lucinov. Like, I don't even know how to say that shit. Like, Sporting is a master of linguistics because I don't know how to say Lucinov. I don't know how to say that shit.
Well, he was tipped to be the next big thing, according to Eddie Hearn. I was wondering what happened to him. Also,
well, he looked like a Spanish Gennady Golovkin. Like, if Gennady Golovkin was from Oxnard, California, that's what he looked like. Canelo-GGG.
Well, he's from Kazakhstan, so why not? They're both from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, man. Sure.
A question, Jules. Jaloff Rice. Is he? Who's he contracted with?
Oh, right now he's with Probellum, but his next fight is on Showtime. He's with Schaefer though. So Schaefer, if Schaefer is having trouble getting a network broadcaster with Probellum, you can look for Schaefer to try to rekindle the flame with Showtime. You know, he had like a couple of one night stands. Like, yo, can you bring my get my guy Yulusin off a date?
They got him one.
I just want Schaefer to bring back. I want him to bring back Michael Kahns and Alex Ariza because I miss those guys in boxing.
Schaefer's mustache irritates me because it's like, bro, it's not gonna grow anymore. Shave that shit, please. It looks bizarre.
Oh, I have to tell you guys this. Y'all know the symbol for the Ram, like the cars?
Yeah.
Look at that, then go look at Leonard Ellaby's nose. Like, it's like the same thing. It's like the same thing. I can't unsee it, bro. Somebody told me that. I can't unsee it now.
Bro.
Why did you do that? Now Jules is gonna edit that in the next relay.
Please do.
Oh shit! Now, but what is Leonard gonna do? Like, all right, what do you guys anticipate now that Gervonta is doubling down and he's saying that this is in fact gonna be the final fight under Mayweather Promotions? How does this affect Leonard?
He's lying. I think he's lying. He's after a big deal.
You think he's lying?
Yeah.
I used to think Gervonta was the Mayweather's bitch, but now I realize it's really Leonard.
That's been Leonard all along. It's been Leonard all along.
He just has him like on his leash. He just tells him what to do and everything.
I mean, that's why his nose is so big because he spends too much time sniffing Floyd's table scraps.
No, look. Rumor has it every time Floyd gives Leonard an order, his nostril gets a little bigger. They used to tell us that lullaby in villages, like don't be bad if Floyd's gonna order you to get his coffee. Real shit, yo. But I don't know. Like, I could see Leonard falling into the background a little bit, like Kathy Duba, to where he still has a stable of fighters, but he's not at the forefront of the sport anymore. You know what I mean? Because he still does have Mayweather Promotions does have a stable. It's just not big. Like, it's not a lot of fighters. It's not a lot. They don't do a lot of shows. So he's probably gonna be like a booking agent. Like, yeah, I got some fighters for you. Like, if you need a fighter or you need a southpaw, cool, I got a southpaw. You need like a young guy at lightweight, okay, I got a young guy at lightweight.
Yo, Rolly may be a retard, but he is in shape for this fight. Like, he looks fucking big.
He's Rambo Romero for this fight, bro.
Yeah, I love his confidence, but he's not winning. But I do love his confidence.
No, but I mean, if he shock us all, what I said earlier, boxing has a way of just surprising the shit out of people, yo. What if Rolly Romero or Eubank Gervonta Davis on Saturday?
Yeah.
Yo, if PBC believe Tank Davis that maybe he's going to jump ship, don't be surprised if those scorecards don't reflect the fight.
Well, no, I said that earlier, Sporting, that because this is the final fight of his contract, don't be surprised if they fuck him, because they might.
Yeah.
It's spiteful. They might fuck him.
How beautiful would it be, though? It'd be so ironic.
Oh, bro,
That's karma right there. That's
gonna be a hell of a Sunday morning. It really is.
I'd be so happy, man. I would.
You know how much money Jules would make going live after that news broke?
Listen, I might have to change my pants if that happens.
I always liked Tank Davis. I always liked Tank. I always liked him. I always felt that he's being held back by Floyd, and that because Floyd don't want nobody to outshine him.
I dig it. It's just after a while, you know, the idea that we have to keep giving him a pass or pardoning him for what we're seeing, it just gets kind of tired. It's kind of like Benavidez, that I got tired of giving him a pass. That look, maybe you do want the big fights, but the reality is the big fights are not happening. So it is what it is.
How dare you say that about Benavidez? He's just had a career-defining destruction of the big, incredible David Lemieux. You know, now he's the pound-for-pound number one in the 168.
Yeah, I know, right, Jules? You put some respect on that man's name.
Listen, I didn't think David Benavidez was going to survive that fight. David Benavidez.
He's pound for pound.
Easily. He's ground for pound, ground chuck, pound for pound.
At least number two. At least
Frankenvidez. He's Frankenvidez, man. He's
Frankenvidez.
Oh. Y'all want to hear some crazy shit? So I was on a channel called like DBA Boxing or whatever, and he had people calling in to give their pound for pound list. This guy called in. He put Teofimo at number 2, saying that they robbed him for the Kambosos or whatever.
Oh, jeez.
He had Ortiz, Virgil Ortiz Jr. at number 6, saying he's gonna be the next up and comer. And then he put number 8. Guess who number 8 was?
Who's number? Who?
Isaac Cruz.
Yo,
I was so disgusted, bro. I had to leave.
Listen, bro. That's why I don't. That's why I like being in my echo chamber. Like, everybody can have their pound for pound list. I have mine. I just don't need to know what everybody else's list is, man. Like, I don't even.
Well, guess what? Guess what I got on my pound for pound list? Alicia's on it like 9 times. So.
Listen, I have
That's my wife. That's my wife right there.
I have Gervonta Davis on mine at least 3 times. And Rolly right behind him because they about to fight. So
now listen, because of what his grandfather did, I have Nico Ali Walsh at number 1.
Easily. Yep, it's not even an argument.
That makes sense. That makes sense right there. Yeah.
I didn't even know he had a grandson.
Wait, Jules. Muhammad Ali Walsh is Muhammad Ali's grandson?
I don't think so. Fuck. I think so, maybe.
I have Edgar Berlanga because of his jab. Like, he has one of the best jabs in boxing. Easily. And plus, he lived close to my house, so there's that. That's important.
That guy is genuinely ass, bro. No,
he might get knocked out, bro.
He's actually ass. Who's he fighting left? Angulo?
He's fighting this. Look, he's fighting this old Dominican guy, right? The guy's like 38. His name is Alexis Romero Angulo. And the thing about Angulo is, obviously, he's not going to take the world by storm. But he can punch. And Edgar don't take a good punch.
No, he does not.
You might get knocked out, bro.
Oh. Hey, Jules, what do you think of this? I'm going to say 2.5 years time.
I have Felix Verdejo on my pound for pound list still.
Don't even mention that guy, actually. Don't mention that guy.
Guess, boy.
Okay, so in about 2, maybe 3 years' time, you're going to see a world championship fight between Savannah Marshall and Georgia O'Connor. What do you reckon?
Georgia O'Connor? No, she's too small for Savannah, bro. I think she's moving down, if anything.
No, she can fight middle.
No. In other words, I know she can fight at middle. I think her last fight was at junior middle. But the picture she's been posting, it looked like she's going down to welter.
Maybe. I mean, I'd love her to. I think that there should be a bit more explosive down there.
I think this is what I think they're going to do with Georgia. It's the same thing they did with Michaela. Michaela debuted as a lightweight. After like 3-4 fights, they moved her down to super feather. Georgia debuted as a junior middle. I think they're probably going to move her down to welter for a couple of fights and see if she can't win a belt there.
I think that super welter would be better to win a belt for Georgia right now, because all the belts at welter are still tied up, aren't they? With McCaskill.
Well, no, that's the thing. Jessica's letting it be known that, well, Rick Ramos, he posted it on Twitter. He said that they trying to move back down to 140.
Really?
He said that. They trying to move back down to 140, and you know what that means. If you move back down to 140, the belts go vacant.
Ooh, that'd be interesting then.
Who's Ebony fighting next?
I don't know. They're going to have to get creative because she's in a division. Like, it's a girl from Denmark. I don't know if y'all watch all the videos I do, but it's a girl from Denmark. She ain't no motherfucking joke, man. She is not
I know you're talking about
played with. All right? I'm scared to interview her because she ain't no motherfucking joke. Right? She's a bad motherfucker. Like, I say the shit. I love Ebony, and everybody, all of Australia knows that. But I'm just being real. Right now, I don't think she's ready for that fight. She's not ready for that fight. She needs 2-3 more fights to be ready for that fight.
Is she Probellum? Is it Scotland?
Yeah, she's Probellum. She's Probellum.
Yeah, I thought so.
She's helping Daniel move the bricks. She's
Yeah.
helping Daniel move the bricks. And then there's the Mexican one. The Mexican girl, she's very, very good. And you know that's the thing. That like Ebony is the most popular bantamweight. She really is. She's the most popular. She's the most recognizable. Her and Shannon really. But it's killers at that weight, man. My homegirl Melissa Odessia, she about to fight in June, and she coming back, and she won't beat ass. She won't beat bitches' asses, y'all. So motherfuckers gotta chill. It's live in that weight class. That's why I like it.
Jules, what about Senicia Estradia?
Actually, her dad hit me up. I gotta talk to him. He said he gonna give me an update. If you listening, Joe, yeah, I'm gonna hit you back. I literally just remembered because he sent me something and I was about to go to sleep, so I didn't even respond. But I'll probably hit Joe up after I get off this live.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Senicia's father.
Oh.
But
Yeah, I'll
yeah,
see Georgia fight at Hannah Rankin in the next 3 or 4 fights.
Georgia has the ceiling for it, but I don't. Being real, if they do what I think they're gonna do, which is Jonas versus Rankin, I favor Natasha. She's quick. She's quick. She's fast, and she showed that her power carries because she has the speed. Obviously, she's a way better boxer than a lot of girls at that weight. So I think she's gonna take that belt from Hannah. At which point, it might end up being Georgia O'Connor versus Natasha Jonas if they want to keep Georgia at 154. I see Ebony Jones is coming back. Ebony Jones.
She's the one who beats up Shannon Courtney on a regular basis, isn't it? Inspiring.
That's what I was told. That is what I was told, that Ebony Jones be giving her the business. I know that I think she drew in her last fight, Ebony Jones. But that's another one at bantamweight. She want to fuck you up. She want to mess you up out here. I fuck with it.
And George's best friend, Eddie Scottney.
I love Ellie, by the way. I love Ellie. I don't know why she won't give me an interview, but I'm going to put this. Let me put this out there so I can put her on the spot. Let me put this out here. Hold on. I'm going to put this out there. I'm going to make it real embarrassing for me and her. Ellie Scottney, you need to give me an interview, yo. You give me an interview, Ellie. All right? I watch all your fights, yo. Crawford. I say it all the time. I'm going to put that shit on Twitter. I'm going to put her on the spot. You need to give me an interview, yo. All right? Because we need to talk. All right, now back to it. I love Ellie, man. Like, bro, she got it all. It's few fighters at 122 or 118 that got the ceiling that she got. Like, she got it. She fucking got it.
I'll tell you what, I'll arrange for Georgia and Ellie to interview together with you. You can interview them both at the same time.
If you could, if you could do that, I would be, I'd be like a kid in a kid. Because I've been trying to get Ellie, but Ellie don't be responding. I'm like, what's your respond to me, son? Crawford. Some Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Been watching Ellie Scott. I told everybody, like, literally, it was a lot of naysayers before this fight that she just had. There was a lot of naysayers. They felt that Roman would make her look bad. And I said, no, she won't. She gonna handle Roman easy. She got it. She's ready. She's at a point where I would be confident that she could win a title, but she would have to labor. So I'm like, Ellie's young. She's not old. She's young. Why labor? Have a couple more fights. You could beat these broads. She can beat them broads up there. It's just why labor? Why rush? Take your time.
Good trainer too, Shane McGuigan.
I love Shane McGuigan shit. He's like Gandalf. Like he has all the fucking answers. Everybody looks better under Shane McGuigan. Everybody. Training Carolyn Dubois, training Daniel Dubois, training Ellie Scottney. He used to train Josh Taylor. And I'm gonna be real. Shane McGuigan's Josh Taylor is better than Ben Davison's Josh Taylor. Controversial, I know, but it's the truth.
It is.
Why did he leave Shane?
Because of the Cyclone Promotions thing.
Oh.
Shane's dad is Barry. Barry is Cyclone Promotions. They were Josh's Taylor in the very big. Josh Taylor's promoters in the very beginning of Josh's career. But after he won the World Boxing Super Series, he traded up. I'm top ranked now. Fuck that. Top ranked fighter. Then
what? I don't like that. What's her name? You like her? I think you interviewed her.
Who?
Ah, shit. Oh, the girl who went in on my friend April.
Sandy.
Fuck Sandy.
Sandy. I don't do that. I like Sandy. Like I like Sandy because I know what kind of fighter she is. So I know that she not one for the, she ain't one for the bullshit. Like I see that about her. But I ain't going front. She don't talk a lot. Like she just didn't say a lot. I'm like, yo, this is an interview and she not talking. Like you gotta say something, yo. But yeah,
you see her and Chantel Cameron going at it.
Yo, I love Chantel. By the way, I love Chantel. I'm always gonna love Chantel. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Go ahead.
So besides the Bam versus Rungvisai, what fight are you looking forward to most on that card?
Honestly, McCaskill versus Ibarra. That's a fight where, like, I don't know what's gonna happen. That's why I want to see it. I literally don't know. I see a way for Jessica to win. I do see a way, but at the same time, Mexican homegirl is not to be played with, bro. She is not, and she's big, and she could box and punch. It's not like out muscling Erica Farias or Cecilia. Nah, it's not like that. You can't. I don't think she's gonna let you do that, and she got more size than him. So the fight that I'm looking forward to the most on the undercard is that one.
Potential fight of the year candidate.
Somebody might get knocked out, bro.
Potential fight of the year candidate. That's a great card, top to bottom. I like that card.
Somebody might get knocked out, bro. Like I'm really look. It's a great fight for both, and it's a great opportunity because if Jessica shows that, like, nah, you're not taking my belts. That's some boss ass shit. That would be some, like, I'll leave my belts when I feel like it, but I'm not gonna let you take them. That's some boss ass shit.
Is that the same card as Cecilia Brackhouse?
Nah, Cecilia gonna fight on Oscar Rivas' card in he fighting in Colombia. Bridgerweight champion, obviously. He's got a mandatory, and she's fighting on his card.
Why?
Because they're both from Colombia. Most people don't know Cecilia by birth is Colombian, but she was when she was raised in Norway, so she rep Norway. But they doing like an all Colombian card. It's gonna be complimentary cocaine for everybody. It's gonna be beautiful.
Nice.
Gonna be some sniff. Gonna be some sniff for everybody. Everybody gonna be feeling good, feeling right all through the night.
Calasalva's gonna be there front and center, man. I'll tell you.
I mean, look, she fighting the Swede Patricia Bergul. I don't know. It's winnable though. It is winnable for Cecilia. If there was a winnable fight at that weight, that's the fight. That's a winnable fight for her. She just has to keep it a boxing match. Don't let her start acting young and aggressive and getting in your shit. If she could keep it a boxing match, she could win a belt.
Is it still a welter? Is she standing at welter or is she moving up?
Nah, she's at junior middle now, bro.
Oh, okay.
That's a junior middleweight fight, bro. For the WBC title. She in that conversation. She in that conversation with Jonas and Georgia O'Connor and Hannah Rank if she can win that belt.
How's she fighting for a belt when her last fight was a loss?
Say it again?
How's she fighting for a belt when her last fight was a loss?
It's WBC, bro. The WBC, bro. You know how it go.
Speaking of that, Jules, I don't think we got your opinion on the WBO coming out yesterday saying that Caleb Plant was a mandatory and Canelo don't got to defend that belt till April 2023.
My answer to that shit is big fish shit, ho. That's what that is. Big fish shit and chips and dip. Big fish. Like, you had a dude stunting on Crawford talking about how he the big fish. Did we not see that? Right? You had a dude 250,000 pay-per-view buys. Big fish, right? So why Canelo cash money with the cartel with the cocaine can't be a big fish? He a bigger fish in a bigger ocean.
And Triple G is what, the WBO title?
Mm-hmm.
I would just love one of those sanctioning by WBA.
Nah, he WBA IBF. WBA IBF.
I would hope WBA Gilberto and oh boy IBF say like, no, that's Canelo's mandatory. He don't got to defend for another 12 months.
Okay.
I mean, those sanctioning
for,
bodies would rather take 1% of a Canelo fight than 3 to 5% of a David Benavidez fight.
Well, that's why I said that. Like, look, I'm hip to the shit, and I'm okay with it because at the end of the day, what I really want underneath it all is whatever promotes more boxing matches. And you know what doesn't promote more boxing matches is waiting around for Canelo. And that's what they've been doing. You want one guy to fight like 8 people when he can only fight one of you at a time. And because of that, we're not getting other fights. So if him fighting Golovkin puts you in an uncomfortable position, I'm okay with that. I want you to be uncomfortable. You motherfuckers need to fight. You need to fight. Benavidez, Charlo need to fight Benavidez. Simple as. Y'all need to fight. This year, next year, whatever, y'all need to fight. David Morrell need to fight David Benavidez. Yeah, y'all need to fight. You know what I'm saying? The one getting that too. Caleb Plant, you need to fight Charlo or whatever. You need to fight somebody like, and he already got his opportunity on the big stage at the big show, but it's more along the lines of it can't be that 8 or 7 guys are all lined up to fight one fighter, just one fighter. And the expectation is that he has to fight all of them when he can only fight one of them at a time. What are you doing the rest of the time? What are you other guys doing the rest of the time? What are y'all doing? Suliecki? Montiel? David Lemieux? Nah, shit got to stop.
Well, I suppose if it keeps Canelo busy for the next 4 years, you know what I mean? Shit.
I mean, it does, but at the same time, it's more like, yo, when I see that that's what they're doing, what that tells me is you don't want to take a risk. Because the only way you'll take a risk is if you know you're going to get an astronomical fucking payday. Other than that, you don't want to risk it. Fucking David Lemieux, come on. Y'all was mad that Canelo fought Avni. That wasn't even really his mandatory. That was David mandatory. It's just you lost your belt on the scales, homie. That's what happened.
So what happens if Canelo says to Charlo or Benavidez, all right, I'll fight you? Do you think the PBC will let either of them go on his own?
Oh, fuck Charlo.
Nope. And that's what I want him to do. I want his hair to turn gold. Like, I'm the ace side, you bitch. And you fighting on his own or you ain't fighting. You want to fight me.
You want Canelo to go supersonic, Super Saiyan with the gold hair.
Like I want him to be Super Goku Canelo. Like, either you fighting on the zone or you ain't fighting, motherfucker. It's that simple.
Isn't it a good thing in some ways that Canelo lost to Bivol? Because at least now the Triple G fight is bigger. At least now people will look at Triple G rather than maybe watch Triple G get knocked out for the first time. Maybe give Triple G a little bit more of a chance now.
Fighting chance. I'm on the same boat with you, bro. That I'm like, look, since when did real boxing fans care about unblemished records? Because that's never been the case. You think I ain't watched Ray Mercer fight? Ray Mercer lost a lot of fights. I still fucking watched his ass. Michael Moorer lost fights. I still fucking watched his ass. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, like this shit, like what? I'm gonna stop watching a boxer because he lost the fight? Type of shit is that?
No, this like I was telling Jules from a talking points perspective, this adds so many storylines to the promotion. Canelo coming off a loss, can he rebound? Can
Can he
Triple
be the
G,
hero that Mexico needs him to be? Can
can
Golovkin
Triple
rise
G
to the
be the
occasion?
old man? Can the old man summon greatness one more time? All that stuff.
The
This is a
old man
promoter's
that
wet
found it
dream.
within himself to be the best boxer that he could be. You know, it's all types of good storylines in that shit, bro.
And Eddie Hearn is salivating right now like some fresh fish and chips to promote this thing.
Eddie Hearn is the Dumbledore of the shit. He's the Gandalf. Like, he's trying to get Frodo Canelo to the ring. Get him to the ring so he could be the Lord of the Rings, of the ring. It's beautiful narrative.
A Canelo fight more than Triple G. Nobody deserves a Canelo fight more than Triple G. Triple G beat Canelo. Let's have it right. He beat Canelo.
I agree with that. The first fight, definitely. Yeah. And I don't argue with anybody that says that that's how they had it, because that's how I had it.
Yeah. So Triple G has earned the right for that fight. He's earned that payday.
Yeah. I mean, at least more than them. Look, Triple G unified in his last fight. What the fuck did Charlo do? What the fuck did David Benavidez do?
Exactly. Well, Magic Selecki, I mean, killer. You know what I mean?
It's a dangerous fight.
Can you imagine if Selecki beats him?
Oh my god, that'd be so beautiful.
It'd be hilarious.
Jules, can you correct? Can you refresh my memory, Pat? When's the last time we had a trilogy where the competition was back and forth? Because Wilder Fury was one-sided. This is a legit where nobody's dominated in 24 rounds.
I would say, hold on, because I got two shits on. Trying to get my cigarettes. A back and forth trilogy. It's been a minute. Because yeah, that would have to be it. Marquez and Pacquiao. That'd have to be it. Because Wilder and Fury wasn't competitive. Only the first fight and only a little bit. The second fight wasn't competitive. The third fight wasn't competitive.
Holyfield Bowl was quite.
Yeah, but that was ages ago. He said more recently, recently. The most recent trilogy that I saw that was competitive, it would have to be Manny and Marquez. Their quadrilogy.
What about Gary Woods?
It would have been Estrada and Chocolatito, I think, had that fight went ahead.
Oh yeah. But there was only two fights. It's not a trilogy. There's only two fights.
Yeah, it would have been had it went ahead.
I don't think Estrada wanted to know. I think he was lying about the COVID.
Really?
Honestly, yeah. I think he felt that he lost and he wanted this.
You're breaking up, man.
You're fading, Julius.
He's smoking those funny cigarettes. He's made him go all fucked up.
He went to Asgard for a minute, holding back.
I disappeared into the Twilight Zone. I think if Bam beats Saw, we might get Chocolatito versus Rodriguez.
Ooh. Interesting.
Please.
I mean, even with beating Saw, I don't know if he's ready for that. I don't know if we'll see, man. It's a good ass fight.
I mean, Jules, play with me here. Say he runs through that lineup of those three that he beats, Saw and then Choco. Bam snaps his Hall of Fame credentials, right?
Bro, he Mexican Goku. He becomes Mexican Goku. He got the spirit balls. That would be some hell of a run. That he just decided to jump up 2 weight classes, take on Quadras, beat him, take on Saw, beat him, then potentially take on Choco and beat him. That's crazy.
That'd be wild.
That'd be crazy. Wild. That is crazy. But we'll see, because Saw is a southpaw, and he got a lot of power, man. He's one of the big hitters at that weight. So I don't know.
He's garbage cans, man. This man knows how to fight.
Exactly. He caught Quadras at the right time to catch Quadras. You know what I mean? Like, it was the right time. Like, I picked Bam to win that fight, but I don't know if it's the right time for Saw.
And those Muay Thai guys that come to boxing from that part of the world, they just have sturdy fucking chins.
Hey, he can fucking punch too. That's the other thing. He can punch. and he is
If Canelo's
southpaw.
the best Mexican fighter currently, who's the second best?
I would say there's an argument for Juan. There's an argument for Juan. I think there's an argument for kind of Oscar. I think there's an argument for Oscar, but it's about as strong as Juan's argument.
Yeah.
But look, if Bam goes on a kind of run that we're talking about, it's easily Bam. Easily.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you not think Zerto is like the light heavyweight version of Joe Joyce?
No, because he's not as much of a jabber. Joe's jab, like he got that. Zerto is a mid-range to inside guy more than Joe. And being real, I don't know. Like if you put Zerto in there with Better Beef, I would pick Better Beef. If you put Zerto in there with Bivol, I pick Bivol. I don't really know. Like I gotta let him tell the story with his fights, cause I don't really know. I don't know about him, B.
What about Zerto and Joe Smith?
I would pick Zerto.
Zerto still. Yeah.
What about Zerto and Joe Joyce? Zerto and Joe Joyce. Who wins that fight?
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, what's wrong with Zerto and Benavidez? What's wrong with that?
I love that fight. Me and Drew talk about that fight all the time, that if you really wanted to make a fight to where a lot of the fans, especially the Chicano and Mexico fans, if you really wanted to make a fight to where they're going to be the ones urging Canelo to take the fight, it would be the winner of Benavidez versus Ramirez. That's the only way you could get them to pressure Canelo to fight a specific guy.
Yeah, I think so. Because if Canelo's going to listen to anybody, it's going to be his own Mexican fans, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's what gives him the leverage that he has, that even though he lost, they're still on his side. They're still going to buy his fight. They're still going to go. But if you do something that they don't fuck with you now, that's what hit him in the pocket to where he feels like, yeah, I need to have this fight. I need this. But it got to be Benavidez. And I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah.
But they ain't gonna fight though. Well, I'm gonna be real. Benavidez is an ugly looking motherfucker, and ugly motherfuckers to fight.
Is that why I can't fight?
Nah, boy, some real shit. I don't know. Like they both got a good argument to win the fight. Zerto is just as big, if not bigger, than David, and he's a southpaw. And now he's tested as a light heavyweight, whereas what we're seeing from Benavidez, yeah, you look dominant against Lemieux. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what you would do at light heavyweight. You know what I mean? Like, can you handle a Unieski Gonzalez? Can you do that? I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think we get that Ennis and Thurman fight?
I think we have to, bro. I think we have to, because even if Ennis is not an Al Heyman fighter, right? Which he's not. Showtime as a network is still invested in him. So Showtime can put the squeeze on the PBC. Like, you got to give us one of your guys. One of the guys that ain't doing nothing, you got to give us one of those guys. If it ain't Thurman, they got to be. They got to be something, because we're trying to turn him into a star. And he's not going to turn into a star, fighting Custio-Clayton. That ain't going to make him a star.
I mean, like he's not gonna fight Bud to give him boots. Seriously, for real.
Like Bud, look, Bud and Ennis is not in the same conversation, because Ennis is supposed to be the heir apparent to the welterweight division, but he not fighting the former champions and them kind of people. Those the kind of people that, like, we need to see him beat the hell out of Danny Garcia. We need to see him beat the hell out of Keith Thurman. Then we'll know. Because that's how that goes. And the only way if they give him a lot of money, if he the A-side, maybe. You're going to have to give him a lot of money, though.
Has Bruce got a big fan in the States?
No. Boots is a guy. Boots right now has the following that Erickson Lubin had when he was coming through and he was still unbeaten. It's still a cult following. So he has one, but it's not big yet. If you see him stop a Keith Thurman, watch that shit grow.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Boots and Ortiz.
I would love that, but
Ooh, that's a good fight.
bro, I would love that fight, but you know, Ortiz with Golden Boy, ain't nobody sending ain't nobody. They not gonna send Ennis to the zone, and they ain't gonna send Ortiz to Showtime.
And Munguia is such an idiot for re-signing with them. He's not gonna get no fights.
Bro, Munguia, he another one. He another one that I'm tired.
And he
of
gotta move up
defending him.
in weight too.
Bro, I'm tired of
Already?
like, not even really defending him. It's more like if you ask me, does Munguia want the fights? I would say yeah, but his people don't want him. But I'm sick of saying that. Like, no, bro. Like, you know what? You don't fight shit, bro. You don't fight shit. You don't
yo,
fight
I
he's
don't
nobody.
think he was a beast.
Munguia, Jules, do you think it's more Golden Boy than Zanfer? Because Zanfer was going to feed him to Golovkin.
I do think it's more Golden Boy than Zanfer because if you notice in the press release when they signed to when they re-signed the deal to the zone, they said superstars like Munguia. Like, what you mean superstars? The fuck are you talking about? Superstars. He's a part of their bottom line. Him, Zerto, Ryan, they're part of their bottom line.
Yeah, but he was a beast at 154 though. He looked dominant.
He's a monster, and look, he looks okay as a middleweight too. It's just they don't want to step him up. They don't want to step. I honestly believe, and y'all could call me crazy, I like his chances against Jamal. I like his chances.
He beats Jamal. I don't care.
I dig it.
You know, like
And
Jamal,
this is what I'm gonna say about that fight. The reason I like his chances against Jamal has the right style for the job. He's a boxer puncher. He definitely has the right style, but physically, I think Munguia is a better specimen than you. I think he can bring it and make you uncomfortable. If Montiel can make you look funny, Munguia could do a little better than that. Could do a little better than that.
I don't think Jamal's got the patience or the endurance for 12 rounds at a boxing pace. I don't think he's got it. He's going to have to fight.
He is, and that's why I think, given how soft his competition has been and the schedule he's been on,
he hasn't challenged himself in years.
and he's only fought 2 times in the last 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even have that many rounds in the bank the last 2 years.
He doesn't even try to get out. The guy's literally trying to fight 1 time a year. That's it.
Bro, he probably only gonna fight once this year, and that's gonna make it 3.
That's a
Would you
joke.
like to see Munguia take on Chris Eubank Jr.?
Yeah, that's
would love
wild
that
because
fight.
Canelo's going to fight 3 times. He's going to fight Triple G, a Ryder, and then another probably the zone fight. Charlo's
I'ma
only going to
say-
fight 1 time between that time.
If it was Munguia Eubank, I would have to change my pants because I
Really?
need for somebody to beat the shit out of Chris Eubank. I really need that.
the fucking balls that dude had to call out Triple G after Murata.
It's
Or
not
after
even that.
Canelo
He
lost
called
to
out
Bivol.
Brooke, bro. 2 weeks ago, he called out Brooke. I'm like, bro, Brooke's tired, and he's a welterweight. What are you
remember
doing?
He was calling out Terrence. Y'all remember that?
Like, the nerve of this cat. Like, yo, dog, you sat up there at middleweight. Why are you calling out Brooke? Brooke fought the fights. I don't give a shit. Brooke fought Golovkin. He fought a prime Golovkin. He fought a dangerous Spence. Like, what you calling him out for?
Well, whilst we want to talk about Chris Eubank against that guy who just defeated Danny Dignam. I can't pronounce the guy's name.
Oh, Yanni Beck. That's the,
Yeah.
you know, there are talks for that though. It's been reported there are talks for that. But I think
Okay.
bro, I love that fight because Yanni Becker, Yanni
How does
Becker.
Yanni Beck do against Maul?
You want my honest opinion?
He
And
fucks
y'all
him
gonna
up.
think y'all gonna think I'm high on him, but this is my opinion.
He fucks him up.
He destroys Jamal.
He fucks
Jamal
him.
don't like
I agree.
Jamal don't like southpaws,
He
bro.
stopped.
Look at what Korobov did to him. He couldn't miss him with the straight left, and that was an old Korobov.
He took
What
the
you
fight
think
on
Yanni
short
Beck
notice.
gonna do to him, B?
And he's aggressive. Oh my god, I love him, bro.
I love
would
that
just
dude,
want-
bro.
I would want Charlo Eubank just from the shit talking.
Yeah, but it's like if it was gonna happen, it would have happened already. Because remember, Chris was over there for a fight. Remember, he was over there at the PBC. He had at least 1 fight with them, and then he
Yeah,
left.
that's Karpov. Many
And
people
he
do.
said-
Joe Joyce.
Oh,
is
you
the same.
mean, Jules, you mean Eubank signed with the PBC to get fights and he didn't get the fights?
That's what I mean. He was over there. And
So
Charlo
Andrade and Bud signing with them will mean that they don't get the fights guaranteed.
That's what I've been saying. The way I see it, Charlo would beat Eubank. Yanni Beck would beat Charlo.
All right, let me
You know what
close off on this one before I've got to go in a second. What do you think to the Paris Olympics being the last Olympics to host boxing?
I think they'll change their minds on that. I do. I think they'll change their minds.
Do you think
There's a lot
amateur
of money.
boxing would be done if not allowed in the Olympics anymore?
Possibly, but there's too much money in amateur boxing, registration fees and shit like that, sponsorships. There's too much money in it for it to just go away like that. I think they'll sort it out. There's plenty of time to sort it out.
I hope so.
Jules, do you favor Murata over Charlo?
I favor
Good fight.
Murata over. That's a great fight, by the way. But I do favor Charlo over Murata. I favor Murata over Eubank.
That would be a hell of a fight, though, too.
Murata got a big fucking head, dog.
He's not that good in my opinion.
Bro, he got a big fucking head, bro. Like, that dude could take punches. You see how much Triple G had to hit that dude to finally get him to will?
Yeah.
That dude, he said they was talking about it during the broadcast that he got a bone density check. And they told him that, like, yo, he has the bone density of like a bigger man or some shit, like a heavyweight or some shit. I'm like, that makes sense because he take a lot of fucking punches and he be cool.
Would Triple G have beaten Pirog had that fight went ahead?
I don't think so. Not then. I don't think
Ooh,
so. Not then.
Wow.
Does Yanni Beck
Triple
beat
G would-
G?
Yes. I think Triple G would have lost the decision to Pirog.
Yeah.
I think he would have
That guy
lost the
was a
decision.
beast.
But it would have
That
been
guy
it would have been the kind of loss to where you like, yo, I like this Golovkin person. I like him. Who's he? He lost the fight. But
Golovkin.
it would have been one of those to where like yeah, the motherfucker lost, but you like, yo, I would like to see him fight again. It would have been one of those.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Motherfucking,
All right, guys, I'm going to shoot. Thanks very much for having me on. I appreciate it.
I see you sporting. Who else? Who else would I like to see fight? I think we covered all the fights that we want to see. Right now, what I'm waiting for is for Jalalov to start fighting familiar faces. That's what I'm waiting for.
By the way, Jules, a question for you and the panel. Like, out of all the good fights, we got a lot of good fights in June. I counted 4 good ones. Out of Kambosos, Haney, Nodair, and Noe to rematch. Smith, Benavidez, and what's the last one? Bam versus Soar. Gundy ahead. Which is the one that you're most excited for out of those 4?
Benavidez versus Smith came to mind because I know somebody really gonna get messed the fuck up in that fight.
That's mine. Somebody's going to the hospital.
Yeah, like that's that. When you ask, that's the fight that stood out there. Like, yo, I really want to see who's gonna go to the. It could be Artur. You never know. You never fucking know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Joe's the underdog once again. He could surprise us.
And he thrive in them underdog situations. So it could be Joe. Yeah.
I don't know how y'all feel about this, but Cam Smith beats Joshua Buatsi at 175.
We shall see. Shall see.
I wouldn't mind that fight for Josh. Next. I wouldn't mind that fight for Josh next.
Being real, I really like that fight for Josh. I think that's a yeah.
His defense is weird. Like, y'all see that? He just puts his arms in front of his face, and then you just hit him with an uppercut easily. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
No. I'm not even disagreeing. I'm saying that is the appropriate fight for where he at right now. It's a former champion, yeah, but it's a champion from 168 that's still making his bones at 175. And I do think Callum has enough power to hurt him. I think he's way busier with the jab than Craig Richards. We know he's durable. He went the distance with Canelo. He's a durable guy. So that's a good fight.
And look what he just did. Look what he did to Castillo, who went the distance with Bivol and Brown.
Told you, he turned that motherfucker into a vibrator. Turned that motherfucker into a vibrator on the floor. Just,
Oh, God, that was nasty.
Bro, he knocked the shit out of that dude, B. Somebody said Ortiz versus Ben. Honestly, I don't think Ben can handle Ortiz's size. Ortiz is huge for welterweight. Him and Ennis. Ben is not a big welterweight, yo.
Yo, Ortiz and Ennis is gonna be the next like Bud and Spence. That's fight we're not gonna get into like
That probably
2030.
that probably takes place at 54 though. If I'm being honest, they'd have to move up for that fight. It doesn't take place at welterweight.
I don't think it does either.
But Ennis said he can make the weight easily. Like he has no problem with it.
But for how long though? You know?
Yeah, but
I mean,
you know what the
it's
funny
just-
shit is? Look, Josh Taylor said that shit ahead of this fight. He said I could spend the rest of my career at 140.
Yeah, but we already
No. But once he went controversially, oh no, I need to go up to 147.
Literally, that's what I was trying to say. They're like, yo, before the fight, I could fight here forever. After the fight, nah, I need to go up. I
need to go up.
This is my last fight. Shit, yo. I don't be trusting when motherfuckers say that shit, bro.
It's like the big welters already. I mean, it's in the young and still growing, so it's like not long. They won't be there for long.
I don't think they will either because I think Ennis is what 24. He's 24 years old.
23, 24. Well, either one of those.
Yeah, like he could probably make it for another year. I give him. You know what I mean? But I just don't. It's hard to imagine that 2-3 years from now he's still gonna be at welterweight. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
And Spence is a career welterweight, right?
He fought at 154 earlier in his career.
Yeah, he debuted as a junior middle and then he moved down.
Yeah.
But for the most part, yeah, he's a career welter. He ain't won belts nowhere else. Imagine him trying to go to 54. I still want to see him versus Castaño. I still like that fight.
Yeah,
even after Crawford knocks his ass out.
How does Bud do against Mel though?
That's a
at
tough fight.
154. At 154, that might be pushing it for Bud.
No, I'm being real. He could lose that fight. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible he could
Jamel
lose
can
that
fucking
fight.
punch. Jamel can fucking punch, man.
I mean, Gamboa did hurt Crawford for being honest.
No, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. That he could lose that one. He could lose that one. I love him, but he could lose that one. Yeah. But I see it though. I watch that shit.
I would
believe that shit.
The trash talk, the buildup would be so good too.
Yeah, I watch that shit. Like, ain't no motherfucking bones about that.
Something else.
I'll tell you one thing though with Mayor Bumgarner, like y'all know it's gonna be better than the fight itself. The press conferences.
Oh yeah.
The way
they might need to have security.
But the trash talk too.
be real good.
They haven't been in the same room to talk to each other and talk smack. So that's gonna
wait
be
till that
wild.
press conference. Wait till that press conference.
Listen, my wife's gonna do the damage, bro. Don't worry about it. Round 8 TKO.
I got her. Yeah, I got Alicia by KO by way of probably. I'm hoping she land that straight right, that perfect straight right.
8 or 9, probably.
I mean, I feel like she has to work Michaela's body because Michaela's struggling to make 130, and I believe she's weak there. But we gonna see, man. She got to knock her out though. That's a given because it's a top ranked show.
Please, Jules, express that to her. Let her know, man. Let her know, man.
I tell her, bro. I tell her that all the time. They're like, yo, if you go over there, you know what you got to do. Because you see what they did. You see what they did to Maiva. They had it looking like Maiva didn't win a round.
One judge didn't give her a round. I wanted to punch the TV when I got something. I was so mad. I mean, even though I'm not denying. The right woman won the fight. Yeah. That's true.
Exactly.
Like,
the right person.
Yeah.
They gave the decision to the right person, but it shouldn't have been by that much. And you know what that means? They're like, yo, Maiva didn't have a chance, bro.
Not one. She would have had to hit her with a chair.
Exactly. Like she would have had to spirit bomb her in order to win a decision. She would have had the spirit bomb. She would have comment, ha. She would have had to hit her with one of those.
But like, one of the most annoying scorecards, like a recent memory was the Yoka Bacoli.
Bro, that was insane, bro. That was crazy.
One judge had it a draw. Like, are you kidding?
Ain't no way. Like, look, I could see certain things being scored a certain way. I can, but ain't no way, bro. It ain't no way. Like, nah, ain't no way that was a draw. It's impossible.
I mean, I'm telling you, like a casual who have never seen boxing before or never seen a fight before could have watched that fight and they would have known who won it. Easily. Like
he was getting hemmed up by Bacoli. It wasn't even close. It was 2 knockdowns. It wasn't even close.
Like, honestly, you can give Tony a round, and that's being generous.
Yo, look, I was looking hard for rounds to give him because I knew that the judges would be looking hard for rounds to give him. But I'm like, yo, the most I could give Yoka was like 1, maybe 2 rounds, the max. I'm like, bro, you real close to getting knocked out. I don't know how they gonna have this a draw, but welcome to France. Viva la
Like,
France.
I mean, the shit you said, like, just in your video, just summed it up perfectly, and it made me laugh like hell. By the way, just like I've heard of home cooking, but this was Thanksgiving. Like,
yeah, because that's whack, fam. That's wild. Like, yeah, you could give a guy a close round, and if you give a guy a close round, that's understandable. That's negligible. You talking about a fight where he was getting bullied the whole fight. The whole fight is him getting bullied, and even when he was trying to rally back, Martin Bacolia shut all that down. Like, no.
I mean, not like he dropped him twice.
Bro, it's wild. It's wild. How you drop a dude twice and win most of the rounds, but it's a draw?
Well,
that's crazy.
So now he's mandatory for the IBF, right? Or WBA?
Nah, that wasn't a final eliminator. The mandatory for the IBF is gonna be the winner of Hrgovic versus Zhang when they reschedule it. That's gonna be for the IBF.
That fight's gonna be a wash.
But it's something about Zile Zhang, man. It's something about that. Like, I ain't picking him. I still have Hrgovic winning the fight, but I wouldn't be surprised if he make it difficult. We'll see.
I was thinking it's like after he cold smoked that one dude 1 round, and he says, "Y'all want the fight? Well, I still want the." He called out Philippe up, like, he might make this competitive. I mean, I still got him losing.
Who was the guy he fought though? Who was
that? No. Like,
that's true.
Guy.
That's true. He didn't fight nobody. He didn't fight nobody, bro. He fought a dude, late replacement dude. Like, all I gotta do is lay down.
That's literally a cab driver, like literally Uber driver.
So, he probably took an Uber to the fight.
Exactly.
He probably took an Uber to the fight. Like, where I gotta go and I gotta lay down. All right, bet.
Might have to take a dive. He didn't take a dive.
Nah, but he didn't. Yeah, he didn't take a dive. Like, he really got wrecked. But it's like, it was a short notice guy. He probably had like 2 weeks notice for the fight, if that. So it's like, bro, I mean, what was he gonna go in there and do except lay down? At the same time, though, look, Pulev over here beating people up. Yo, Pulev versus Miller. Who gonna win that?
Q-Brat.
I got Miller by way of the steroid.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
They probably ain't even testing him over. Nah. A part of the deal for him to come back is he has to be enrolled in anti-doping testing for his fights. That's a part of the only way he could still get a boxing license.
Yeah.
So he gonna have to be clean.
Could you imagine if he gets caught again? Could you imagine?
Bro, imagine if he get caught with 5 peds this time.
That's 3 strikes. That's 3 strikes. 3 strikes, you're out. That's it.
Bro, he ain't even gonna be able to play Street Fighter in his house. Like, no fighting. No fighting. You don't get to fight nobody. They won't even let him fight. They won't even let him play in his house, dude.
Miller's fat and slow, bro. He's nothing special anyways.
Bro, what's he gonna look like without the pads? Because we know that whatever we saw, it was with the pads.
Yeah, that's true.
How did he get away with that?
What did we used to see?
How do fighters get away with this shit? I never understand.
Because he was you know what? He was those wasn't title.
So they don't do drug tests for non-title fights? Is that how it works? That's so dumb. Oh, did Jules cut out?
I think he did, yeah.
None of that. None of that was title fights.
Yeah, you cut out for a second. Reset.
All right, back. Yeah, I'm saying the way he got away with it. Hold on.
The way he got away with it was those wasn't title fights. Those was not title fights.
So they don't do drug testing for non-title fights.
It's like, really? They only like if you know it's a major title on the line, it's kind of a given that there will be anti-doping testing, but not even all the time. Like Fundora said it, the fights that he been in, the eliminators that he been in, there has not been testing. He said it on the Boxing Voice. There has not been testing. Even though he's enrolled in the program and all of that, he has not been tested.
Mm.
He said that. He said that himself.
But he's taking drugs to increase his height every day.
Bro, he eats spinach like Papa.
He eats spinach.
He eats spinach sandwiches.
By the way, Jules, one spot I wanted to get your take on. It's on the it's the co-main on Tank Rolly, Lara versus O'Sullivan.
I mean, what we expecting to happen, bro? We expecting O'Sullivan to beat Lara now? What we expecting?
Oh, who's on the other card, by the way?
He pushing 40, especially Lara. But the undercard, okay, so we got Lara O'Sullivan. Who else we got? Okay. Then let me look it up.
Bro, I'm not watching that fucking fight, bro. Like
These undercards are pitiful, bro.
Yeah, like I'm not watching, bro. How you gonna have Lara versus Spike O'Sullivan as the co-main to a pay-per-view, bro?
Wait, and how much is it? $80?
Bro,
like fuck, I'm gonna stream that shit, nigga. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not watching that shit, bro.
I mean, I'm not gonna pay, but I'm a stream. But I just gotta pass it up. The intrigue is too funny for me to pass up. You know what I mean? I just gotta see what's gonna happen.
Nah, I can't do it, bro. Like I watch a lot of
I know you can't.
I'm gonna take the night off, bro. I'm gonna take the night off.
Not gonna lie. The only PBC fight that will ever get my money is Crawford and Spence. That's it.
Yeah, that I'm paying for.
Look. For what it's worth.
I watched that undercard be ass. I promise you that undercard be ass.
For what it's worth, I did buy Spence versus Porter, and it did turn out to be a good fight. I did buy Spence versus Ugas. I did buy Charlo versus Rosario, right? And it was a decent card. But that I can't spend money on that, bro. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Shout out to Dennis. Bacoli was my upset pick of the week. Spike by KO. Oh wow.
You see?
I think Spike gonna knock out Lara? I don't know about all that.
Jules, you've been saying it the whole live, like boxing has a way of surprising you.
That's true,
bro. And then they had Gamboa and like Isaac Cruz as the co-main. Like,
I criticized that ever since I was saying like they should have put Stanionis Butaib as the co-main for that. They really should have.
They had that they had that free on the YouTube. I was watching it. I was like, why is this free? What the fuck? This is a good fight.
But you know what the other thing is? What is Stanionis gonna do now?
That's good. Like, is he gonna fight again, or is he just gonna wait for his shot?
Is they gonna have it because he's not a PBC fighter? You know what I mean? He's a pro bellum fighter. So are they gonna get him another fight while he waits for his
Virgil Ortiz? Why not?
Yeah, if they can't. This is the main thing, right? Is Golden Boy gonna let a fight like that happen?
No.
That's a small fight. They can let that happen. I don't know.
Bro,
no. They won't let it happen. Oscar will fuck it up.
He'll fuck it up. It's like it makes sense that Virgil should be angling for a title shot. He's a good, solid, unbeaten fighter. He'd be fighting, and it's not a PBC guy. He's a pro bellum guy, so he ain't stuck on Showtime. But I guarantee Oscar will fuck that up. Oscar will fuck that up,
man.
It's kind of a funny parallel because like he's matching Virgil tough and giving him good acid test, but he's not doing that for Jaime.
That is true.
What's the case? Like, what's the deal? Like, what's the case? And it's like, you know, Virgil seems more of he's ready for a title shot, but like Jaime,
I think because Jaime has, I think Jaime has a little more of a following than Virgil, and that's why he's protected with him.
Got it.
Man, Golden Boy's trying to be like another PBC, I swear. Stop and fight.
The difference, I'll say, this is why Golden Boy is doing what they're doing. They don't have the bodies to spare. You feel me? Like, what if Ryan lost and Munguia lost? They fuck, bro. That's already, you don't have it. See, like, Anthony Joshua could lose, right? But he's still grooming Conor Benn. You know?
And he has Canelo still.
Yeah, he still got Canelo. Fight's still gonna be big. You see what I mean? He's still got a lot of fighters that if a motherfucker lose, it ain't the end of the world.
And nobody's doing it like Matchroom. Nobody.
Not really, nah. The biggest, I said it, like they need to cut me a goddamn check already. Who the fuck?
I mean, you self-promoted them enough.
You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is putting on bigger fights than Matchroom? I gotta get Eddie Hearn on this show.
You're gonna get that interview, bro. I promise you.
No, I am. I know I am. I haven't even reached out yet because I don't want to be a fanboy. If I get the interview, I'm probably going to be a fanboy if it's like, oh my God, it's Eddie Hearn.
Can you tell Michael said hi if you remember, please?
Bro, I'll let you come on and ask him a question.
Oh, bet.
Yeah, just drop it in the form of super chats.
Because what I want to do, the way I want to do it is a fan Q&A where, you know how I normally do it, that if you want to ask a question, you know, you send in a super chat, I make the money and ask the question. You know what I mean? That's how I'm trying to do it.
No, but Jules, I want to say though, I'm very proud of you, bro. Look at your subscriber count now, man.
I ain't even shit. I ain't even really.
Nah, it's actually really good. I remember I followed you back when Fury Wilder won, I think you were at like 1,200 subscribers. I was like right there. That's when I started following you, and you've only gotten bigger from then. So like, congrats, bro.
I appreciate it, man. It's very lucrative. It's been very lucrative for me. Very lucrative. Lots of money.
No one's doing it like you. Like you're the only channel I trust, bro. These other guys, man, they just like suck dick all day.
Well, look, I'm gonna say this. In the realm of what they want to do and what they aspire to with their channels, what they aspire to do is make clickbait. And if the goal is to make clickbait, well, then it's working for them because they get a lot of views. You know, they do get a lot of views. Even if the information ain't no good, even if it's a lot of just politics and all, they get views, you know. So they doing what they do. They in their lane with their clickbait. Like, man, come on. Like, you know damn good and well, if I want reliable information, well, I ain't gonna go to them. All you gonna do is the same old shit. You know what I mean? So
I only go to
it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Boxing, Ego, bro, fucking Fraud Hawthorne, bro. All these guys, they just like suck.
fraud. Oh, that was fucking gold.
I love it. You ever watch that video? I think it was on your channel. You put in the link. The Fraud Hawthorne video. That shit is
I wish I came up with that. Did I come up with that, Fraud Hawthorne?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember where I saw it, but it was good, bro.
That shit.
There's a whole video on it exposing him and shit.
I did do a video like that, though. I did do a video like that. I did a few like that, and then I realized, look, this is why you don't see me doing those kinds of videos anymore. It's like the audience that watches those videos and takes it in, they don't actually count towards the actual boxing fans, because the actual boxing fans, the ones that you want to appeal to, well, they're the ones that spend money, not the ones that's gonna, you know, stream everything, so on and so forth. So why address the content creators that cater to that demographic? For what? It doesn't matter. Y'all saying that this is for example, a lot of the videos that are coming out now, they're anti-Canelo Golovkin videos, right? But in the real world, with real people, that fucking fight is going to get bored. Regardless of what you say on your channel, that fucking fight is going to get bored.
100.
You say that nobody uses the zone. 1.5 million people, right, tuned into a women's boxing match. That's what I know. You telling me that nobody watch it. It's 1.5 million nobodies watch that fight.
And you know what? And Oscar, if Oscar and Shakur never fought, it could have been way more. Probably could have been 2 million at least.
Honestly, and this is the point that I'm making, that all the narratives over time, you shoot down so many narratives that after a while, it's too easy. It's too easy to prove you wrong because you're outright lying. You know, you say that Golovkin is too old for Canelo, but Manny wasn't too old for Spence.
Bro, I just remember.
And the thing is, like you, I mean, the people who are so up in arms about Canelo Triple G, it's like, if you're not going to buy it, shut the fuck up and stop complaining. What does it matter?
We got Sonny back in the building. Sonny back in the building. People think if it's not people from their country watching it, it doesn't matter. As if exactly, Sonny, exactly. Like I said, listen, all in a buildup of Taylor versus Serrano, I said people are going to watch this fight. Believe you me, people are going to show up because there's a large Puerto Rican contingent in New York City, and there's a large Irish contingent in New York City. So I said, I feel this fight is going to do good at the gate. It's going to bring in good metrics, and people are going to watch it. You know what I mean? And lo and behold, it did great. It did great. You know what I mean? They say, oh, nobody watches the zone. Bro, you could have fooled me. That's all I'm saying. They spent a lot of time after the zone debuted in America. They said, oh, it's going to go bankrupt. It's not going to last. Here we are 4 years later, and the numbers are up. I said, they're going to be fine. You know, whenever you start up a business, you have to expect that there are going to be losses in the beginning because you have to pay to play. You know, you have to take losses. That's a part of it. But the guys that are saying this, they don't know nothing about starting up no business, man. They don't know nothing about nothing really. So you just gotta let them talk. You gotta let them talk.
They're fanboys.
Yeah, like you gotta let them talk.
Like you said about the Spence fans, bro. Like there's something else other than loving him for boxing, bro. They're in love with him, like literally.
Shout out to Sonny. Sonny says, boxing is global. I'm probably more liked in the Philippines than in the United Kingdom. Like one thing that I always bring up, after the Lawrence Okolie versus Michał Cieslak fight, there was Eddie Hearn himself said it, that the numbers they were getting out of Poland were very good. And remember, if the Zone is a subscription-based platform where you have to pay to play, you have to pay to see the fight, and they're getting good numbers out of there, that's tantamount to a pay-per-view. Inexpensive, yes, because the subscription is probably only like $5 or $2. But if you get 500,000 people that subscribed, that's $1 million, isn't it? If the subscription is $2 and 500,000 people tune in, right? That's like $2 million right there. They don't think of things in terms of money. They're like, your dog, like, yeah, it doesn't, they don't all have to be $80 pay-per-views, because a price point like that deters more customers than it attracts. You're not going to attract a lot of customers with a price point of $80. You're going to kind of put a cap on it, if anything.
Yo, they're saying in the comments, y'all remember when Kenny got smacked the shit out of Fraud Hawthorne, bro?
Yep, I remember that.
That shit is so funny, bro.
I remember. Yo, but you know what's wild about Fred right now is I've been seeing that, he's making anti-PBC videos, and he's saying a lot of the things that I've been saying. That look, right, where you guys want to make them out to be something that they're not. They didn't have no money for Demetrius Andrade for a Charlo fight. They didn't have no money for Devin Haney for a Davis fight. But y'all interested in Ryan though, right? And y'all interested in Munguia. Y'all actually made Munguia an offer, right? But you don't got no money for Andre.
You know what it is, bro? Some people have to admit that they're just wrong, bro. Like, I've been trying to convince my friend for years that, like, it was Wilder that ducked AJ, not AJ ducked Wilder, bro. But he still believes to this day that, like, it was Wilder, that it was AJ that ducked Wilder. Like,
is he a Wilder fan?
Yes, but
okay,
like
so
not really. He's not
oh.
really a Wilder fan, but he just believes that AJ ducked him.
I'll say this: look,
He's more of a Fury fan.
A lot of guys want to believe that, or find it hard to believe that the guy from the UK has more balls than the guy from America. But if you really want to know, just check the resume, bro. Anthony Joshua was fighting for a world title after only 15 pro fights. Wilder needed 7 years and 32 fights to be ready for Bermain Stavern.
And he was a baby champion. Don't forget that.
Don't forget that. Even after he won the belt, Shelley didn't want to let him unify. And none of these are anecdotes. None of this is my opinion. That's what Shelley Finkel said. He, after 7, bear in mind, this is an Olympian. He went to the Olympics. He came back with the bronze. So he has an amateur background. After 7 years and 32 fights as a professional boxer, that's how long it took him to be ready for Stavern. It only took Anthony Joshua 3 years and 15 fights to be ready for unbeaten Charles Martin. And I know that Charles Martin is not a great champion, but neither was Stavern. Who unified? My man AJ from Watford.
Yeah,
That's who unified.
He fought what was his name? Brazil. That was a mandatory at the time, right? And then he unified with Vlad after.
Unified with Vlad for the vacant WBA title in a fight that some people didn't think he was ready for. Tyson Fury picked him to lose. Deontay Wilder picked him to lose. Richard Dwyer, shout out to Richard Dwyer, he picked him to lose. There were a lot of people that felt that AJ was not ready for that fight. And in that fight, he gave us a classic, because that was like watching two superheroes. It was like watching two superheroes go at it. All these muscles, beautiful. They swole.
It was beautiful.
On bows.
Beautiful.
Fucking beautiful, bro. Knockdowns, the challenge, you know what I'm saying? It was beautiful. All right, and what he do after that? And he fight the unbeaten champion of New Zealand.
Yes, he
Wilder
did.
was a champ. Wilder not only debuted before Anthony Joshua, he debuted in 2008. Anthony Joshua didn't debut till 3, maybe 4 years later. You actually had a head start. And what were you doing for 7 years? Who are you fighting?
He was fighting the Harold Sconiers and
Eric Molina.
The brawl at the mall. Y'all seen that poster? The brawl at the mall. He's fighting in the brawl at the mall. And y'all gonna hate on my man AJ? No, my man AJ with the shit, yo. He with the motherfucking shit. Motherfuckers don't want to believe him. I'm like, hey, he with the shit. The resume, it speak for itself. And the only reason I maintain, I'm not trying to knock Fury, right? I'm not trying to knock him. All I'm saying is the real reason that Wilder picked him is because he thought that Fury can't punch. And then he found out, yes, he can. He can punch you, You know what I mean?
That's got to be the worst. Like just backfired shit I've ever heard. Talk about like you got pillows for fists.
I took the screenshot. I took the screenshot of the press conference ahead of the second fight. I took the screenshot, right? And Wilder saying, "Imagine feather fisted Fury knocking me out." I got the screenshot. I have it.
That's 4K.
Oh.
Those comments age like an avocado.
Oh man, that's embarrassing. You know what I mean?
They age like an avocado in a breakfast bar. Like, yo, you letting people know more and more why you picked Fury. It's because you thought that he couldn't punch, and he showed you, yes, the fuck I can, and I'm gonna take you out. I didn't even want to believe it at first because Fury said it. Fury's smart. He said it. Yo, I'm gonna come forward this time. And I'm going to knock him out. If you watch all the press conferences, it's eerie how spot on Fury was about the whole thing. Nah, this time I'm going to come forward. I know I can hurt him because I felt like I hurt him in the first fight. And this second fight, I'm going to come forward. I'm going to press him, squeeze him, and I'm going to take him out. And lo and behold, that's exactly what the fuck he did. He wasn't bullshitting.
I mean, well, Fury's such a he be fucking with all our minds, and his mind, like as you said, Jules, he's mindful is full of a bag of cats. Like we didn't believe his ass. We didn't think he tried to pull that shit.
I didn't believe it myself at first till I saw it, and
I started fucking doing it. I'm like, oh shit, he ain't playing. Like he was
not playing no games out here, yo. Tyson Fury. That's why I give him his flowers when I can. I'm not his biggest fan, but I give him his flowers when I can. Like, yeah, yo, he fucking upset the apple cart, bro. Nobody believed he was going to knock him out.
But you know the thing with his resume and everything, everybody calling him a Hall of Famer, whatever. It's not even something we have to argue about because as time goes on, we will forget about Fury if he retires now. Because he has nobody. He has nobody on his resume. Like the Hall of Famers, like they have fights that people remember. You know what I mean?
The argument that he has, just to your point, that people remember the Hall of Famers because of the fights that they had. One of the best fighters that he fought was Vladimir. The problem is that was not a fun fight.
That shit was ass. I can't even rewatch the round 3 of that fight. I'll kill myself.
I have probably seen. I could count on one hand how many times I've seen that fight.
And that's probably once.
Nah, I think I've seen it twice. But yeah,
why would you even yourself?
We need another one of those from AJ, man.
I mean, look. This is why we watch, though. This is why we watch. We don't know for sure that AJ can't figure it out. People write him off too easily. That's another thing I noticed about him.
That's true.
Right after the Ruiz fight, his career over. It's over. It's a wrap. He never going. And I said, all he got to do is what I thought he would do the first time out. It's like deja vu because after the first Ruiz fight, in the buildup, I said he can't let Ruiz get inside. If he lets Ruiz get inside, he could be in big trouble, right? So what I thought he was gonna do, stick and move and stay behind the jab. That's how you beat him. Don't trade with him. He didn't do that until the second fight. What I said he needs to do for Usyk, jab at his chest, not his head. Jab at his chest so you know where to bring over the right. If you do that, you ain't got to hit him but once, and he'll go out. Not used to being hit like that.
You know what AJ has to do? He has to do exactly what Chisora did and not gas out at least until round 8. And hopefully Usyk will be knocked out.
Listen, the problem is that Derek Chisora is a Capricorn like me, like Usyk, like Sonny Edwards. Or Capricorns. He got his brain is made out of different stuff than AJ. AJ look emotional, whereas us Capricorns, we not like that. Everything is black and white.
Y'all just seen that video of him cursing out some kid? I just saw that.
I love it. I love that he did that.
And that's what needs. I mean, see, that needs to serve as a lesson. Leave people the fuck alone.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? For real, like stop fucking with people.
I like seeing the tweet of Michael Benson just putting out that Eddie said they're working to finalize a deal for Canelo and Bivol May of next year, which goes to my point yesterday on the space, Jules. Canelo's going to be on the zone till May of 2023.
I'm with it. Look, I'm with it.
And these PBC dudes, like I said, they're not going to be able to get a Canelo fight for at least 16 months.
And the main thing is in those 16 months, that you do not have access to that particular fighter, what are you doing to amass an audience of your own? What fights are you a part of? Because this is the point I keep making when I was telling Sporting that I like the environment that this situation creates because it either exposes them for waiting around or it forces them to make other fights. Because you can't have 8 people waiting on one guy. Zerto want him, Bivol want him, Charlo want him, Benavidez want him. It's like, come on, fam. I'm saying, now let's talk about the Capricornian greatness of we the Capricorns. We got different mentalities, you know what I'm saying, Michael? We got different mentalities, and we're not emotional people. You know what I'm saying? Like nah, you got to do something, you're going to do it, you're going to do it. That's how Usyk is. Like, all right, we here for the shit. You see my man Derek Chisora, hey, win, lose, or draw, I'm here to do one thing. Make money and fight. That's why I could get knocked out. You're going to see me again, and what I'm going to do, make money and fight. That's the real shit.
True. It's always entertaining with Derek Chisora.
You know what I'm saying? You see my man Usyk, it don't matter if it's a Latvian flag, a Polish flag, a Union Jack, or an American flag, or whatever. I am here to win. That's why I'm here. I'm here to win, and I'm going to do it in style. It's the Capricorn, bro.
If AJ could trust his chin, he can win. I don't know if he does. It's really weak.
He has to be willing to get knocked out.
Do or die, kill or be killed.
That inch,
that's
that inch,
that
inch that you give, that inch that you either don't want to give it, that you try to protect it, that's the difference between winning and losing. That inch.
Jules, I want your most cynical answer. In these 15 months for Canelo on the zone, how many fights do David, Benavidez, Charlo, and Caleb Plant have?
I would say I don't expect Jamal to fight again after Sulietsky, but I do expect David to fight again because what I'm seeing from Showtime is they want to develop him into a superstar. That's why we see David more often than we see the Charlos. We see it like he is fighting more often than they are, just not, against the people that we would like to see him fight. But he is fighting more often. So, we spoke to Samson, for those that don't know, on the spaces on Twitter. I spoke to Samson on Sunday, and he let me know they are going to get David back out there in November against either Caleb Plant, Jermall Charlo, or David Morrell. Now, out of those 3 names, the cheapest alternative and the cheapest opponent and the most likely opponent is David Morrell. So that's who I'm expecting him to fight. We'll see him again, but we won't see Charlo again this year. Not after Sulietsky. Win or lose.
Yo, can we talk about how my man Regis cannot get a fight, bro? This guy will probably.
Regis just fought, bro.
Not that long ago.
He's not. No. I'm talking about they're not gonna give him the world title fight next, though. That's my
bro.
problem.
He's a southpaw that hit hard as fuck. They don't want to deal with that man. They don't want to deal with that man. That's the main. Regis is not the guy that let's just fight. No, you might get knocked out, fam.
He probably clears out 140 now if Josh leaves. I don't know. I hope they have a rematch.
Let me give you a fight. Subriel Matias, Regis Prograrius.
See, I don't know that guy. I have to go do research on that.
That dude killed somebody, my guy. He killed somebody.
Actually?
Literally.
Yes.
In the ring. Oof. That dude hit hard.
You don't think Regis will win that one? I have to watch it.
I like Regis's boxing. Like, Regis is not just a strong puncher. He's a very good counter puncher. He's a very good boxer, right? So I do like his chances, but it's not a foregone conclusion that he win or that he just stands up to the power. We saw in the Taylor fight that he can be hit. So, I mean.
And Regis started late, too. That's what I like about him so much. He started at 19.
Regis that dude, bro.
He's that guy.
Regis that dude. But back to the Capricornian excellence.
Oh, my God.
To the Capricornian excellence. It's not a coincidence that Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier and George Foreman are Capricorns. It's not. And it's not a coincidence that Roy Jones Jr. and Bernard Hopkins is Capricorns. These are not coincidences, right? All right? Pernell Whitaker, Jay, what is he?
Capricorn.
All right? Josh Taylor, what is he?
Capricorn.
All right. Motherfucking Alexander Usyk is a what?
Capricorn.
Got it figured out. We know who the fuck we are.
And Alexander Usyk shares the same birthday with who?
All right.
Who is Alexander Usyk won the Muhammad Ali title?
Delphine Pursoon is a what?
Capricorn.
Customato is a what?
Capricorn.
Capricorn. Rest in peace.
Floyd Patterson is a what?
Capricorn.
Can we give some Aries some love? I'm Aries. You know what I'm saying? Who do we got? Aries. Aries Nation.
I agree. Regis stays so balanced, and so it's like he fighting on his own time, Sonny. You know what I mean? When you see him in action, he cooling. Cooling. He's chilling. I love watching that dude work, bro. I love watching that dude work.
Oh, who's that guy that you said? Where does he fight? Top rank?
Oh, which guy? Subriel? Nah, he's at the PBC now.
So he's not fighting anybody then.
This is the thing. He is fighting. He was on Top Rank. He fought a guy named Maxim Dadashev. God bless the dad.
Oh, that's the one that killed him.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I remember that. That was back in like.
And then after that, you didn't see him on Top Rank after that, and then he popped up on PBC and Showtime, and he just fought not that long ago. He was in a fight, but I'm saying that the dude ain't no slouch. That's what I mean. That dude is not no slouch. So back to the Capricornian excellence. See what I'm saying? Who else we going? Who other legendary? Oh, Felix Trinidad. He's a what?
Capricorn.
Now, I believe y'all have Tyson Fury. Don't y'all have Tyson Fury?
For who?
Aries.
Damn it, I have Fury. Fuck.
You don't be mad at that. He could fight. You mad at that? Ain't like I said you got David Lemieux. He's a Capricorn.
Oh, he's one exception.
No, but he got hard though, and I love that he got hard. I love that he got hard because
he wanted to go out on the shield in that Lemieux fight. I give him that. So,
we got my man. We got my man right here. I'm gonna talk shit to him about Top Rank. I'm gonna make Alexis mad. It's time to make Alexis mad.
Yep.
Oh, Golovkin's Aries. Okay, I'll accept that. Yes.
Golovkin's an Aries?
He's Aries. I actually just forgot that. I think he's like April. He's a couple days before my birthday, actually. Or after.
Matter of fact, who birthday is on right now? It's in May, so it's Gemini's, right? Because it was
yes, maybe.
It was Alicia's birthday yesterday. They posted about it on Twitter.
Nah, that's my wife's birthday. I told her personally.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
That is female unboxing, right? I don't give a fuck.
I ain't mad at that. Like, long as you watch. You know what I mean? Long as you watch. But what I was gonna say,
Julius, you didn't mention R. Kelly is a Capricorn, did you?
Hey, be quiet. Hey, what you talking about over here, son? Let me tell you one motherfucking thing, Alexis. Tell you one motherfucking thing. Your boy Bob is fucking up. Fucking up, Alexis. He don't want to do Bivol versus Better Be.
Alexis is in here. I see Alexis with his Top Rank spinning on Twitter.
You don't want to do Better Be versus Bivol.
Say that again?
You don't want to do Bivol versus Better Be.
That you know of.
He said it on camera.
He said it on camera. He said it.
On 4K.
He told.
I don't really understand how you guys operate. Tell you the truth.
Hey, who's that? Who's that NASCAR?
He's not. Yo, listen. Hold on. Let me get out of this because there's somebody doing my lawn.
That's what I said.
Like who in the steel factory over here?
Juice.
Alexis, don't lie.
Bob
You're at
Arum.
Bob Arum's house mourning his lawn.
Bob Arum's on camera saying he thinks Bivol should fight Zerto. I know, but let me tell you this, Jules. I know Bob Arum will make the fight if Zerto got the belt because he's Mexican.
No, look, see what he said. I posted it yesterday, and he said they're not sending no Top Rank fighters to the zone. They're not going to do that. He recommended that Dimitri fight Zerto Ramirez. But that's essentially saying that, okay, you're not going to send nobody to the zone, so you either waiting for Bivol to come to you, or it just ain't going to happen. That's basically what you're saying. You either waiting for Bivol to come to you to Top Rank, or fight ain't going to happen. Because other than that, I don't know how to interpret it.
And then when Eddie's saying today, we know Bivol is just going to say fuck it and stay on that side.
Yeah.
Hey, there goes that lawnmower again.
Alexis, how big is the Pop Arms garden?
Alexis, what do you do? Alexis, you like Sal Vitro in The Sopranos. You cutting Gene Sachs lawn?
Y'all motherfuckers ain't shit, yo. Y'all motherfuckers ain't shit. All right, good guy.
So you were saying.
Right, good. Everybody one at a time. Now, let me go to Alexis first, then I'm gonna go to you, good guy. Bob said that basically what he recommends is for Dimitri to fight. Let me finish. To fight Zurdo, because they not sending no top rank fighters over there. Like he said, that's not happening. So they ain't going over there. So that creates an environment where the only way that the fight can happen is for Bivol to cross the street.
Okay, so I don't even understand why you'd be worried about that at this point. Having the fact that Dimitri does have like a Mando that he has to deal with, and Top Rank having the better be if Joe Smith fight having to be dealt with. On top of that, Yardy is scheduled by the WBO to have his Mando be activated. So there's a lot going on. So to be looking down to Bivol, that's like a waste of time, to tell you the truth.
Now let me tell you why. Alexis, before I pass it to good guy. I feel like, he's saying that, and we know that Dimitri Bivol is the biggest name in light heavyweight action. Don't argue. He's the biggest name in the light heavyweight division. He has, in one fight, become the most recognizable Bond villain in the whole of the light heavyweight division. They need him. And he needs them. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, yeah, you need if you're not gonna fight Canelo for a second time, then you do need them. But it's like, how do you prioritize the winner of Smith versus Better Beef has to fight Yard instead of Bivol?
And I'll add to that. There's been moments where Bob Arum has made effort to pay step aside to do that, to put on the bigger fight. Why doesn't he want to do that here?
Because that's not necessarily the bigger fight.
What?
Get the fuck out of here!
That's not necessarily the bigger fight.
Okay,
Bivol. Hold on. Okay.
Here we go.
The biggest fight for Bivol would be for Canelo to rematch him. That's not happening. Bivol, aside from Bivol, from Canelo, Bivol is not an attraction unto himself. You're confusing that. Okay? Bivol's attraction in conjunction to Canelo and that rematch. That's why I said that if Canelo were to rematch Bivol and at 168, right? And Bivol will probably beat him again, then Canelo drops a notch and Bivol rises. And now you went down to 168 and beat that guy again. All right. Right now, just the way that a loss like that can be forgiven for Canelo because he went up to 175 is the same way that the win for Bivol can be dismissed. Now the thing is that Yardy going to the UK would be a big fight. You can't argue it.
No, wait a minute. Alexis, let me say this. Let me retort. You're not going to tell me that Anthony Yard, at your call, is bigger than Dimitri Bivol in Las Vegas, Nevada, for the undisputed light heavyweight championship. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that.
I just did.
You can't. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, it
You're
does.
telling me Anthony Yard at your call is bigger than Bivol versus the winner of that fight in Las Vegas?
Any undisputed fight, you could say, well, yeah, of course, is a really big fight, but it's not. It's because of the undisputed nature. It doesn't really need to have Bivol in it.
Also,
and Bivol is not. I'm telling you that the biggest name, the biggest name in the division itself, 175, will still be Benavidez.
You wild. Come on. See, now you talking.
There's
you
no
crazy.
and there's no metrics. There's no metrics for him to say that. When you go to all the Google demographics and the analytics of what happened to Bivol after getting that Canelo win. So
bro. How could you say that the biggest name?
Let's examine what happened to Bivol after the Canelo win. Let's examine it. What's happening to Bivol after the Canelo win?
He's the most talked about light heavyweight on the planet.
Exactly. I'll tell you this right now.
Until Benavidez and Joe Smith, until that cycle of Joe Smith and Benavidez takes place.
So wait a minute, you telling me that the trial of fire for Artur Beterbiev and his hairy knuckles is a guy that Dimitri beat 3 years ago?
No.
The fight itself, yes.
That's crazy.
Here's the thing. No you know what's.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that's what it is. I'm not.
You said that a bigger commercial fight than Beterbiev Smith is Zurdo Bivol right now.
That's a great fight.
I said bigger commercial success.
Alexis,
because of the Mexican sign. Because of the Mexican.
I can allow you to have your opinion because you're the nuts for Bob Arum, so I understand.
Listen, you guys,
shit in your mind.
Listen. This is a fact. You guys can poo-poo me and dismiss me all you want about my support of Top Rank. But the truth is this, that I never, ever change goalposts, and I never lie for Top Rank. All right? You can't compare me to these PBC guys. You cannot. You understand? So you have me on your show, you want to make me look like a fool. It's not happening. I'm gonna listen carefully. I'm gonna stand on what I say.
Hold on. Wait, one at a time. This is what I'm saying. Now, everybody calm down, drink some water. This is what I'm saying. You're saying that Artur Beterbiev versus Joe Smith Jr. will make Artur the bigger name than Dimitri in the light heavyweight division. This is what you're saying, right?
This is what I'm telling you.
Okay, now you
and I are negotiating.
Let me make the case. Now you already have Dimitri Bivol, who unseated the number one pound for pound fighter in the sport, will beat the number one pound for pound fighter in the sport at the time, and the cash cow of boxing in America, right? That's one. If you go into a Zurdo Ramirez fight, and you give him a loss, what, Artur is still the biggest name at this weight? Are you kidding me?
I agree.
How? Based on what?
You saying after Bivol fights Zurdo?
Yeah.
Okay, that's an after. That's an after. Initially what I said, because now you got to. I said, why are we worried about that now if all these things have to take place before then? So it takes me back to my original point. I'm saying at this point.
What did I say in the beginning? Wait, Alexis, what did I say in the beginning? We know that Bivol just fought. We know that Artur and Joe, they're about to fight in the summer.
About to fight, yes.
About to fight, right? So if you wanted to do a unification match, if you wanted to, the door is there. But what Top Rank is prioritizing is a title shot for Anthony Yard that can be circumvented with what? A unification match. Yeah. So if you wanted to do the fight sooner than later, you could. You don't want to.
If you wanted to, but see, it's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is
Alexis,
now can I get to the question I was going to ask?
Okay.
Let's say things play out the way they're going into a negotiation phase with Bivol. What's the percentage, Scott?
That's a good question. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yes, it is. You see? I'm not an idiot.
But
listen, hold on to me. Hold on. What I'm telling you is that I'm not. Julio, I have to address this, please.
Okay.
All right, because again, when I come on your show, right? I hear the background. Oh, this is top rank this and top rank that. I support Top Rank because Top Rank gives me the best fights. And I will have a chance to see the next future star on a Top Rank card rather than anybody else. I'm not basing it on anything else other than that. I do not appreciate anybody belittling me. I don't take it.
Well, wait a minute. Now, Alexis, you're having a separate conversation because I did not belittle you. I just said I took issue with your stance.
I'm talking to those in your panel who does.
Oh, I cannot speak for those individuals. What I can say is that you referenced the purse. Wait. You referenced the size of the purse for the fighters. What's the split going to be? Okay, which one of those fighters earned more than Dimitri did with Canelo Alvarez? Which one?
None. But the split won't be based on that. The split won't be based on that. You're trying to attach the same logic, right? As when Fury fought what's his name? White. You're trying to attach that to he makes more money and so he should get more money, but that's not going to happen here. Okay, number one has 3 belts. Number 2, one has been more talked about in the division for a longer length of time than the other.
You are being facetious.
No, you're telling me that people have talked about Bivol as much as they've talked about Benavidez?
Wait. No, do not interrupt people. I'm talking about Bivol was talked about more this past 2 weeks than Benavidez has been talked about in his whole career.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Benavidez was not.
In these past 2 weeks, yes. As far as these past 2 weeks, because of who he fought. What I'm saying is that he can't repeat that magic again without Canelo. That's what I'm saying.
But all I'm saying is
you need Canelo. You need Canelo.
I think that you're marginalizing the magnitude of Dimitri's upset win over Canelo Alvarez, when in many ways that is an arrival. You understand? That's an arrival. That look, I beat Canelo Alvarez. Y'all counted me out. The odds makers had me the underdog, but I beat him. And a lot of people said I made it look easy. And you're telling me that Artur is more talked about than that guy?
In his length of time, over the period of the last 2 years, 3 years, who has been more talked about? Who has been more prevalent in people's minds? It has been Benavidez who has been looked at as a knockout artist. Well, let's talk about Benavidez.
Maybe more.
I'm telling you, in an accumulation period, yes, for this period, for this cycle, Bivol is of course, because you have attached your name to Canelo. And by the way, I'm going to address the whole because I actually made a video about this, because this is what frustrates me with boxing fans in general. I love the sport. I hate the fans. Because fans of boxing seem to be attached themselves to the next news cycle, as if it's disattached from everything else that has led up to it, right? So I said, and you can look at my page, I've said that this guy Bivol was not an upset. They will report it to you as an upset, these reporters, because if they don't report it to you as an upset, they run the risk of you realizing that they don't know no fucking better than you do. You understand? That's what that's about. But anybody with eyes can see that Canelo did not have he can see it. Okay, Bivol is a hell of a fighter.
Again,
did it surprise you?
It's an upset.
I never poo-pooed the fight as being a shit fight. I always said he was fighting the better competition.
Everybody has to calm down because I want to get Michael Giles in on this. He hasn't had a chance to talk. We heard from Drew. We heard from Jay. Michael, do you agree with the contention that at this point in the juncture, Artur is the bigger name in the light heavyweight division than Dimitri Bivol?
Not even close. Not even.
So what's the split then? Is he going to get more than 50-50?
Yeah, that I don't know. Probably 60-40.
The answer to that is no.
He just beat the pound for pound number one. So like his name is like top.
Alexis, you're not in that boardroom with the negotiations.
Look, wait. Let me say this, Alexis. Artur's biggest fight, which I think, it's kind of fucked up because it was an excellent fight. 2 unbeaten champions. They put it all on the line in that fight. That was the Vosdig fight of October 2019. Do you remember what the viewership for that fight was?
That was 3 years ago, bro.
Wait, I'm making a point. That goes into my point. That was a unification match between 2 unbeaten champions, and that's where Artur actually won the lineal and Ring Magazine from Vosdik.
Yeah.
Right.
But the numbers, what was it? 400,000 or 500,000 viewers. And that was one of his big fights. Adam Dionese was not a big fight. Marcus Brown, that was in Canada, bro. All right? That was not a big fight. And these are the fights that he had the last 2 years.
Julius.
So at this point, how can we say that he's a bigger name than the guy who just beat the cash cow of boxing?
He's not.
So I'm going to address this. I'm going to address that head on in 2 ways. Number one, over the last 2 years, who was it that people were looking for Canelo to fight at 175 ultimately?
Artur Benavidez.
Okay, that's the name that was attacking him. Okay, so that's kind of like that kind of like puts things in perspective. The other thing is this, that and I'm very surprised at you, Julius, Mr. What's your last name? Fuentes, something like that.
Well, don't fucking say, bro. Come on,
I'm trying to make you purposely uncomfortable. So here it is. I'm surprised at you in that you're not being consistent in applying the same arguments across the board. You're just saying that Bivol has inherited the fandom or the notoriety or the A-star status. Hold on. Because he just fought Canelo and beat him. But we've established before in the past that that's not necessarily true.
But I'm I'm not disagreeing with what you're. He didn't absorb all of Canelo's fans. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that in many ways, when it comes to the light heavyweight division, the man to beat is Dimitri Bivol.
So unlike your guys that refuse to say what percentage split it'd be, I'll tell you what the percentage split would be. It would be a 50-50 split.
Now, Alexis,
it would be a 50-50 split.
You can't say that. You don't know that.
It'll be 50-50
because of what Bivol accomplished, and because of Benavidez's track record and the 3 belts that he'd be holding, or 4 belts that he'd be holding.
Now, one at a time.
And the same thing would apply with Joe Smith, by the way.
Now, one at a time. See, this is the point that I'm making. You're saying that you believe when the time comes, hopefully if it comes, that the split will be down the middle, 50-50. But what does it say? That Dimitri Bivol only brings 1 alphabet title to the table. Just 1. And that is enough for him to get 50-50.
He was the one on the 106. He was the one on the that was involved with the 600,000 pay-per-view sales.
No, but
and he's the one that brings the Canelo on the. I'm not arguing that.
But you're
telling me he's a bigger name. But you're telling me he's a bigger name, and he's not. That's not the bigger name, though. If it's a 50-50 split, it's not a bigger name. It's the recognition that they both need each other equally, despite whatever win over whomever you had. It's a I'm willing to recognize that they both need each other equally.
So you telling me that more people on the street, in the subway, in the Uber, at the taxi, more people know Artur than Dimitri Bivol?
I'm telling you that we won't know that after this. Let's say that right now at this moment he's the hot name. What happens after Briedis and Joe Smith? We don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We can't operate. We can't, because those are negotiations, as we both agreed, would be further down the line. I'm trying to tell you that split would be 50-50.
Okay, now
And I'll tell you this too. Had this fight with Canelo taken place before Bivol, it had taken place before Bivol, Benavidez would have gotten more than the $5 million that Bivol got.
Now let me say this. Let me just say this, right? We see the fight that Artur is about to have, right? He's about to have a unification match with Joe Smith Jr., a fighter that Dimitri Bivol handled handily over 3 years ago. So when you tell me that that's supposed to put him ahead of Dimitri, it doesn't look that way, bro. Honestly, if this is a fight that's supposed to be a big fight for you, wait a minute, sir, your big fight for you is a guy that he beat already. And this is the same guy that just beat Canelo Alvarez. And you're on equal footing with him.
Well, Bivol didn't.
Okay, this has to be said.
Smith didn't have a belt then.
This has to be said.
I don't understand your argument there.
This has to be said. Beterbiev Smith is not going to do better business than Shakur Valdez did. That's just going to watch. You're going to see the ratings.
Yeah.
Secondly, when Bivol beats Zurdo and he comes to the belt and negotiation table with one belt and wins over Canelo Zurdo, that's going to be able for Bivol to dictate terms.
I do agree with that.
Happened. And remember, I'm not done. Because I did say this before, because you're not hearing me. I said, is this before or after Zurdo? I said that within this argument.
Look, Alexis,
you bring points up. This is the thing about this debate. You bring up points that I already rehashed before, because I see what possible counterpoints could come up.
And
that's why I expressly said.
I will mute everybody here. Okay, respect each other and play nice, because I'm gonna let Boxing Beats in on this action. Now, wait, one at a time. This is a very nice debate. I'm glad that we get into this. Look, this is the way I see it, Alexis. Right? If one of the biggest fights that you can hope to put on at this point in your career happens to be a guy that Bivol beat already, right? That kind of shows where you are and the popularity that you haven't had, that the only way for you to catch up is to deal with someone that he beat already. And be real with me, Alexis. You know, in New York City, Joe is the draw. You know that.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay.
Joe is more of a draw. Joe is more of a draw in New York
City. I won't argue that. But you know why I won't argue that? Because I brought up that same point when the ladies, what's her name, Hardy and Amanda Serrano, I always said that they sold all the tickets for Haney. So I'm going to be consistent. You're absolutely right. Joe Smith is a construction worker with the unions backing him. You're right. So
now, Alexis, this is just the point that I'm trying to make. If the construction worker is already a bigger draw than you are, and he's already a bigger name than you are, how can we then turn around and say that you are a bigger name than Dimitri, who not only just fought Canelo Alvarez and beat him, but he also beat him 3 years ago, the construction worker who's a bigger draw than you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you're connecting one thing to the another that's not really gets interlocked. You just said in New York. And I agree. But as far as Joe Smith being a bigger name than Benavidez, that's a whole other argument. It's not the same argument. I'm saying, yes, in New York, he would sell all the tickets because of the unions on the back end. Yes, but now you're saying that because of that, Joe Smith is a bigger name than Benavidez. I'm telling you that that's not true.
Artur is not a bigger name in Russia than Dimitri Bivol. I'm going to read these super chats. Jules, could Benavidez be a bigger boxing name, but a less popular name than Bivol? Some food for thought. Wish I wasn't working. Let me go to Jacob Sims. Appreciate that. After Benavidez Smith, they're going to say he needs Bivol. They are going to say that. Jesse Casada says, "What up, Jay? Tired of these biased PBC hypocrites, Fight Hub and TBV. They shit on Nello Triple G 3, but was cool with Wilder versus Fury 3. Yeah, I talked about that on Twitter. So I want to let Beats in on this conversation. Get a different perspective from somebody who lives on a different continent. Right now, how does it sound, Beats? Is Artur really a bigger name than Dimitri?
Well, I tell you what, not in the UK. Because Bivol's already beat Craig Richards, these are trending events. Like Craig trended on Saturday, not in Europe, not in Russia. I wouldn't imagine in Mexico. I haven't got no proof, but I don't think art is bigger in Mexico, Argentina, and the neighboring countries. I wouldn't have thought so. Maybe in Canada.
I agree.
And I will echo that, being here in LA and being a dual citizen of Mexico. After that win, Bivol shot up in his Q rating.
Yeah. Bivol's the cash cow at 175 now.
Listen, this is why I feel like he's the cash cow at 175 right now, right? It's not just the Canelo Alvarez fight. He's fought guys that have been in big fights or are set to be in big fights afterwards.
Pascal.
Like exactly, Pascal, who was just on a show and he secured the win over Men. All his victories are aging really well. The Pascal victory, the Joe Smith Jr. victory. Canelo Alvarez loses a fight to him. He's in a huge fight after that, but people still haven't forgotten that he handled Canelo, right? Whereas Artur, not only has his career been riddled for many, many years with spells of inactivity, but his biggest fight, which was the Vosdick fight, it didn't get like a million views. It didn't get nothing close to that, bro. So how could he be the bigger name in those negotiations?
He's the bigger beast. That's what you would think of.
Maybe
he's
that. Maybe that.
Threat. He's the bigger threat, but he's not the cash cow. That's what makes the matchup so intriguing. That's why it would be a great.
You're like fuck around.
And what I'm saying is that there is no cash cow there until one really emerges. That's what I'm saying. That's why it'll be a 50-50 split.
I think I disagree, Alexis. Yeah, because like Boatsy versus Richard was a WBA eliminator, and if they hold that in the O2, it's going to sell out and it's going to be a pay-per-view. It's not going to just Boatsy and Bivol. They're going to put it on the pay thing for definite. So maybe his A-side status may be negated by the winner out of Beterbiev and Smith coming out with 3 belts, but I'd still say Bivol, in more territories is bigger right now.
If you do Bivol and Buatsi in the United Kingdom, to Beats' point, that sells tickets, bro. It does, though. Like, it will sell tickets. If you do Bivol versus Zurdo in America with Zurdo's built-in fans, the ones that are fans of him, which is not really a lot, but with Bivol, it becomes a big fight. So how can we say that Artur for Adam Dionese and Marcus Brown, right? And Joe Smith, who Dimitri beat years ago. How can we say that Artur is in the same place as Dimitri?
So, by the way, this is a really interesting point that you're making, because what we're talking about as far as splits and stuff like that is why I would dismiss what Bob Arum says. Because what you have to realize is that anything that he says right now, before those negotiations, can be used in those negotiations. So if you, and again, that's why it surprises me from you, Julius, because you're from the street, you've hustled, you know this and that. You never give away your position this far out in advance.
Of course, Bob's not going to do that.
Careful now, Alexis. You just might lose your job.
Can I finish? If you go into a negotiation, and the same thing's happening, I believe, with the Tyson Fury case. If you go into a negotiation already showing your cards that you really want this to happen, you realize how big it is, this and that and the other, what you're coming to the table with.
Manin,
okay, we both want it as much. So what I'm saying is that let it play out. When it gets to that time, we see what happens.
Let me say this.
He's always going to poo-poo a fight, because when you negotiate with somebody, you never want them to know how much or how interested you in.
Let me make this point. Es la verdad. Bob is going to say what he's going to say. He poo-pooed all over the fight before. Some ways he's still poo-pooing on the fight now. I'm not disagreeing that he's going to take that stance. Of course he is. He's not going to give up what leverage he feels he has or whatever he could say, whatever. I'm just evaluating whether or not what he's saying is true. And I'm like, there's no way here and now, just right now, that Artur is more known than Dimitri? No way. And if Dimitri later on this year fights Zurdo and beats him to where he can still have the better beef fight next year, right? You definitely not going to be a bigger name than him after that. So
at that point, because of the involvement of the Mexican fans, which is what I always said, was that Zurdo and Dimitri Bivol always needed each other. You know, I said that a long time ago.
To add on to what you're saying,
did I not say that a long time ago?
To add to what you're saying, Jules.
So I'm very consistent. I'm very consistent in my arguments. So what I'm telling you is this. You know what? Carry on. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Drew.
Jules, to add to what you're saying, Jules, why would Bob Arum want to negotiate with Bivol when Bivol has more leverage after beating Zurdo?
Because it's about money.
This is what I see Bob is doing. Right now, Bivol is as good as a matchroom fighter. Bob don't want to deal with him right now because he's as good as a matchroom fighter. And because he's the bigger name, this is what I think is happening. Bob knows he's the bigger name. And because he's the bigger name, you know what you got to do. You got to send the winner of that fight to matchroom. Now, until he's free, I don't touch him. Same as Devin. Until he's free, I don't want him.
Well, Bob forced himself into a position of damage control because he wrote off Opetaia Bivol just the other month, didn't he? Remember he wrote it off? He said Bivol's boring. So he didn't make it. So obviously, you know, Bob's going to be belligerent and going to say, I don't need to make this and they don't need to do that. So, like you say, he may wait until Bivol is clear of certain forces like Matchroom and Eddie. Or, you know, like
now, let me ask the panel this question. Bivol comes to the table having Canelo and Ramirez's scalp. What's the split then?
60-40. 60-40. With that, 60-40. The thing is, Bob don't care what the split is as long as it's a top rank show. Like, yeah, better be. You need this fight. If you want this fight, you got to bite the bullet, bro.
And what if Bivol comes to that table having beaten Canelo twice?
Bro, it's a wrap. It's not like, to me right now, where it's at, it's not even a question who the bigger name is because Beats made the point better than I could. He beat Craig Richards, who was just in a big fight in the UK, right? He was just in a big fight with Joshua Buatsi. Now the plan in the UK with the UK fans and the UK money is Buatsi Bivol, if they want to go that route. I don't think they should, but they might want to go that route because that's a big fight in the UK. So you got a guy who just beat a huge name in the United States, can have a good size fight in the UK, and Artur is the bigger name. No fucking way. No way.
So if we agreed, like you agreed before, that for the last, let's say, prior to this, ever since Canelo started flirting with moving up in 168 and this and that and the other, if you agree that the name that kept coming up was Better Beef and not Bivol, I don't see how it is that you can just now say, oh, he's not a bigger name than he's not as big as name, or that he's lesser known, or this and that. Over, you know, to me that's the part that doesn't make sense because for the last year, the name attached to Canelo, at 175 was Better Beef, and Bivol was right over there with him on his own.
Wait a minute.
So I don't even understand that.
Nah. See, this is what you're doing. All right. Bivol, Artur Better Beef's name was attached to Canelo's, but so was Bivol's. And I know because I did the videos about it. I read those articles. His name has been attached to Canelo's for months. All right. So if we're going to acknowledge that Better Beef was connected tenuously. Nobody really expected that to be Canelo's next fight.
You know why it was attached? Julius, you know why his name was attached? It was because the thought was that Better Beef would beat Canelo, mano a mano. It wasn't expected that Bivol would beat him.
But this is the reality of it. A fight took place. Who won the fight? Never mind the hypotheticals. Who won the fight? Bivol. Who needs redemption against him? Canelo. So is Artur? See, what you're saying is that because back then,
but Canelo doesn't need redemption against him.
Hold on. You're saying that because of a tenuous connection in previous weeks and months between Canelo and Artur, that puts Artur somewhere. Okay, Bivol actually fought him. He
in terms of notoriety. If you and I just agreed that they were both attached to Canelo, and I would argue that it was better beef who everybody kept talking about as a possibility of being Canelo's ultimate goal. That's what I'm saying. That's what I read all the fucking time. It was better be at 175. Can he be better be? Can he be better be? And those were all the arguments all over every boxing page. So now Bivol actually does beat him. All of a sudden, now the better beef and all the people that had them in their had better beef in their brain, all of a sudden that name just got erased. That's what you're telling me.
Because Bivol won.
Yes, Bivol won. It's not about Canelo versus Better Beef anymore.
I'm talking about
Canelo Bivol too.
I'm talking about name recognition. I'm just saying
that Bivol has no name recognition.
No, what I'm saying is that his name recognition isn't bigger than Better Beef. That's what I'm saying.
What?
At this point in this cycle, it is. Yes, because he just fought Canelo. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, Bivol is the A side. He the A side, bro.
He's the A side. He's the A side.
He's the A side.
He's the A side.
You gonna beat Canelo?
He's the A side who's going to have to give up a 50-50 split. That's the type of A side he is.
Here's the thing, though. Let me say this. More casual fans now are going to look forward to Bivol's next fight, no matter who he fights, than Better Beef. And going forward, Eddie's a smart man. He's going to have options on Bivol. You don't think they're going to want to have more leverage?
No, and the thing is,
hold on.
Everybody chill. I want Beats to go. Hold on. I swear to God, Alexis, I'm going. Beats, go ahead.
Now, here's the thing, like, the debate we're having now is going into the territory of public opinion. So if you're saying it's a 50-50 split, when Bivol has this profile, they're going to be saying, well, he just beat Canelo. How are you going to be asking for 50-50? So that's not going to look good for Beterbiev or Bob if it goes into negotiation. You know, people are going to be looking for you to give some kind of concession to the guy who just beat Canelo. So I don't know about that 50-50. It depends. You could be right, but I'm not seeing that off the jump 50-50. No way. It's like the pendulum has to be swinging in Bivol's favor at the start of negotiation. He just beat Canelo.
Didn't we have a precedent for this?
What was it that he said before?
Oh, this fucking guy.
Alexis is a crazy guy. He's a crazy guy.
Oh my God. Ay, coño, pero esto fue una curita, ¿viste? So go ahead.
This is look to the point that Beats just made, which I think is a very valid point. Just off of what happened, right? The expectation, at least in the court of public opinion, would be that, look, you got to compensate. Like right now, it's 50-50, in other words, right? If it happens the way that you think, that, okay, he ends up fighting Zerto, right? And what if he beats Zerto, and then we're back at the Better Beef fight? Because we all think Better Beef is going to beat Smith. It can't be 50-50. Not after all of that. Nah, no way. How?
One guy has 3 belts, bro.
One guy beat Canelo.
One guy has 3 belts, and it's for undisputed. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you that's going to be a factor. There's going to be a factor. There's no way you're going to get less than 50-50. I'm trying to tell you,
Triple G had 3 belts.
That's what
I'm trying to tell you.
Everybody chill. Go ahead, please.
Sanctioning belts cannot leverage you over the cash cow and the
Triple G had 3 belts.
Alexis, let me finish, bro. Sanctioning belts are not going to leverage you over the cash cow and the consensus pound number 1 or 2, depending where you see. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Listen, Hopkins had more belts than Oscar. Who was the A side?
That's
Oscar.
Right.
Motherfucking Canelo had.
Now you're putting Bivol. Now you're putting Bivol's name. Now you're putting Bivol's name in the same stratosphere as Oscar. Is that what you're doing?
I'm saying he's a bigger name than
Is that what you're doing?
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Oscar with the million chicks and the Mexican fans and the Olympic. That's who you're putting. You're putting Bivol.
Bivol got a million chicks.
Bivol did not inherit. Bivol did not inherit the Mexican fan. He did not inherit Canelo's fans. He did not. He did not.
You don't think he got Russian girls with bags in their eyes? He don't got a million Russian girls with bags in their eyes.
Right now, they're not letting them into this country, so it doesn't matter.
What about the Russians outside of Russia?
Listen. Dame algo ahí, coño, porque.
So what about the Ukrainians outside of the Ukraine?
Okay. What Beats? Go ahead. Beats has the floor.
You know, like there's Ukrainians outside of the Ukraine supporting him. Like there's Mexicans who was thinking, yo, this guy is pretty good, even though they beat, the national hero. This guy is profile. No, look, it's not. You can't make a direct comparison like some Highlander shit, right? There's no one's going to say that Bivol is Canelo, right, on drawing power. But he has gained a lot of momentum, and probably more than Artem Beterbiev.
He definitely
he's gained enough momentum to get 50-50 out of the fight. So here it is. What happened with Triple G? Right? Because this is what can be closely related to that, right? Where he did inherit Mexican fans via the connection to Canelo. Like he did. It was because of the hardcore, some of the hardcore Mexican fans' vitriol dislike of Canelo, and the other thing, Canelo dropping those belts and the performances that Triple G was putting up. There was a lot going on there before Triple G inherited all that mantle to now get $14 million a fight just because he shows up against some nobody. A lot happened there. It wasn't one fight. It wasn't one fight. And y'all giving all this to Bivol on one fight, and it's not happening.
Wait a minute. Let's just put the jokes and the hyperbole to the side. This is the main thing, all right? The undisputed light heavyweight title fight didn't really have the profile before that Canelo fight that it has now, and that is just
agreed.
It is a much bigger fight now than it was before. Why?
Agreed.
Dimitri is involved.
Dimitri, listen, that division is probably the hottest division now, and that's because of Bivol, not Beterbiev. And I like Beterbiev.
Let me just say this right now.
Wait, let me just finish what I'm saying. I'm sorry, right? That division now is probably the hottest division in boxing, and that's because Bivol beat the cash cow, right?
And let me add to that.
Let me finish, bro. I'm nearly done. Right? Look, Beterbiev is a great fighter, pure knockouts and everything, right? But that win there is the division is based around Bivol now. Mm-hmm. He is the common denominator. If you're going to be the man at 175, you have to see Dimitri.
Thank you. You about to fight a guy that he beat 3.5 years ago to get a new belt.
In addition to all that.
He did that. He just didn't have a belt when he did it, but he did that.
A simple Google search right now, fellas. The
Pascal that went to the PBC and beat the shit out of everything, and he's still out here beating people. Bivol did that already.
Mm-hmm. So if we're talking name recognition, a simple Google search right now throughout all social media platforms, Dimitri Bivol has 11% engagement. Artur Beterbiev just got a fight announced. He has 2% engagement. Let's stop. The numbers don't lie. Now, it's a what have you done for me lately? And right now, it's Bivol. That's the facts. The data says.
11% to 2% is not close. It's not.
And I'm sure they're gonna bring that up when they negotiate.
I'm sure they're gonna bring up that he beat Canelo Alvarez when they negotiate.
Exactly.
I'm sure they're gonna bring that up.
Undisputed fight. It's a fight for undisputed, and you need all the belts to be there. And one of them big dudes has 3 of those belts.
I'm gonna make sure. Look, my man with the bags in his eyes is gonna get the paper, Alexis, and that motherfucking shit I know.
Listen, bro. People don't care about belts. Let me tell you why people don't care about belts. You see the momentum Anthony Joshua built. Like, what is it? 16th fight or 17th fight world champion. Gone clear. But as soon as Wilder and Fury got into that trilogy, his numbers started going down. People don't care about belts. When I go on the stool, my friend's stool, so you see that guy who beat Canelo the other day. Then you know that the momentum has shifted considerably.
We
to
care
the
about
Ukraine.
fights.
It's as
We
simple
care
as
about
that.
the
Yeah,
fights.
people don't care about like the average, like let's say casual, don't care about the belts. They care about the names, and like that's what they care about.
My man, a word to the wise. You don't mention that nobody cares about belts when the fight that we're talking about is for undisputed. It makes no sense to even bring that into the conversation. All right? So if people don't care about belts, then why fight for undisputed?
Undisputed, is for hardcore fans, right? People care about matchups. That's what people care about, right?
Again, what they care right now is undisputed. You cannot say people can't. Your argument is people don't care about belt, but here it is. We're arguing about a fight, how big it is because it's undisputed.
Okay, Lex, can I ask you a question? Was Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor on the scale of Dimitri Bivol versus the winner of that fight? Which fight is bigger?
No.
Which fight is bigger?
There was a lot of things, but no, it's not. No.
Listen, Tyson Fury just sold 94,000, right? And there's another man out there with 3 straps who right, and his popularity compared to Tyson Fury's is not comparable. It's not comparable.
It's not.
Yeah, it isn't.
It's a very. You know what it is, Alexis? It's a
You're
very
talking about electric. You're talking about electric personalities that transcend the sport.
Exactly.
You can't fight for those.
Listen, I've never seen him on
camera. If we're talking about electric personalities that transcend the sport, and we agree that you can't fight for those, you can't get in the ring and beat somebody and take their electric personality for them. Why are you bringing this up?
Alexis, you're telling me. Alexis, I got a question. Can I ask a question? Has anyone in here seen a light heavyweight with more electric personality than Dimitri Bivol? Because I haven't. If there is one, I haven't. What are you telling me, that Artur is charisma? He's oozing machismo?
So you agree with me that the same. So you agreeing with me that it's 50-50 then? Because you're just saying that the same.
I don't think it's 50-50.
Listen, all that personality, that personality
it's going to come down to the guy having 3 belts and the other guy having the bigger win.
All that personality. The personality shit you were talking about there has nothing to do.
You know where your argument would held water, and it'll be real simple, right? If Canelo would have been a natural 175-pounder who had created his legacy in the 175-pound, and then Bivol would have beat that guy, that's a whole different story, right? But the thing is that people are giving Canelo a pass for losing to Bivol because Bivol was the bigger fighter, right? Look. So if you can't give somebody a pass like Canelo for losing in the daring to be great category, and then again,
you can't argue that because you like Top Rank, Artur has the same leverage as Bivol. No, he doesn't. Bivol
Right now he doesn't. Listen. Right now he doesn't. No.
Let me talk.
That's the easy way out. That's the easy way out. You're trying to press the button, but your button failed. Because right now, Benavidez doesn't have 3 belts. Nobody has 3 belts.
Just calm down, bro. Calm down.
Let me talk.
Calm down.
Artur has 1 major fight that he can be a part of. Bivol has 3. He could fight Buatsi in the UK on a pay-per-view. He could fight Canelo Alvarez again in America on a pay-per-view. And he can fight Artur Beterbiev. And you're telling me Artur, who has 1 option after Smith, he's on equal footing with that guy.
Yeah. Can I just say this as well, right? You see what you said about this engaging Fury personality? Listen, Fury versus Vlad, where he took 3 belts, he went away from the UK to Stuttgart or wherever it was, right? And took 3 belts. That barely done 600,000 pay-per-view buys, right? The rematch got cancelled because the tickets were selling at snail's pace, and Tyson Fury was doing all them antics even more back then, right? It's nothing. The personality is part of it, but it's the fact he beat Vlad. He beat the Dragon Slayer Wilder 3 times, right? And he's still only got 1 belt. People know him for the wins, not the belts.
That's another very poor analogy, because Fury wasn't Fury that he is now back then. He's nowhere near the person.
You just don't know. You just didn't know.
He hadn't appeared on WWF. He hadn't made a trip to America. He had done none of that. So I don't even understand. How can he didn't make a trip to America, because that's what he started on.
Hold on.
The BBC call.
So,
right?
Hold on. No. Here's what destroys you, right? You just didn't know him because of the side of the world you're in. So how is he more popular now when he's got 1 belt, and he was less popular when he had 3 when he beat Vlad?
Because he didn't defend them. He didn't defend them.
But you said it was about belts. You said it was about belts. You said it was about belts.
How do we know? How do we know the guy went into a coke binge? How are you even bringing that up?
No.
How are you even bringing that up?
It don't matter when he took a coke bitch. When he had the 3 belts, listen. When he had the 3 belts, hold on, Alexis. Hold on. Let me explain.
1 at a time.
When he had 3 belts, right? Remember, stop doing that, Alexis. It's a bit annoying, the laughing, right? When he had 3 belts,
I know it's annoying you, bro.
Oh, God. All right. When he had 3 belts, right, he was still negotiating the rematch with Vlad. And I'm telling you, the tickets were not selling, right? So even before, right, he lost the 3. He had 3 belts. He still wasn't popular, right?
Okay. So what you're telling me is that he didn't gain anything, a bump from that 1 win, right? That's what you're telling me, ultimately. Right?
He gained, but not what
exactly. I'm telling you that he didn't get that kind of bump from 1 win. You're saying what I'm saying.
I don't think I am, actually.
Can I just say this, fellas? This is gonna be great replay YouTube stuff. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, everybody. This is beautiful.
Hold on, wait. I'll show y'all something. Hold on, wait. All right. Now, what I'm saying, all right?
Este Teófimo López como Jesus Christ, coño, pero tú estás pasado, ¿no? Dice Teófimo de Barge.
This is all I'm saying.
Teófimo de Barge.
Let me just say this, Alexis, because this is how I look at it. I know where you're coming from, right? I get it, because Bob is going to hardline. I understand that. But what I see is that, let's say, okay, this kid, he beat Canelo, right? And let's say that they get him either Zurdo Ramirez or Callum Smith, whichever one in the United Kingdom for the fall, because we know he's not fighting Canelo, at least not this fall. You know, Canelo's fighting Golovkin. He's probably going to fight someone else, right? He wins that fight, whether it's Zurdo in America or Callum Smith or Joshua Buatsi in the United Kingdom, right? And then he goes into those negotiations with Artur. If those negotiations don't work out because he wants more money, like, bro, I beat Canelo, I beat Joe Smith, I beat these people, right? And it don't work out. He has other big fights he can have. Artur just has this. You don't fight this guy, you got nothing, bro. So how could you be on equal footing with this guy? He has other options. Like, you have to fight me for Undisputed, but I don't actually have to fight for Undisputed to be in a huge fight. Canelo versus Bivol too.
He can go and then take his little trip over to the UK, fight Yardy, right?
Exactly. Look what you're saying. Look what you're saying. Look what you're saying. Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah.
Right, no,
I'm saying he would have to take a trip over to the UK.
So how big is he?
Bivol's not taking a trip to the UK to fight Buatsi? What are you saying?
No, but look, all right, that's a good point. That is actually a good point.
How come your arguments only work one way? How come your arguments only work one way, bro? That's what I want to know.
Fair. All right, I conceded. That is a fair point. But
of course it's a fair point. All I make is fair points.
No, that's debatable right there.
Listen. One thing you're gonna learn is that nothing comes out of my mouth that's not well thought out.
Now, Alexis, think about it. If things don't work out between Dimitri and Artur, what is Artur gonna do?
I just told you.
What? He's gonna go fight Yard. I know. No. I'm gonna ask you a question. Does Better Beef versus Yard in the United Kingdom do what Bivol versus Buatsi does in the United Kingdom?
That's up to be seen, right?
I will go to a UK correspondent. Which fight is the bigger fight with the Brits?
It's Bivol versus Buatsi.
Yes. Clearly.
Bivol versus
Buatsi.
So
let me ask you
fuck the Americans.
The zone are like streets ahead of BT.
Now let me say this. Bivol, let's say Bivol does what he does. He gets a stay busy fight. He beats Ramirez. The zone's not going to want to let him go. So is Arthur going to cross the street? Because Bivol will clearly be the A side. Why would Bob Arum wait for that? Why would Bob Arum wait for that to potentially happen?
Now, Drew.
Then negotiate now.
Drew, this is what I believe, right?
Listen,
wait, Alexis, let me just do this and then I'll pass it to you. Let me just do this. What I believe is that Bob, he's not looking at the fight right now, like I said, because Bivol is a matchroom guy right now. That's what he is. And he knows that because he's a matchroom guy right now and he actually is the A side, this is where me and Alexis differ. Bob knows right now that Bivol is the A side guy. So if I deal with him now, I have to send my guy to him. Well, I'm not going to fucking do that. Fuck that. I'll put him in there with Yard in the fall before I send him to you because I don't benefit at all from sending him to you, right? But the difference between me and Alexis's argument is he's doing what he's doing, I think, because he knows that Bivol is the A side. You don't have no leverage over him. You need him. You have a 38-year-old light heavyweight with 3 fucking belts and no super fight. What the fuck are you going to do?
Now, that's a great point. Now you brought up the age, and that's a great point.
Jules, your matchroom, you guys letting Bivol go away?
No.
Are you, Jules?
No.
Exactly.
No. If I'm matchroom, I have two potential fights with Bivol being there that are genuine pay-per-view worthy fights. If Canelo beats Gennady and Bivol keeps busy with whoever in the fall, here in America or in the UK, whoever, right? You got another pay-per-view right there. Another one. Now, what's Artur's pay-per-view if he don't get Bivol? What does he do? What the fuck is he gonna do? Grow more hair? He gonna get more belts? What the fuck is he gonna do? They are not on equal footing. And that's why Bob doesn't want him now. That's why. Let's see if Zerto don't beat him, because we'll do business with Oscar. We'll do some business with Oscar. Let's see if Zerto, let's let him go in there with Zerto in the fall. See if Zerto don't beat him. Because if Zerto beats him, we know a fight between Artur and Zerto can make some cash.
Hey,
and we like that situation.
If Zerto beats him, they'll
wouldn't that be ironic?
They'll send him over there.
Wouldn't that be ironic? Wouldn't that be ironic?
No, what's ironic is if Zerto beats him, they'll send Beterbiev over there to the zone.
Julius, why do you think Joe Smith is fighting Beterbiev in Madison Square Garden? Why do you think that's the case?
Because Joe has fans that will travel from Long Island.
Yes, he's from New York. So which means that's the reason why the fight's here. I mean, Beterbiev really doesn't sell nearly. I mean,
Hulu
Exactly. It's not the big room. It's not the big room like Haney and Amanda.
Look, the facts
They're
are
not fighting in Montreal.
The facts are Canada are not playing with the big boys, right? They're not playing with the big boys, right?
And that fight in Montreal didn't even sell out.
I'm just being real. There's no way it works out to where Artur, even now, has more leverage than Dmitry Bivolinsky. There's no way. There's no way. How? He has options. Isn't that how we gauge who's in charge? He doesn't need you for a super fight. He could fight Buatsi either next or 2 fights from now. And that's a big fight in the United Kingdom. If that don't happen, I got to take care of my mandatory, that is a big fight in America that could potentially, I think, be billed as a DAZN pay-per-view because of the Chicano demographic and the people who saw him beat Canelo Alvarez. If he doesn't do either of those things, he still has Artur, and he can bounce around from one to the other because he has options. What are Artur's options if Bivol don't play ball?
We're gonna have to agree. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. But I like Alexis because Alexis is consistent like a woman's period when it comes to his stances.
He's more like a woman that has
Alexis is the same guy. Alexis is the same guy that told you that Dillian White was a tuna.
I love it. I love it.
Now, Alexis.
I'm the same guy. The same guy, bro. All right.
Alexis. How does Devin Haney win next weekend?
He doesn't.
I didn't say that. I said, how would he win? I want your.
He doesn't. He doesn't. It's not happening. So I'm not thinking about that.
Oh shit! I love it. I
and
fucking
why
love
isn't it happening?
Bring out Q boxing talk, goddammit.
Why isn't it happening, Alexis?
Because Devin Haney has never been in the ring with anybody. Zip, nada. Okay. It's the first time he has to do anything. It's the first real opponent he's getting. It's the first time without his little daddy. That's why. You understand me?
I love it. I love it.
Okay? And for the last 4 weeks, while Devin Haney's been worried about what Charlo's been doing, worried about what Tank's been doing, going back and forth and making up Twitter shit, all that man in Australia's been doing is waiting on his ass to land on the fucking plane, bro.
Why are you yelling?
End the story.
Why are you yelling?
End the story, bro.
My ears, bro.
I love it because I got a bet slip that I picked Kambosos to win.
That is, you do realize that, right, Alexis? That he did he picked George to win.
Don't care.
Leave Alexis alone, man. He's washing up for Bob Arum, man. He's in the kitchen right now.
See, this is where the
listen. At the end of the year, when it says, "Oh, who is the best promoter this year?" This and that, everybody's gonna forget every single fucking fight that's taking place in the ESPN. And everybody's gonna say it's Eddie Hearn because Eddie Hearn did this with Canelo. It's all gonna be the same song and dance over and over and over again. No matter what these people do, they get no fucking credit for it, bro. You understand? You woke up one morning.
Chill, I'm only doing it.
One at a time. Why is everybody yelling?
This year alone, y'all got up in the morning and saw on your fucking phone and said Devin Haney in Australia on ESPN and said, what? Just the other day, you got up, looked on your phone, and said, Amanda Baumgart was on ESPN? You fucking do say that to yourself. And you will never, and you will forget that shit. You won't forget that shit at the end of the year.
Hold on.
At the end of the year, you will forget about that.
Wait a minute. You can't do that, bro, because I give
Why not? I just did.
Wait. Can I talk without being yelled at? Can I do that? I give Top Rank their flowers. Like, you can't do that. Everybody calm down.
Again, my brother, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your fans.
But let me talk, bro. I give Top Rank their flowers. I'll stay up for a Top Rank show. I'll watch Mark Kriegel talk about the dads and all that bullshit and people that went to Sing Sing and Rikers Island and Elmira and Plattsburgh. Right? You're talking to the wrong one. I watch all that. All I'm saying is that the scale of the fights, you have to admit, the scale of the fights, they are bigger. We're talking about Joshua versus Usyk. Huge fight. Huge rematch. We're talking about Golovkin versus Canelo III. You know damn good and well that whether Top Rank had it or PBC by some chance got it or Matchroom has it. It's a huge fight in America, bro. You know that. But Matchroom has it. So those are two major fights involving transatlantic continental superstars. Matchroom
that
is
you have to pay for. That you have to pay for. I remember not so long ago, Julius. I remember not so long ago, Julius. I remember not so long ago when you and I first coalesced. Is that coalesced the word? Out in Ring IQ, right? And you came at me. See, one of the things that I've been either blessed or damned with is a fucking memory, bro. My shit is crazy, bro. So anyway, so we had this conversation, and you said to me, because everybody on the page, about 45,000 fucking people, all kept saying that this nigga's a hater, he's a liar, this and that and the other. And then you was just sitting idly by because I kept picking on PBC and saying this about the PBC and doing that about the PBC. And then you hit me up one day and you said, you know what, Alex? You know, I'm beginning to see why people say that you this and that and the other, because all I know is that PBC is giving me free fights. I remember that. You understand?
All right, I'm with you, Alexis. I'm with you. Guess what? Do I have to pay pay-per-view for Joshua versus Usyk? Yes. No, I don't. Let me talk. Please let me talk. Please, without interrupting me. Please let me talk. No, I do not have to pay pay-per-view for Joshua versus Usyk, which is a major fight. I did not have to pay pay-per-view for Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. The fight that they're about to have with Bam Rodriguez and Sorum, I don't have to pay pay-per-view for that. We're just talking about Canelo in terms of pay-per-view. That's it. That's it. Everything else is regular. So no, you can't use that as a parallel. Now, I'm not saying that Top Rank is bad, and that's where you fucking up at. Like, I'm not giving Top Rank their flowers when I give Bob his flowers every day. Like
I said, bro. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to your parents.
All right.
I said that.
Oh, you can't say that to me.
Anyway, listen, my brother. I gotta go pick up the shit.
Bob is the dude. Bob is the motherfucking dude. I say it all the time. He is the motherfucking dude.
So give him the benefit of the doubt. 50-50, be bold.
There was a stage.
It better be.
Jules, did you have to pay for Triple G Murata?
Hold on, one at a time. No, I didn't. But you know what? Bob gave me that, and I gave him props for that. And I don't have to pay pay-per-view for Inouye versus Donaire 3. I love it. I give him his flowers all the time. I love Top Rank. All right? Call me ready.
But the criticism, listen.
I love him.
The criticism leading up to Donaire, the criticism leading up to Donaire, Inouye, right, was that, well, they ain't getting Inouye no fights, and this and that, and the third, it didn't even fucking matter, did it? It ended up right where it was supposed to be.
I don't think, listen, Alexis, I don't think you're genuine with that particular situation. I honestly don't. I don't think you're being genuine, because the only real reason we're getting Donaire versus Inouye 2 is because of Akihiko Honda, not Bob. If it were because of Bob, then it would be here in America in Las Vegas, Nevada.
So you don't give credit.
It's in Japan. I do give him credit, but you're giving him too much.
No, because I give him, and I entered that debate into this thing on the Steve Kim thing, the thread up there. Fucking dudes is like, oh no, it's because this guy's promoting and this guy's doing it. But Konyo, if I have a promoter, the right people that got me the product, I can't get credit for doing that.
I'm giving them credit, but you saying it like in other words, this is the thing. Okay, what did I say before? Because it took us longer to get here than it should have. Now, why is that? Top Rank did not bother to put a bid in for Donaire versus Ubali. And I firmly believe that Top Rank, unlike the PBC, they would have did that fight. Yeah, in the bubble, it's done. It is done. Nah, you didn't bid on it. You got lucky that things worked out the way that they did because it's reality. You got lucky that Casimiro and Sean Gibbons fucked all that up. Because remember, who was he gonna make a fucking fight with? He was gonna fucking make a fight with them, bro. He was over there on he was over there on the PBC when he fought. Pay attention. He fought Ubali on a PBC show, did he not? And then when he defended his title, where was it? Against Raymond Gaballo. It was again on the PBC. And the unification match that he was going to have, where was that going to be? Again, on the PBC. It's only sheer fucking happenstance, the negligence of Sean Gibbons, that it ended, that he said, you know what, fuck y'all, I never needed y'all. Fuck y'all, I'm out. I'm fighting Inouye.
This is the thing that you're not really seeing, right? That you're calling it a happenstance, and I'm saying that it's not. That deal was consummated that deal was consummated the day that they got the bigger star in Inouye. His fight was always that type level fight was always going to take place in Japan. Always. And since he's the one with the relationship with Honda, it was always going to be on Top Rank.
I tell you what, man, I don't think I could be as fanatical about a promotional company as you. I don't think I could be. I mean,
now I got a question.
One at a time, y'all. Go ahead, Beats.
You seem a bit OTT fanatical about Top Rank. You know what I mean? It's my opinion.
Look, Eddie Hearn paid for my college tuition, so I'm going to support Matchroom, Alexis, and you need to know that. I'm just playing. I didn't finish college. For
the betterment of boxing and who's actually trying to grow the sport worldwide and give more fighters opportunities and develop women's boxing, what promotional outfit is doing all the work to put on 60 plus cards around the world?
Look, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this because this feels like a Jay-Z Tupac kind of debate where I like what Top Rank is doing. Like I like a Tupac record for different reasons than I might like a Jay-Z record. I like a Top Rank show for different reasons than I might like a Matchroom show. They're both great products. Now, it's not even a question who's operating on a more global scale. It really isn't a question. It's not a debate. It's not a contest, right? But you made the point that at the end of the year, when people evaluate all the shows and they look back, which were the bigger shows? Which were the monumental moments in the sport of boxing?
It was Daddy Hearn.
Shows.
Daddy Hearn. Daddy Eddie Hearn.
It's going to be the biggest fight in the history of women's boxing was held by who? You want now? Wait a minute. You want me to say you brought up the homie Alicia Baumgartner versus Michaela Mayer, an excellent fight, no doubt about it. I love it, but I'd be lying to you if I told you it's on the scale of Taylor versus Serrano. Well, it's not, and you know that. So you need to give Eddie his flowers because it's not that I hate Top Rank. It's not that I hate I love Top Rank. It's that you hate Matchroom.
We all here support. I support Top Rank. So stop it.
I love Top Rank, and everybody know that. Bob knows that. Bob knows that I love him.
I went to 3 Top Rank cards last year. I give them my money. I give them my pay-per-view money. I gave them fucking pay-per-view money for Fury White. That fucking shit tanked.
I bought that shit too. I gave Bob.
No, you know,
I gave them
one
money.
thing I don't like about you, you got that victim mentality for Top Rank, bro. You feel pain for Top Rank. Relax, bro. They don't pay you. Chill.
Listen, guys. At the end of the day,
hello. Can you hear me?
Oh God, it's about to get bad. It's about to get bad.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro.
Oh, okay. So no. Why would you think it's gonna get bad? Over what? So again, I don't hate Matchroom. I don't. Right? But when somebody tells me about this brilliance and this, that, and the third, and then I turn around and I see that you signed Dimitri Bivol, Dimitri Andrade, gave him God knows how much money, so then let him go over nothing. That you got Devin Haney, a guy that wasn't worth the money, and build him up for whatever, so only to lose him that you paid for Teofimo Lopez's fight, thinking that it was going to do something for Devin Haney, and then you pay for that shit, and the shit still ends up on the other guys. I got a hard time with accepting, like, this guy's brilliant. I don't really see it.
It's competitive. It's competitive. But you have to admit, no, wait a minute. Because there's too many people trying to get in the word edgewise. It's competitive. But by no means, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're speaking to other panelists or if the comment is for me. But what I'm saying is, yeah, I fucks with Top Rank. Of course I do. I love their shows. I rarely watch a boring Top Rank card that I don't enjoy. You know what I mean? Rarely. It rarely ever happens. But if we're going to talk about who's promoting on a bigger scale, yeah, it's Matchroom, bro. Easily. It's not even close. The Sandor Martin card in Spain, decent-sized card over there. They just staged a big card in Italy for Italians, you know, not even for me, or not for Americans, but they staged a big card in Italy not that long ago in Milan, Italy. So when we talk about promoters operating on a global scale that are actually growing the sport in different markets, that's not a contest, bro. That is not a contest.
And what promoter doesn't lose fighters? Didn't Bob lose Mayweather, Oscar? Like Mikey, you lost enough fighters who went on to do big things. So that doesn't make sense.
I think we can all agree that we dislike PBC.
Well, I liked them lately. I won't lie about that. I like them late, and I'm fair. If they turn things around and they start doing fight, like I like Leo versus Mixayo as a fight. I won't lie. I like that fight because I think Mark is going to beat the fuck out of him. Maybe we'll see. If they start putting the shows on that you ask for, or the type of fights that you ask for, like Charlo versus Castaño, which was a great card. It was a great fight, right? I'll stop complaining.
But they're still not giving us that fight that is on the screen right there.
Yeah, this one. This the one I'm waiting for. Since Crawford is not with Bob no more, y'all need to give me this fight. Because y'all told me. Tim Smith told me. Errol told me, oh, it's because Bob. Okay, guess what? He's not with Bob. So if you drop the ball on this, yeah, I'm going to keep giving you shit. Because you told me for 4 years Bob was the problem. Bob not even in the picture no more. Where's the fight? Where is the fight?
And even the point about, like, with Beterbiev and Bivol. Like, Bivol doesn't have a territory. He can't fight in the Ukraine, so he has to travel. But, like, Beterbiev has got a solid base in Canada. You know what I mean? And like, he has to come to the UK to fight Anthony Yard. He's not that big. You're going over the top with the top ranked fanaticism, man.
Or New York to fight Joe Smith. That's right. New York to fight Joe Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even do fights in Russia. Like, really, neither of them can do fights in Russia, you know? But at the end of the day, if we look respectively at who's been in fights with solid guys and who has more options at this point in the juncture, it is easily Dimitri Bivol. It's not a debate. He has Joshua Buatsi as an option, Callum Smith as an option. Those are both good-sized fights in the UK that will be big. Why? Not just because of the UK fighter. This is the man that beat Canelo Alvarez. That's who he is. And he still has big fights in America that he could have. The fight with Zerto and the rematch with Canelo. So when I come back to what I said. Bob can say whatever he wants, but you're not going to convince me that Artur is on equal footing with this guy. The only reason he's saying what he's saying is because he knows he's not on equal footing with this guy. And the only way to do the fight now is to send Artur to Matchroom because Dimitri is the A side.
And we give this channel compared to every other one. I don't know any other channel that big ups Top Rank's scouting department, matchmaking as the best in the business. That groom young talent and find young talent and create them into solidified champions. Yeah. We all recognize that and say Bruce Trampler, Moretti, and those guys over there at Top Rank are the best at that.
Yeah. Easily.
But taking that star to the next level, they haven't done that in I don't know how long.
Well, I'm not above Aaron fan, but I'll give him a whole load of. He's still doing very, very, very good things. But
I love Bob Arum came out swinging this year. He made Eddie Hearn step his shit up this year.
Yeah, I agree.
And all I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that Eddie Hearn stepped it up this year, and that's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, he did. Of course they got off to a rocky start. They were breaking into a new market. That's not going to be easy. They didn't know that Mikey don't deserve no fucking $7 million. Fucking,
Eddie
know that.
made some major F-ups.
I'll say this about Eddie.
I agree.
Eddie rolls the dice more than any other promoter, but that's what gives us these spectacles, these upsets.
Look, he's willing to put Conor Benn, who I don't think even needs that fight right now. He's willing to put him in there with Jose Ramirez, bro. He don't shy away. Look at Virgil Hunter's face when he brought up Artur Benavidez. He not scared to roll the dice.
He did. He really got scared, man.
He not scared. Like, yeah, I'm not protecting my fighters. I'm all about doing the big fights that people want and the big fights that people want to see. That's what he about. Win, lose, or fall. He make the big fights. All right. He could have did some sucker shit. Joshua, you don't need no fucking WBO title. Give that shit to Usyk and we'll get him another fight. Nah, fuck that. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's roll the dice. I'm with shows. And he end up with huge rematches. Most people don't want to acknowledge this, but it's the cold hard truth. It doesn't matter how many Americans got excited about Wilder versus Fury 2 or 3. Joshua versus Ruiz 2 was the bigger fight, bar none. Bar none. And it's not even close. It's not. No way. But everybody acts like, because Americans liked it. Oh, it's not different. This fight did not generate what this fight did. He got paid more than the both of you to fight that fat man.
And the weird thing is, right?
He got it to fight in the desert.
The weird thing is,
desert.
Right? Like, Fury's done some very, entertaining fights, good series of Wilder. The Saudis ain't put up for one of them fights. They're putting up for Usyk and AJ again. You know what I mean?
Because Americans think, and I'm going to say this, and I don't care who doesn't like it, Americans really think that they're special, that there's something special. No, you're not special. If he got 80 million, whether it was 75, because that was the lowest number, or 80 or 85, which was the highest number, that's more than both of y'all got put together. So in what way is your fight bigger? Tell me, please, because it ain't financially bigger. Metrics-wise, it's not bigger. When Anthony Joshua fights, what Americans hate to hear is when that man fights, the world watches, whether he win or he lose.
Didn't I hop on a 12-hour flight to go to an Anthony Joshua fight?
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I went all right. I'm going to fucking Saudi for the rematch because I love Usyk.
So this whole thing. Oh, they got 19 million at the gate with the. So fucking what? And because fuck the Americans. They don't spend money on their own homegrown fighters. That fight with Wilder wasn't big till you brought over a Brit. Stop me when I tell a lie. Wasn't he on pay-per-view with Luis Ortiz?
That is true.
What did it do? What did it do?
That's true.
But you got a Brit involved. Oh, now it's a big fight. Not now. It's a trilogy. Riddick Bowe, Amanda Holyfield. There wasn't no Brits involved in that. You needed that Brit.
And listen, when Wilder comes back, he's gonna need British opponents.
Or a Mexican.
The Americans truly believe if you go on Twitter right now and you pay attention whenever Canelo versus Triple G is brought up as a huge fight in America, you know what you're going to get? Resentful America. Crawford versus Spence, as much as I love the fight, is not even close.
Listen,
dog, we had a guy on Twitter.
A big fight.
We had a guy on Twitter trying to explain how Crawford Spence was an 800,000-900,000 pay-per-view buy because they're two Black American fighters.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but the metrics don't show that. And the metrics, they don't lie. They don't lie. They don't. What we have seen time and time again is you don't, for some reason, even though he's decorated, even though he's not a boring fighter, I don't know where that came from. You guys don't want to support Crawford, no matter what he does. Whether he goes undisputed, whether he's unifying titles, whether he gives you a fight that you schmucks asked for. You asked him to fight Porter. Not me. I wanted him to fight Spence. You, Spence fans, you asked him to fight Porter so that you don't buy the fight.
So hold on. Are you people across America telling me that Crawford and Spence can't do 800,000?
I promise. Beats, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. No, it will not.
Probably at best 500K.
At most, which I think is a good size pot for them, because neither one of the two have really proven that they can cross over. They think that because Spence fought Mikey and 50,000 people showed up, they act like those were 50,000 Spence fans. It was Spence fans and Mikey Garcia fans. The people that bought the fight. It was Spence fans and Mikey Garcia fans. It wasn't one way. Now, you take Mikey out of the equation, 277 with Porter, 225 with Danny, 250 with Ugas. We see what you can do. We see what you good for. You not there. Crawford, y'all don't want to support him. I don't know why. He's more decorated than him. You won't support him. So what I see, 450 if you're lucky.
Wow.
Beats. I was in Texas. I was in Texas for the Danny Garcia Spence fight at a party. I was the only one out of all these Texas fans that say, "Oh, the fight's on. Let's order it." And they're like, "Nah, just get the stream off the Xbox."
Wow.
In Texas.
So I'm telling you, with fans that pay, because fans that pay are the only fans that matter. The biggest name in boxing is Canelo Alvarez in America, and it's not even close. And even now, if you go to like the West, you still got Golovkin fans. They like I don't know what the point in the game is to pretend, but what you're seeing is a lot of pretend. Golovkin's name has value. I'm sorry if that bothers people, but it's the truth.
I'm gonna tell you this: Golovkin has more Mexican fans than Zurdo, Benavidez, or Jaime Munguia.
Do a Golovkin fight on the West
Ryan
Coast.
Garcia.
Do a Golovkin fight on the West Coast. Just do it, and you'll see. They're gonna come out with Triple G hats, Triple G T-shirts, big drama show.
Numbers, though. Ryan did
Mexican
numbers
style.
last time out, though.
No, Ryan does number, but Triple G still has more Mexican fans than all of them.
Yeah, no comparison.
So when I say that Matchroom is doing shows consistently on a bigger scale than American-based promoters, that's just the fucking truth. It is, and we are talking about in the American market. Why are we pretending that Matchroom isn't promoting Canelo Alvarez's fights? They want it to not count. Like, what's different? He's the cash cow bot. Yeah, and he chose to fuck with Matchroom.
Right.
He chose that. The cash cow of boxing said, if I got to choose a promoter, Eddie was good.
And his next fight's on Matchroom as well?
Eddie helped get him to the undisputed at 168, basically.
They asked Canelo, which fight did you like more, the Plant fight or the Saunders fight? He said the Saunders fight because I had 73,000 of my fans there cheering me. Who made that happen? It wasn't fucking Tom Brown. It was Edward Hearns.
And all this notion that Eddie is a rich kid, all that blah blah blah. He turned his dad's corporate company into $1 billion outfit.
Yep, he did.
That takes intelligence.
Hey, listen.
What you said.
Barry's a hard-nosed Londoner. He won't let anyone just take over that company he built up for so long, even if it was his son. And he knows what he's doing.
So the only point that I'm making is American xenophobia in 2018 is what led to Eddie becoming a social pariah in certain circles of boxing. They do not like the idea that a Brit can come over here and get it cracking. I celebrate it. We need something new because the shit y'all doing is played. Y'all want to ride that Mayweather-Pacquiao scooter. I don't need to wait 5 years for fights, my guy. I don't like it.
The thing is, Jules, right? The people who criticize Eddie, right? Do they support, what's his name, like Leonard? Let TNT's finished now. If Tank leaves, they're done. They are sunk.
It's an anarchist mentality, my guy. Why do I call it anarchism? Tell me you don't support Eddie. Fine, you don't support Eddie. Are you supporting the homegrown guys? No, you're not doing that either. You're literally taking from their place. So you just don't support any fucking thing then. Basically. You got an anarchist mentality. You don't support him because he's a foreigner, but you don't support him because of blah blah blah. And you don't fuck with Crawford because of blah blah blah. So what are you good for?
Right.
What are you good for? Arguing.
Yeah. I mean, Leonard was talking about Eddie blew billions of DAZN's money. Well, it might be, but all I know is you fucking stopped Tank from earning $5 million in one fight over what I think was a winnable fight for Tank. $5 million for a 135 pounder. Come on, man.
You got an American-based promoter who does not have to stage as many shows as Matchroom, because Matchroom does shows all year. TMT, Mayweather Promotions, does not do, like people confuse it because it's all under one umbrella. We're talking about Mayweather Promotions, not Tom Brown, not Samson Lukowicz, not Sean Gibbons. We're talking about Leonard Ellaby and Mayweather Promotions. They don't do shows all year, fam. You got one guy that has the potential to be a star, and you about to lose him.
Yeah. But over what? You know why? You know what it is? I think we can see Devin's going across there to try and make his name. Like Teofimo. He's all right. He's going through some shit, but he's had this 3 scraps. He's been there. He's been to the top. He had 3-4 scraps. Lomachenko's had a whole lot of. Tank's getting left behind, and he's realizing that now. He's getting left behind.
I think he is. I think, and I said it in the last live. When I saw the first press conference for the Rolly Romero fight, I swear to God, he looked embarrassed that he's fighting somebody like this. He looked embarrassed. Like, why am I fighting this dude? And then he said that he released that tweet and he said it himself. The only reason I'm even fighting this clown is because this is the last fight of my contract.
And did you see how embarrassed he looked, Jules, on the Gilly the Kid interview when other black people, the urban communities, asking him, "What's up?"
Because there's no pretending. The shit you see online, and I say it all the time, the shit you see online is fake. It's fake, bro. All them people on Twitter saying all that shit, how many of y'all actually buy this shit, though? How many? Now, I'm going to give you an example, right? If I say anything about Canelo Alvarez, it gets hits. Why? Because he has fucking customers. It's not complicated. All that other shit, Charlie, ain't nobody hearing that shit, bro. Why? You don't appease the public. Everything in business, there's supply and demand. Who mic is that?
Wrong.
Let me see. Everything in business is supply and demand. Now, if you can't get Canelo, cool. You can't get Golovkin, cool. Can you do Andre? Nah, right? I gotta hear a song and fucking dance for 3 years. You can't fight. All right, then I don't know what the fuck then. I don't know. And then Benavidez, he supposed to be the boogeyman because he beat a guy that Gennady beat 7 years ago.
Right. People that Canelo isn't going for great. He's fighting Triple G. Triple G smashed David Lemieux years back. Smashed him. And if he fought him now, he'd smash him again.
Yeah, Billy Joe Saunders.
What are you guys talking about?
Billy Joe Saunders schooled him years ago.
Well, and listen, Golovkin is still a better middleweight than Jamal. Still.
Now, you talk about Billy. I had this discussion last week. Plant was more credible. Based on what, fam? As a super middle. The resumes don't work like that, first off. Billy Joe Saunders beat unbeaten Chris Eubank, unbeaten Spike O'Sullivan, unbeaten John Ryder. He took the WBO from Andy Lee. He beat David Lemieux before David Benavidez. But Plant, because he's American. Like, it's a stupid fucking game.
How are Billy Joe Saunders and Callum Smith not credible opponents to get undisputed? This is ridiculous.
It's a stupid game that a lot of that it comes from harboring. It comes from a feeling almost that the American fighter is just better. Just because, then why don't you have the resume to show for it? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, Billy Joe was a slick southpaw too. I mean, he had talent.
Evaluated. Callum won his belt and the Ring Magazine title and the Muhammad Ali Trophy fighting George Groves.
Right.
David Benavidez. Would you fight Anthony Durrell?
Yeah.
Like you kidding me, fam? And then before that, what was it? It was vacant because that was Badu Jack's old belt when he left. You seriously?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're knocking Canelo because he's not fighting. And look, he's doing the right thing. If you are not sure about going in against a technician like Bivol, who's a weight above you, above what he's used to, the best thing to do is just take Golovkin and come back to it another time.
Beats, how big is Conor Benn over there right now?
He's doing the rounds, bro. He's doing the rounds.
I'll tell you that I could tell you right now he's bigger than Virgil Ortiz and Jaron Boots Ennis.
Yeah. So Beats,
bigger than Yard.
What is the early post on a fight between him and Ramirez out there?
if they make that, it's an 0-2. That will sell out. I guarantee. If he fights, I'm telling you now, right? If he fights Ramirez at the 0-2, it sells out. Headline. It sells out. It sells out.
And that's why I want him to fight him and win. So it'll make Virgil and Boots. He'll be the cash cow at 47 for a while. But the young guys coming up.
Look, I've said it for about, I've been saying it for about 6 to 7 months. That what saves Conor is he has he can still have big fights and make good money because he has marquee value. Virgil doesn't have that yet. Ennis don't have that. Don't. I'm not evaluating him as a fighter. I'm evaluating him as a draw. No, he's not a draw.
You can see the way they're marketing Conor. Like he's doing a lot of punditry. Like at most of the shows, you see him doing his punditry work. So they're marketing him very well. Obviously, his old man is like royalty, boxing royalty over here. So
and Conor just he knows when it's time to fight and when it's time to work the camera and have.
They got him there with Laura Woods wearing the white pantsuit. She looking all nice with the white legs, with the white heels, looking all nice, right? He doing his fucking thing. Only thing what I'm trying to basically communicate is you do realize that there are fighters outside of America that don't even need Americans to make money.
Well, see, that's the thing, man. The light heavyweight scene over here, like, if the promoters put their heads together, it's like fortunes. There's fortunes to make. Like
Muatsi versus Yard makes money.
Yeah, it makes money. That makes money.
Makes money. Callum Smith versus Craig Richards makes money.
Yeah, that makes money. That makes money. Yeah, and they've got Ben Whittaker coming up. You've got Dan Aziz.
At middleweight, Felix Cash, if they could get past the politics. Felix Cash, Chris Eubank, that makes money.
Oh, that's a huge fight. That's a huge fight.
Makes money.
Leeds, don't forget, we got Prince Patel.
He wants to fight Charlie. I think he still wants to fight Sonny, but he's done.
In any event, all I'm trying to communicate is the Americans love to stroke their egos over fights they don't buy, fights they don't want, and it's childish. This is what I talk about. Like it's not the '80s, bro. This is not the Michael. This is not the Michael Dudikoff American Ninja era. It's not. This is not the '80s and the '90s, bro.
Yeah, and you can't damage you control yourself. Like Leonard, they had to suppress Tank's last numbers against Isaac. They hit the numbers.
We still don't know what they are. We still don't. But he want to tell Eddie how to do his job.
He just
staged for perspective. Y'all know I'm big on women's boxing, right? Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano got more eyes on it than Davis versus Cruz. Am I lying?
Yeah.
Stop you when you tell a lie.
Stop me when I tell a lie, fam. It was 19,000 in attendance at a historic arena, the Garden, the Big Room.
They beat out Shakur and Valdez as well. They beat them out.
A-list Hollywood celebrities going to that fight, watching that fight.
You got Charlize Theron talking, but you got people at the fight. You know what I'm saying?
You got Eddie Hearn trying to make Holly Holm versus Katie Taylor.
That's a crossover fight. That's a crossover fight. You gonna bring UFC fans? You gonna? It's a crossover. It's like in other words, the sentiment that everything is automatically. I understand where it comes from, and Beats has talked about it on his channel. The era of the horizontal heavyweights. I remember, there was a time. But I realized that time was about over 20 years ago.
Right.
There's been a British boxing renaissance. And not just a British boxing renaissance. The Germans is getting in. The Australians got fighters coming through. They got people coming through.
It's a European renaissance, where the formal foundation of the sport was founded.
Yeah, and the thing is, man, a lot of Europe has been sleeping. That's why the European titles have been devalued recently. But like you say, territories like Germany, Italy, they're waking up. And like Eddie, and the Wassermans and stuff, it's waking up shit, bro. And I'll tell you what, if the Germans get popping, right, like with Darius Mikuchelski, it's stadium fights all the fucking time.
Because they forgot the value. What they forgot about is at the end of the day, there's value in domestic fights. It's not just title fights. Title. It's not fucking title. Felix Cash, Chris Eubank sells. Title, no title.
Yeah, yeah.
Buatsi, yard. Title, no fucking title. It sells.
We just had Kell Brook, Amir Khan.
It sells.
Right.
Americans
right.
have lost that. They lost that. That, like, you know, it don't have to be titles for it to
Listen,
be
Lyle and Foreman, no, what was it, NABF title? It was an NABF title.
Let me read the super chats. Market hurt the fights we built the fights with. Virtuoso says we're gonna find out who shot Biggie before we find out the paper for Cruz versus Davis. Real shit out here. Like I'm not anti-American. I just hate childish shit, and to me, it's childish.
Oh, it's American. That's why I'm Mexican now, as of last week. So, but
I'm a space alien, so
I could tell. Like, I would love living in the UK because of all the boxing.
I'm a space alien, you know what I mean? I'm like, looking at this objectively, if we want to stimulate the American market to where it becomes the hub of boxing that it used to be, fighters need to fight. Charlos need to fight Andres. Spence's need to fight Crawfords, and no, it should not take 5 years to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a new cycle of welterweights. You got Boots, you got Ortiz, and that fight should have been done when Danny and Porter were in their prime. But it's still waiting for it now. Come on, man, it's crazy.
And literally even now, we still don't know. We don't know. We're hoping like, well, you know, Bob's not in the picture and Crawford sounds real happy. So I hope that 4 years, after 4.5 fucking years, they finally do it.
Hey, listen, all that talk Spence was doing recently is gone silent. That fight's not happening, bro.
It isn't. I don't think it's happening.
It ain't happening this year.
You ever notice why Keith Thurman showed up all of a sudden after the Crawford Porter fight? You know, I think they're trying to set Crawford up with Thurman.
Stanionis, man. It's Stanionis next, bro. It's Stanionis probably.
Thurman or Crawford?
It might be. Listen. It might be Stanionis for Errol and Thurman for Crawford. It might be Stanionis. WBA mandatory. That's why he fought Butaev.
Right.
And he's not one of Al Heyman's boys. He's one of Richard Schaefer's boys. They got a good relationship. Don't get me wrong, but I'm like, what are the Stanionis people thinking about right now that they see everybody's waiting on Errol, who has the belt I want to fight for, to fight Crawford? Well, where the fuck does that leave me? Something got to give. Something got to give.
The fight's not happening, bro. Look, they've got used to trying to do damage control to circumvent the fight, and they're going to keep doing it. They're used to ducking Crawford now. It's like habit now.
That's what I was saying, Beats. I mean, that's why Thurman showed up. I mean, it's looking like Thurman might be fighting Crawford.
Yep.
Spence.
Yep.
And look, I'll take a Thurman versus Crawford announcement as a sign that the Spence fight comes afterwards. Otherwise, why would you even make that fucking fight?
Yeah, because Thurman's PBC.
Yeah, why would you even make that fucking fight unless it's a prelude to a bigger fight? And Keith Thurman, to his credit, even though I'm not big on him as a fighter, he's always been associated with good metrics. The lowest metrics he's ever had were the Barrios metrics. But, for the most part, he did good numbers with Manny Pacquiao. I think people would like to see him get knocked out. I would like to see him get knocked out by Terence Crawford. I'll buy that for $1 or $80. I'll buy it. To see him get knocked out, I will buy it.
If he's competitive, then it'll be a worthwhile exercise.
Yeah,
if Terence just rolls him over, then it's just going to be like...
Yeah, he could give him a challenge, I think, Thurman. I'll beat Crawford, but I think it would be a competitive fight.
Competitive? No. Spectacle? Yes. Why? This is the proving ground for Terence Crawford. For years, you belittled this guy, you berated this guy, and even the people that have been belittling him and berating him, they're going to see that he is Achilles. Fucking Achilles, yo.
Yeah.
He's all the shit, all the smoke, all the hairlines, all of it. All of it.
And he's lost the ponytail, so all his powers gone.
He's not Samson anymore.
Yeah.
All I gotta say there, Jules
cut that head. He can't punch.
Jules is giving us over a 4-hour live, so he's gonna take an afternoon nap today.
Oh yeah, I'm about to shut this shit down right now because I just looked at the time like, yo, have I been live this long?
He gonna take that afternoon nap, y'all.
That was a great fucking debate, by the way.
It was, man. It was.
Oh, I love it. Love it.
I loved it. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. I'm going to sleep.
All right.
Peace.